As the regiments traveled further and faced the possibility of defeat and possible execution by Shaka, they grew tired of wars and critical of Shaka's excesses. Dingane was able to exploit the anti-Shaka sentiments to stage a coup. He promised to halt the wars and to allow the members of the various regiments to reduce their extended military service period in order to get married. The changes did not, however, mean a surrender of absolute power by the new king. By 1838, Dingane had virtually wrecked the kingdom that he inherited. Three factors were responsible for the decline of the Zulu kingdom after 1828. First, King Dingane was not as astute or talented as Shaka. The leadership qualities that Shaka had used to hold the kingdom together were lacking in his successor. Dingane initially promised to promote peace but later changed to a policy of war. He broke his promise regarding execution and became far more despotic than Shaka. By allowing regiments to return home, he strengthened the power of local chiefs. To prevent problems of secession, he returned to a policy of centralized regiments and constant warfare. However, the Zulu now found it difficult to defeat some of their enemies such as the Ndebele and the Swazi. Second, the dependence on constant wars to keep the kingdom together, generate booty, and ensure that the regiments were active was becoming a source of problems. The areas of conflict came to be too far from the center, and many groups had borrowed the Zulu methods of fighting to protect themselves. Third, Dingane had to confront the most determined invaders in search of land, the Boers of South Africa who left the Cape in 1837–38 in search of land for white settlers in the fertile areas south of the Tugela. The Boers had better armies and weapons than the Zulu. The Boers and the Zulu engaged in wars in which the Zulu were eventually defeated and the expansion of white settlement into the southern African interior was ensured. The impact. The Mfecane and the rise of Shaka had major consequences. To start with, a Zulu kingdom was established, developing from a small chiefdom into a large territorial political organization. Conquered areas and groups were incorporated into the Zulu kingdom, and various previously existing chieftaincies came to an end. The Zulu kingdom was both powerful and wealthy. Second, in the process of its creation and expansion, the Zulu kingdom unleashed many wars in the southern Africa region, wars that lasted for about 20 years from 1818 onward. Many people in the foothills of the Drakensberg were forced to relocate elsewhere if they wanted to avoid incorporation into the 173 Zulu Kingdom. Many groups experienced dislocation and sought refuge in various areas that included parts of modern-day Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia. A great part of the modern-day KwaZulu-Natal region was deserted, as its people fled to the mountains and forests. The military conquest of many groups and the destruction of their cattle caused starvation, death, enormous stress, and great anxiety about the future. So confused did many people become that the oral traditions of the period blamed many problems on witchcraft and the anger of their ancestors. Thousands died in the wars, killed in close-range battles in each of which hundreds were stabbed to death. When peace returned, many found themselves citizens of new centralized, powerful nations. Third, the economy suffered in all the areas that experienced wars and political dislocation. Cattle were central to the economy, but thousands of cattle were killed for food, captured, and recaptured. The wars halted cultivation in a number of areas. Some areas suffered total abandonment. In the attempt to protect themselves, the Zulu established a depopulated zone in the area of present-day Natal, to create a buffer against any invading enemy. Fourth, the idea of a Zulu identity, which has been sustained to this day, emerged. Drawing soldiers from different towns and villages into a regimental town where they trained, worked, and lived together for a number of years served to promote a sense of commitment to the Zulu nation. Even after their service was over, they could still be called into action by the king. The regiments reduced the people's loyalty to many chiefs, as all were expected to look to King Shaka as the sole leader and defender of the Zulu nation. Once a year, a first fruit ceremony, the Nkswela, was performed to affirm the unity and identity of the Zulu. All the regiments and representatives from different parts of the kingdom must attend the event, held in the capital city during the rainy season. The event would celebrate the power of the king and the productivity of agriculture and cattle rearing. Fifth, the Mfecane led to the creation and spread of military innovations. The weapons and the drill strategies of Zulu regiments were carried by the Ndeb and Ngoni people to Central Africa, where they subdued many groups in the 1830s and 1840s. Sixth, many new, large, and powerful states emerged to the north of the Zulu kingdom, and population was redistributed in the region. Before the Mfecane, the people were spread over a wide region in the southeast of the Highveld, and they lived mainly in many semi-autonomous chiefdoms. As a result of the wars, the population became concentrated in secure, compact areas, leaving some areas either unoccupied or sparsely populated. Among the leading new nations were the Swazi Kingdom, located to the north of the Pongola, the Gaza Kingdom, in the southern parts of modern Mozambique, and the Ngoni states in Central Africa. The most powerful of the new states, that is, in addition to that of the Zulu, was the Soto Kingdom under King Mashushu. Among the Soto in the southern Highveld, the Mfecane created a political revolution. The Soto had lived in many scattered villages whose chiefs, 174, were independent of one another. Each village had its regiment used to construct public works and fight small wars only when the need arose. In the early 1820s, the Soto found themselves prey to their powerful neighbors who exploited their military weakness and lack of unity. Many Soto villages lost their land and cattle and were forced to relocate. Among the Soto remnants that survived the wars, there emerged a strong leader, Mashushu, who was able to rally the survivors to found a new Soto kingdom. The Soto kingdom was an agglomeration of semi-independent groups, with Mashushu as the king. Soto villages looking for protection were incorporated into the kingdom. The Soto were opposed to the Zulu and other invaders. Their determination led to their survival, and they later became the people of the independent state of Lesotho. 18. European conquest and African response, 1885 to 1900. Whatever happens we have got the Maxim gun and they have not. English poet Hilaire Belloc. Between 1885 and 1900, most of Africa was taken over as colonies of Europe, a major event that has shaped the course of African history ever since. The long era of free trade and reasonably peaceful relations gave way to one of economic exploitation and political domination. Before the 1880s, very little of Africa was under colonial rule, less than 10%, consisting of small areas along the coast where trade was carried out. The greater part of the African interior was unknown to Europeans. The few colonies of the British included areas around Freetown in Sierra Leone, forts in the Gambia, Lagos, a protectorate in the southern Gold Coast, now Ghana, and some areas in South Africa. The French had control in St. Louis and Dakar in Senegal, Grand Bassam and Assini in Côte d'Ivoire, and a small coastal area in Dahomey, now the Republic of Benin. The Portuguese were established in Mozambique and Angola. By the 1880s, the long-established Afro-European relations based on trade changed to those of colonial domination. By 1900, only Liberia and Ethiopia were free of colonial imposition. What were the reasons for this change, what was the process, and how did Africans respond? This chapter answers these three important questions. 176. Africa, 1880. 177. Reasons for the partition. Colonies offered great economic opportunities to Europe. The expansion of capitalism and the desire for profits were the principal motives behind the conquest of Africa. The European merchants who made profits in their business relations with Africa believed that they could make even greater profits by pressuring their governments to involve themselves directly in the management of Africa. Profits could be made in two ways: 1. By obtaining cheap raw materials that would be exported to Europe to manufacture various products, and 2. By turning Africa into a huge market to consume imported goods from Europe. As other countries such as Germany, France, and Portugal were catching up with Britain in industrialization, the need for raw materials and markets was greater than ever before. Excess capital was generated by many industries and merchants, and they wanted to spend their money in making more profits. When gold was discovered in South Africa in the 1880s, Africa was seen as offering great promise as a continent in which to invest for quick rewards. The traders already based in Africa began to pressure their home countries to establish economic monopolies in African countries so that they would gain greater access to raw materials and markets. The fight for Africa was an extension of the intense competition among the European nations. Various elements in this competition can be seen as the political motives responsible for Africa's partition. The unification of Germany created a major third power in Europe, in addition to France and Britain. The three were active in maintaining a balance of power and were eager to prevent anyone from gaining too much power. Colonial acquisition was interpreted as evidence of a threat to the balance of power. In 1870, France was defeated by Germany, losing 2 provinces as a result. One way to overcome the humiliation of this and gain more territories was to seek them in Africa. By the 1880s, ambitious European nations had no territories left to acquire within Europe, thus forcing them to look elsewhere. Early in the 1880s, Britain established control of Egypt, thereby also controlling the Suez route to the east. The French and the Germans believed that they too had to seize parts of Africa in order to minimize the advantages that would accrue to Britain. Nationalism was at stake. The extreme passion of the period encouraged the possession of a large empire, if only to show other nations that one was a great country and a great power. Each European country wanted to claim overseas territories in order to exhibit its military and political strength. The acquisition of a large colony was regarded as evidence of imperial power. Each power wanted to prevent any rival European power from taking an area it was interested in. For instance, the British signed a number of treaties with the chiefs of the Niger Delta in Nigeria in the 1880s, just to prevent the French from encroaching on the area. The European countries believed that they could use acquired territories to build national prestige. For instance, when Britain acquired the Suez Canal in Egypt in 1882, the French and Germans went elsewhere in Africa to assert themselves, partly to 178. Build prestige. The French established claims over the north bank of the river Congo, and Germany established claims over 4 areas along the African coast, in Togo, Cameroon, Tanganyika, now Tanzania, and southwest Africa, now Namibia. King Leopold of Belgium decided to annex territory in Central Africa, and he created the Congo Free State as his personal estate. The French were interested in possession of the Western Sudan, modern Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, partly to counteract their humiliation by Germany in the War of 1870–71. Individual European soldiers and officials in Africa regarded territorial possession as a way to gain glory, attention, and promotion. Evidence of cultural arrogance can be found in the statements of those who participated in the conquest. A belief that Europeans were superior gave rise to the claim that they had a right to conquer Africa. The belief in white superiority was also used to describe the partition as a civilizing mission, the idea that a superior race had the right to improve the lives of an inferior one, if necessary through force and colonization. The conquest of backward races was even interpreted as a legitimate use of force, as many cited the principle of social Darwinism: only the most able and superior can survive, based on the idea espoused by Charles Darwin in his 1859 book The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. When this idea was expressed in religious terms, aggressive missionaries claimed that evangelization was a way of uplifting the inferior people. The partition of Africa was seen as an opportunity to do the same. The process. The principal European countries involved in the partition were Britain, Portugal, France, and Germany. The greatest rewards went to Britain and France. The British and the French participated in trade and the spread of Christianity and maintained control in a few areas before the 1880s. Holland and Denmark withdrew from West Africa and sold their bases to the British. The Germans did not become involved until 1884, but they later annexed the coast of Togoland and the Cameroons. The European countries regarded themselves as competitors and viewed one another with suspicion. In 1876, King Leopold I of Belgium indicated a strong interest in Africa by convening a conference and creating an association to sponsor expeditions to the Congo area. In the same year, Portugal began to send its own expeditions to Africa. France, too, entered an expansionist phase, by exploring some areas in the Congo, participating in dual control, with the British, of Egypt, and indicating that it would use force in the Western Sudan. The tensions of the late 1870s and early 1880s, all showing that the European countries were now strongly interested in colonial expansion, led to a major conference to consider the urgency of their aggression and the fate of Africa. Now known as the Berlin Conference, it was held from November 15, 1884 to February 26, 1885, with Germany as the host. It was agreed that all the European countries were free to participate in the takeover of Africa, that the navigation of 179. The Congo and Niger rivers was to be free to all, and that for any country to declare a protectorate over any part of Africa, effective occupation of the area was required. When a protectorate was declared by one European country, it must notify the others that it had acquired spheres of influence. The country involved must also give evidence that it would protect certain rights and ensure freedom of trade. The Berlin decisions laid down the rules for partitioning Africa. After the Berlin Conference, activities aimed at possessing Africa became intense. The leading participants wanted to establish effective occupation in as many areas as possible. As the Berlin Conference did not make clear whether presence at the coast meant control of the adjoining hinterland, the Europeans challenged one another in areas away from the coast. At another conference, in 1890 at Brussels, they agreed that the principle of effective occupation also applied to the hinterland. Among the evidence that they used to claim an area as belonging to one of them were the settlement of people or traders from the country, exploration of the area, treaties signed with local chiefs, activities of traders and missionaries, and physical occupation. After 1885, two strategies were used to acquire colonies. The first was the signing of treaties and the second was direct military attack. Treaties were signed between the representatives of a European power and African chiefs or between one European power and another. In the Euro-African treaties, African leaders signed documents to show that they surrendered their power and agreed to promote trade and accept other conditions. There is no evidence that many African chiefs understood the contents of the treaties. Treaties among the European powers demarcated boundaries and defined spheres of influence. Military attacks involved the deliberate use of armies to subdue areas or at least frighten them into surrender. For instance, the French used their army against groups in the Western Sudan, Gabon, and Madagascar. The British attacked many peoples and places as well, including the Yoruba town of Ijebu-Ode and the Asante of Ghana. Germany, Italy, and Portugal also used warfare to acquire their colonies. The Europeans engaged in various disputes but did not fight many wars among themselves. Their energies were concentrated on sharing Africa among themselves. The British extended their possessions in West Africa and claimed the lucrative and densely populated countries of Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. In South Africa, Cecil Rhodes, a private entrepreneur, gained valuable areas for the British. With a fanatical desire to impose British control from the Cape to Cairo, he was ruthless in attacking African nations in areas that later became Botswana and Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. The British consolidated their hold during the Boer War, 1899 to 1902, which ended in the absorption of the Boer republics of the Orange Free State and the Transvaal into the Union of South Africa, see Chapter 20. British companies in East and Central Africa. The Imperial British East Africa Company and the British South Africa Company paved the way to the acquisition of Kenya. 180. The French invaded the Western Sudan in 1879. Using their existing control of coastal areas, the French moved to the hinterland, gaining larger territories and hoping to outflank the British. They moved south from Algeria, northeast from Gabon, and north from Dahomey and Côte d'Ivoire. They also annexed Madagascar and a host of small islands off the coast of East Africa. With brutal methods, the Congo Free State was expanded. King Leopold treated it as his personal property until 1914, when it was acquired by the Belgian government. The Portuguese and Germans extended their possessions from the coastal areas they controlled prior to 1885. The Italians failed to conquer Ethiopia in 1896 but were able to establish themselves in Eritrea and Somaliland. The Spanish acquired an area on the Guinea coast, now Equatorial Guinea. By the early 1900s, the definitive map of colonial Africa had emerged. Only a few changes followed. Germany lost its colonies at the end of the First World War, as they were transferred to Belgium, France, South Africa, and Britain to manage on behalf of the League of Nations. African response. Many African states and leaders were shocked by the European ambition to colonize them. Many struggled to retain their sovereignty and protect their land, their institutions, and their cultures. While many states wanted to maintain friendship with European traders and missionaries, they rejected the attempts to invade and rule them. Indeed, many refused to compromise, preferring even to die in battle. In a mood typical of many leaders, the king of the Mossi in West Africa told a French leader in 1895, "I know the whites wish to kill me in order to take my country, and yet you claim that they will help me to organize my country. But I find my country good just as it is. I have no need of them. I know what is necessary for me and what I want. I have my own merchants. Also, consider yourself fortunate that I do not order your head to be cut off. Go away now, and above all, never come back." 1. Resistance to European conquest was not isolated or restricted to large kingdoms. Eager to portray their conquest in a glowing light, early European accounts exaggerated their welcome by the Africans and criticized their opponents as bloodthirsty tyrants. However, what the African rulers were struggling to retain was their sovereignty. They resorted to various strategies. In many areas, the African response took military forms. A state might use its army to fight the European forces, as in the case of the Asante in West Africa or the Zulu in South Africa. Armed resistance could even be prolonged, as in such cases as western Uganda and northern Niger, where Africans continued to resist until the 1920s. Samora Touré, the leader of the Mandinka in West Africa, modernized his army and resisted the French for almost 7 years. 181. European conquest and African resistance. 182. Resistant Africans were confident of their ability to succeed, trusting their military experience, spiritual forces, and sheer determination to survive. The appeal to religious and magical forces was one way to win the wars, but also a way to seek help from the spiritual realm against the European enemy. Many people and leaders called on ancestors, gods, and spirits for help. Sacrifices were made, in addition to prayers and the use of charms to ward off the evil forces represented by European encroachment. Diplomacy was yet another option, pursued by forming an alliance or promising to cooperate with the Europeans. Where a group felt threatened by violence, it sought the means to minimize the possibility of European violence. In situations where a people believed that they could benefit from the European presence, they accepted foreign rule. Among the expected benefits were the introduction of Western education, the spread of Christianity, and expanded opportunities for trade. In expecting positive changes to come with European rule, the Africans misunderstood the objectives of the colonial enterprise. Religion played an important role. To win wars and build morale, leaders and soldiers used charms. Religious leaders also emerged to lead the opposition to Europeans. Religious power could come from indigenous religions, Islam, or Christianity. Religion was used to build unity among people and to mobilize them for war or disobedience. When the conquest became a reality, religion provided one of the sources of nationalism but also enabled Africans to reconcile themselves to the new situation. Finally, other options were pursued in meeting the challenges of European invasion. Some groups or people took to migration. Why Europeans were successful. In spite of vigorous resistance by a number of African nations and leaders, only Liberia and Ethiopia escaped the imposition of colonial rule. There were a number of reasons for this. To start with, it is misleading to see all of Africa as a single bloc resisting external invasion. Had this been the case, it would have been difficult for the European powers to easily take over this huge continent. Not only did the Europeans take on one African nation at a time, but there were cases in which some African leaders allied with an invading European power against other Africans. The European armies included hundreds of Africans, recruited from one group to fight another group. Other reasons for the European success in imposing colonial rule relate to the power of technology and the availability of resources. Compared to the African nations, the European powers had more resources to use. They had the money to buy arms and pay troops. If they lost a battle, they could regroup, benefiting from the knowledge gained and the resources available. Their armies were professional, devoted to full-time warfare. African nations, too, had armies, but in many places they were composed of volunteers who had to abandon their farms and other occupations, without the resources to engage in prolonged warfare. 183. Due to the records supplied by explorers, missionaries, traders, and representatives of governments, the European invaders possessed valuable information about Africa. More Europeans than before could go to Africa, to serve in the armies and administration. The use of quinine had made it possible to minimize the danger of malaria fever, thus removing the fear of the deadly disease that had frightened off many Europeans in previous years. The Europeans relied on improved firearms. Africans relied on bows, arrows, and muzzle-loading guns, such as Dane guns, which had to be loaded slowly. The European armies in the era of the partition relied on breech loaders, rifles that could fire at the rate of about 10 rounds per minute. Whereas the European armies had adequate modern guns, the Maxim and Gatling, their African rivals lacked access to them. A few nations, such as the Ball of Côte d'Ivoire, had stockpiled large quantities of arms and ammunition, but they were mainly old muskets that were no match for Maxim guns. Where Africans had modern weapons, they did not have access to large quantities of them. The armies of even such large states as the Sokoto Caliphate lacked the tactics to deal with an invading army using machine guns. The tactics of the African army's cavalry charges, the defense of walled cities, the use of large armies carrying bows and arrows were ineffective in facing an army equipped with machine guns. In areas where Africans had experienced recent wars or catastrophes such as epidemics and famine, they were too weak to organize any serious resistance. Guns were used to subdue many groups. However, others were forced into surrender by the threat of violence. When some groups saw the fate of their more powerful neighbors, they chose to give up. In some cases, it could well be that the rulers saw the futility of resistance and wanted to avoid bloodshed. In the end, only Emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia was victorious against the mighty European powers. By 1902, the conquest of Africa was almost completed. A new map was created. Instead of hundreds of pre-colonial nations, there were now about 40 political units. As we shall see in Chapter 19, the consequences were many and profound. Part 3. The 20th Century Period. 186. 187. 19. The Colonial Experience, 1900 to 1939. Africa experienced colonial rule during the first half of the 20th century. By 1914, Europeans had consolidated their hold on the continent, see Chapter 18. Between then and 1939, they implemented various policies that defined the colonial era. After 1939, a number of reforms were undertaken to respond to African demands for independence. The colonial era had economic, social, and political impacts. The changes were not only numerous. They were also rapid. And Africans had to learn to deal with them in creative ways. Politics and administration. New countries with new boundaries were created. These boundaries were artificial. Pre-existing political units and ethnic groups might be divided between two or more countries. For instance, the Empire of Kanem-Borno in the Lake Chad area was divided between Nigeria, a British colony, Cameroon, German, and Niger and Chad, French. In spite of the problems associated with them, the boundaries have since been maintained with only minor changes. The colonial experience also aided the formation of an African identity, with a commitment to national boundaries, a sense of unity based on a common experience of colonial domination, and a desire to liberate the continent from oppression and poverty. The major colonial policies were determined abroad. Colonies were extensions of Europe and must reflect changes in Europe rather than the concerns of African subjects. The colonial officers in Africa regarded themselves as under the control of their governments in Europe. They were expected to carry out the 188. Africa, 1914. 189. Instructions given to them, making them applicable to their local situations. The number of officers, administrators and soldiers was small, to keep down the cost. Their duties were simple and clearly defined: they must pursue the colonial economic objectives, and they must maintain law and order. As we shall see in the next chapter, what Africans wanted was different: development, so that they could not be exploited, and power, which would threaten the colonial state. Africans were involved in the administration. The armies and the police were manned by Africans, and many came to believe that they owed their survival and prestige to the colonial state. Educated Africans served in the civil service, mainly in the lower levels. As many of them enjoyed privileges, they began to imitate European ways of life. African countries were not all governed in the same way, although the broad patterns were clear. After early efforts to administer areas unknown to them, the colonialists evolved administrative systems suited to their objectives and adaptable to the circumstances of conquest. To take just two examples, the British tried a system of indirect rule, and the French, a system of assimilation. The British and indirect rule. In British colonies, a policy of indirect rule, a method of administering local government, was adopted in many colonies. Indirect rule rested on the assumption that European and African cultures were different, and the best way to govern local communities was through the political system that they had evolved on their own. Above the local government was a central government. Each colony was administered as an autonomous unit, divided into a number of provinces. The governor headed the central administration, aided by executive and legislative councils. The executive councils included only British officers. The legislative councils contained a few Africans, but the power of each council was limited to the colony. The governor was powerful within the colony, but he still obeyed instructions from London. A province was divided into districts, where the system of indirect rule operated. The British administrator most famous for implementing this idea, in the Sudan and Nigeria, and developing the best manual on it, was Lord Luggard, author of The Dual Mandate in Tropical Africa. Early in the 20th century, Luggard faced the task of administering the huge area of northern Nigeria, formerly part of the extensive Sokoto Caliphate, which had a highly developed political system under a sultan and emirs. The British would have required a large number of people and extensive resources to govern such a huge area. What they chose to do was to control the sultan and emirs, who would in turn control their own people. Indirect rule in northern Nigeria became a model for other places. The system was later extended to other areas in Nigeria and other colonies such as the Gold Coast, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. Under indirect rule, existing institutions were modified to meet the needs of the colonial administration. Chiefs, kings, and their officials were used for local 190. Administration, to carry out the policies of the colonial government. Indirect rule reduced the cost and numbers of foreign personnel, by using Africans to administer themselves. However, many of the Africans involved owed their appointments to the British officers, who could also remove them. They were expected to carry out instructions, performing the unpopular duties of collecting taxes and recruiting labor for the government. To return to the example of northern Nigeria, the British officer, a resident or district officer, supervised and advised the local emir, instructed on how to reform and modernize local institutions, and ensured the collection of taxes. The emir was the head of the native administration. He appointed district heads, village heads, and tax collectors. Indirect rule experienced a number of problems and can be criticized on several grounds. Chiefs and kings in many areas actually gained more power than before, thus creating tension between them and their people. Indirect rule proved unsuitable to areas that were previously used to powerful kings and their officials. In areas without established centralized institutions or strong kings, as among the Igbo of Nigeria or the Swahili of Tanganyika, powerful chiefs were created for them. Known as warrant chiefs among the Igbo, they were given wide powers, they carried out unpopular decisions, and they could be individuals of low social status without much respect in the community. In the attempt to protect traditional chiefs and institutions, as in northern Nigeria, the British gave little encouragement to the spread of Christianity and Western education. In some cases, European officers would blame African chiefs for lack of progress, wrongly accusing them of not initiating modernization. In the quest to preserve existing institutions, some officers actually prevented rapid changes, arguing that traditions needed to be preserved at all cost. Finally, where a new African educated elite emerged, indirect rule excluded them from power. The exclusion of the educated Africans from power created a lasting hostility between them and the Europeans. The French system. Proud of their culture, and with a strong belief that they could spread it, the French opted for a policy of assimilation. Their African subjects were expected to become French in culture and, if possible, in citizenship, and the colonies would be run as provinces of France. Not only did the French think that they had attained the highest possible culture, they believed that Africans could acquire the essence of their civilization as long as the necessary institutions were put in place. Their African subjects should imitate them, and their colonies should become an extension of France. Senegal in West Africa was the place closer to experiment with this grandiose project of culture transfer, in the areas known as the four communes St. Louis, Dakar, Rufisque, and Gorée. A French system of local government and a French school system were introduced, and the African residents were regarded as French citizens, with the right to elect a representative to the Chamber of Deputies in Paris. 191. Outside these four areas, the French did not fully assimilate their African subjects. Thus, the colony of Senegal was divided between the French citizens and other Africans. The French citizens enjoyed wide privileges. Unlike the British colonies, where the Christian missionaries developed the education system, the French government took control of the school system in its colonies. Only a small percentage of Africans had the benefit of Western education, and those who received it enjoyed the privileges of citizenship. The non-citizens did not enjoy freedom of speech, movement, and the press. They could be forced to work to build roads and railways. And they paid direct tax, which compelled many of them to take to the production of cash crops in order to raise cash. In a notorious system known as the indigenat, a French officer had the power to arrest and jail any non-French African without trial. Extending the policy of personal assimilation proved difficult, partly because it was difficult to enforce a uniform culture. Cultures and customs varied, and it was hard for the French to impose theirs on all Africans, certainly not on adults who were already formed in their ways. There were profound differences between the cultures of the French and the Africans. Aspects of traditional life such as the lineage system, religion, both indigenous and Islamic, and many others were hard to give up. Great differences also existed in terms of laws, rights, and duties, which were hard for Africans to give up. For instance, An African Muslim married to 2 wives could not become a French citizen since this would violate the law on monogamy. By implication, assimilation would destroy or undermine many aspects of African culture and traditional authorities. The French, very early in the 20th century, began to question the need to extend wide privileges to Africans and make them citizens. There was a fear that over time the number of Africans who were French citizens would outnumber the European French citizens and could even possibly take over power. Also, the attainment of colonial objectives meant that the French needed millions of Africans to contribute to the colonial economy. The French, like the British, set up central and local governments. The Ministry of the Colonies in Paris controlled the colonies, preferring to treat many of them as a federation rather than as separate, autonomous countries. For instance, all the French colonies in West Africa, Senegal, Mali, Guinea, Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Niger, Dahomey, and Mauritania, were administered as a single federation under a governor-general based in Dakar. Power revolved around the governor-general. He represented France in Africa, accepting instructions and implementing them. Only the Governor-General could transact official business with the ministry in France. He had a large budget and was financially independent of the individual territories. He controlled appointments to the civil service, while the security forces, the army and police, were treated as federal matters. Below him were the governors who headed the component territories. The governors executed the orders sent from Paris through the Governor-General. With respect to the local government, the colonies were divided into circles, units that ignored traditional boundaries and were artificially drawn so as to be similar in size and population. Each circle was headed by a commandante. 192. Circle. A circle was divided into more manageable units, each administered by a chef de subdivision who administered the subdivision. The French used more of their own personnel, who enjoyed a more direct exercise of power than the British. The African chiefs were undermined, left with little or no power, denied judicial power, and reduced to a low status. Many chiefs were removed, and the others became subordinate to French political officers. They were given the most degrading tasks, raising forced labor and collecting tasks they must carry out to avoid being disgraced or even removed. If the idea of personal assimilation could not be implemented, it was easier to implement administrative and economic assimilation. In the long run, this had a number of negative consequences. In the case of Algeria, the close links with France made the struggle for independence difficult and violent. The economy. The aim of the European powers was to exploit the resources of Africa in various ways, using Africa as a supplier of minerals and cash crops, consumer of finished imported products, and provider of revenues to make the colonies financially self-sufficient. Even when important changes were made, they were connected to the colonial economic objectives of generating a massive transfer of wealth from Africa to Europe. The economy rested narrowly on a few products and was heavily dependent on external demands. New currencies were introduced to replace indigenous ones. Until the dying years of colonial rule, industrialization and economic planning were ignored. To attain the colonial objectives, a new infrastructure had to be built. Roads and railways appeared in areas with exportable resources in order to facilitate the movement of goods from production centers to port cities, thence to be transported by ships to Europe. The building of the new roads and railways brought hardships to the Africans who were compelled to perform construction work. New and efficient for their purpose, the communication facilities contributed to the massive expansion of the export economy, the penetration of imported items into cities and villages, the mobility of people, the unease in urbanization, and the spread of ideas and religions. Africans participated in the colonial economy in various ways. The majority were producers, working on their farms. Many others were forced to work for the government or for European ventures. Taxes were imposed, and the need to raise cash in order to pay them compelled many people to seek wage incomes, even as laborers. Agriculture was the most important sector of the colonial economy. Among the key products developed and exported were peanuts, cocoa, rubber, coffee, palm oil, and timber. Except in the areas with large European settlers, agricultural production was mainly in the hands of Africans. Several measures were put in place to ensure production. A common one was the payment of tax in cash. 193. Which forced millions of people to produce and sell in order to obtain money. In some colonies, people were compelled to work. The perceived benefits of obtaining money to buy luxury items, pay for the education of children, and build houses also served to encourage production. Foreign firms made considerable profits from the exportation of agricultural products. In areas and periods when governments became involved in buying crops or regulating prices, they were able to accumulate huge surpluses by underpaying the farmers. Export crops were favored, as the best land was devoted to them. The cultivation of cotton damaged land by reducing its nutrients. The overall consequence of the emphasis on cash crops was to reduce the quantity of food crops available. Mining was developed in areas with gold, tin, coal, diamonds, copper, bauxite, and manganese. The sector was totally dominated by a few foreign companies who made huge profits and paid limited taxes. Africans worked mainly as laborers. Wages were low, and the formation of trade unions was disallowed for a long time. Direct European involvement in the economy occurred in a few sectors and areas. Where there were large numbers of European settlers, they established plantations, such as the sisal farms in Tanganyika and the large farms of the fertile White Highlands in Kenya. Mining in South Africa, the Belgian Congo, and northern Rhodesia also witnessed heavy European investments. In Kenya and Rhodesia, where there were a substantial number of European settlers, the foreigners exercised more power than the Africans. They were thus able to award themselves a number of privileges, including control of trade, access to fertile land, and the use of Africans as domestics and farm workers. This became a source of great tension. European involvement forced many Africans off their land to work as laborers for European large-scale farmers. Many also migrated to the cities to obtain other kinds of jobs. In some countries, reserves were created to keep the dispossessed Africans in areas where they could be policed. Some Africans were forced to work in European ventures and rewarded with low wages. African economies were incorporated into the world economic system, with Africans working as producers supplying raw materials to external industries. So important was this role that African areas without raw materials needed for export were regarded as backward, and many of their people could be found as migrant workers elsewhere. To the colonizers, the ability to produce was evidence of progress. This progress became uneven between regions. Areas with export raw materials had better infrastructural provisions and social services. Areas without minerals or exportable raw materials were forced to supply their labor to distant areas, in a contribution that destroyed many rural areas as farmlands and families were abandoned. Countries such as Mali, Basutoland, now Lesotho, Niger, and Chad were regarded as labor reserve areas. When the people were unwilling to work, they could be forced to do so. The requirement that they must pay tax also ensured that they had to seek wage employment in distant areas. 194. Control of the lucrative export-import trade was in the hands of non-African businesses. European firms enjoyed great advantages, being able to mobilize the capital to control shipping and make huge bulk purchases. Next came the Indian and Lebanese traders who were able to buy raw materials in bulk, sell imported items in retail stores, and advance credit to small producers. African entrepreneurs were pushed to the margins, surviving mainly as small-scale traders in local markets. Socio-cultural changes. There was an increase in the population of the continent, by about 37.5%. The pace of urbanization increased. New cities were created, example Enugu and Port Harcourt in Nigeria, Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire, Takoradi in Ghana, and Nairobi in Kenya, and some older ones rapidly expanded, because they served as centers of commerce and administration. Although services tended to be inadequate, the cities enjoyed far better facilities than the rural areas in terms of medical services, leisure facilities, and schools. Western education spread in many areas, as colonial governments and foreign firms needed clerks and other literate people to work for them. Interest was concentrated on elementary education. Where missionaries were allowed to operate, as in British colonies, they established elementary schools and a few secondary schools. Governments saw the participation of missionaries as saving them money. The missionaries were able to use the school system to convert many Africans to Christianity. The size of the educated elite increased, and they increasingly dominated the economy and politics of the continent. European languages spread among the elite. Christianity and Islam spread, as missionaries took advantage of the railways and roads to travel to many areas. They were able to reach millions of people in the cities, where new mosques and churches were built. Their spread pushed indigenous religions into the background. Western education, Christianity, and urbanization had a combined impact on social structure. The traditional elite chiefs, kings, warriors, blacksmiths, and diviners lost power and prestige to a new educated class. Africans also became divided along spatial lines between those who lived in cities and those who lived in villages. The cities represented civilization and the villages represented backwardness. Migration to cities became fairly common, especially among the youth who wanted to learn about new cultures and seek wage employment. Both the cities and villages were stratified. In the cities, at least three major classes could be found. At the bottom were the urban proletariat comprising artisans and low-income earners. Because of the scarcity of decent affordable accommodation and the limited social services, many had to live in shanty areas. Among the poor, prostitution, unemployment, crime, and juvenile delinquency were more common. Above them were the sub-elite, comprising primary 195 school teachers, clerks, nurses, and others who had higher incomes than the low-income earners but lacked power and connections. At the top were the members of the elite: lawyers, politicians, doctors, senior civil servants who had the resources to enjoy the facilities of the city and participate in politics as leaders. In the villages, there were landholders and landless farmers. In pre-colonial Africa, everybody had access to land. In colonial Africa, especially in areas with large numbers of European settlers, many were denied land. In southern and eastern Africa, large numbers of landless people moved about as migrant workers. Positive or negative changes. The evaluation of the comprehensive changes of this period has given rise to three major views. First, there are those who see everything as positive. Many missionaries, European officials, and scholars of moderate persuasion regard colonial rule as having been beneficial for the following reasons: peace replaced wars in many areas. Western education and medicine spread. Roads and railways were constructed. Africans sold their products abroad for money. And so on. In short, to them, the colonial era brought civilization to a dark continent. Second, there are those who regard the changes as negative. Rather than development, they see the exploitation and retardation of the continent. Such changes as the building of roads and railways simply provided the infrastructure needed by the colonial powers to take away resources from Africa to Europe. To scholars of the dependency school, colonialism destroyed indigenous economies, removed wealth from Africa to Europe, and created the basis for underdevelopment. In the words of Walter Rodney, a famous critic, colonialism had only one hand, it was a oniramed banded one. Other critics of colonial rule do not deny that the era brought positive changes, but they assert that indigenous cultures and environments were damaged in various ways, that women were marginalized in a colonial society dominated by men, that the exploitation of the continent was far greater than the benefits it received, that social services were provided primarily to meet the needs of Europeans and a few privileged Africans who lived in the cities, and that racial dominance by Europeans undermined the self-worth of Africans as a people. Finally, there are those who see both positive and negative aspects in colonial rule. They agree that some changes had beneficial impacts, such as political stability, the creation of a smaller number of countries with fixed boundaries to replace hundreds of previous states, the creation of a judiciary and civil service, and the creation of conditions that led to African nationalism. On the negative side, they mention, among other aspects, the end of the sovereignty of African states, the weakening of the traditional basis of power, the creation of small and landlocked countries, and the rise of ethnicity. With respect to the economy, they praise the creation of new roads and railways and the development of the mineral and agricultural potential of the continent in such a way that wealth was generated by many people whose purchasing power was enhanced. On the negative 196 side, they point to the inadequacies of the communication system, the commercialization of land, the use of forced labor, the acquisition of fertile land by European settlers, the control of lucrative trade by European firms and Lebanese and Indian traders, and other forms of exploitation. Irrespective of the conclusions of the various analysts, there is no doubt that the colonial era was one of the most significant events in African history. It brought many changes, such as the creation of new countries, the spread of European languages and institutions, and the introduction of Western education and health services. Many of these changes have had a lasting impact on the continent. 20. The entrenchment of apartheid in South Africa, 1948. The history of South Africa in the first half of the 20th century was dominated by the establishment of white minority rule over the black population and the institutionalization of an apartheid policy. The growth of the apartheid state from 1948 onward was unusual for its extreme exploitation and oppression based on skin color. Until the apartheid system crumbled in the 1990s, it stood out as unique in African history. How did it emerge, what did apartheid mean, and how did Africans and others respond to such a brutalizing system? These related questions are answered below. Historical background. The European contacts with Africa from the 15th century involved southern Africa as well as areas further north, with the Portuguese and the Dutch making early contacts with the Cape. From 1498 to 1595, the Portuguese dominated the trade of the region, but they were displaced in the late 1500s by the Dutch, French, English, and Scandinavians. In the mid-17th century, the Dutch began to establish a permanent settlement at the Cape. From 1717, the Dutch allowed the extensive use of slaves, thus laying the foundation of a race-based country. The increasing white population generated a number of conflicts with the indigenous Khoisan population. About the same time, a number of Dutch settlers began to refer to themselves as Afrikaners, a Dutch word meaning Africans, to distinguish themselves from other Europeans. The Dutch-speaking population later evolved into an Afrikaner society. 198. The growth in the European population and the need for more food created an expansion in farming, as Dutch and other European farmers, collectively known as Boers, sought more land. In the 18th century, the Boers began a process of moving beyond the Cape to the interior. The Trek Boers, as they were known, moved to the east and north where they came into conflict with the established African owners of the land. When they confronted the indigenous San people, a war to exterminate them was pursued. In 1702, Europeans came into direct contact with the Xhosa, a southern Nguni group, leading both to tension and to cooperation. The arrival of the British in 1795 changed the politics of the area. Between 1795 and 1803, the British occupied the Cape. They had to engage in a number of conflicts for power and land with the Dutch and indigenous populations. More settlers and missionaries arrived. During the 19th century, the pressure was to move to the hinterland, to take possession of more territory and cattle. By the 1830s, the Cape region had become overpopulated, and the frantic search for land and the tension between the British and the Afrikaners eventually culminated in the Great Trek of the 1830s and 1840s, which involved about 15,000 Afrikaners leaving the Cape area to move into the South African hinterland. Regarding themselves as pioneers and as a chosen people heading to a promised land, the migrants, Voortrekkers, wanted to create an independent republic in the areas of Natal, Transorangia, and Transvaal, all areas with fertile land. The Afrikaners had to engage in wars with the Zulu, with both sides experiencing defeats and victories at different times. A deadly battle on December 16, 1838 cost the Zulu almost 3,000 soldiers, and the Afrikaners turned this into their national holiday, the so-called Day of the Covenant, until a new government in 1995 made this the Day of Reconciliation. The Afrikaners eventually claimed Natal and established the Republic of Natalia with its own constitution. A racialized society was established, with the franchise limited to Dutch-speaking men. Blacks had no political rights and were segregated and badly treated. An indenture system was established that entitled each Afrikaner family to have 5 African families as tenants, while the so-called excess black population was driven to southern Natal. In 1842, the British ended this first Afrikaner republic by annexing it as part of their empire. However, other republics independent of the British were established, such as the Afrikaner republics of Potchefstroom and Wynberg and the Orange Free State. In 1858, the South African Republic was formed with its capital in Pretoria. By 1870, 2 Afrikaner republics, the Orange Free State and the Transvaal, and 2 British colonies, Natal and Cape, existed, with an economy dependent on agriculture. The Khoikhoi and Xhosa had lost their independence, but other African groups such as the Zulu, Venda, Swazi, and Tswana remained autonomous until the discovery of diamonds and gold created further complications. British imperialism, 1870 to 1910. The discovery of diamonds on the bank of the Orange River in April 1867 changed the history of South Africa and the fate of its people forever. With 199 riches of an extent not found in any other part of the world, South Africa became a desired destination, and about 10,000 diggers rushed there from Europe, the United States, and other parts of southern Africa. By the early 1870s, the number of diggers had increased to well over 60,000. As mining became competitive and capital-intensive, Africans were prevented from making claims to land containing diamonds. In 1886, gold was discovered, adding to the competition. 3 individuals emerged to dominate the mines: Barney Barnato, Alfred Byte, and Cecil Rhodes. For these individuals and their companies to make profits, they needed to use cheap African labor. A racially divided mine labor force was created. Whites performed the skilled and well-paid jobs, whereas blacks made low wages in unskilled positions. Black workers were prevented from bringing their families to the mines, lived in congested compounds, and had to carry passes. There was an expansion of the migrant labor force hired to work in the mines and other sectors such as catering, transportation, and agriculture. With its abundance of diamonds and gold, there was no longer any doubt that South Africa would be part of the European scramble for Africa in the last quarter of the 19th century. The British, with cooperation from the Afrikaners, launched the vigorous and sustained conquest of one African group after another, until the last one was subdued in 1897. At the same time, the British also tried to unite South Africa into a confederation. Conflicts were not uncommon between the Afrikaners and the British, ultimately leading to the South African War, also known as the Boer War. The South African, or Boer, War and its aftermath. The British resorted to military confrontation to control the Afrikaners and consolidate the British imperial presence. The Afrikaner republics saw the British as threatening their independence. On October 11, 1899, the war, known to the British as the Anglo-Boer War and to the Afrikaners as the Second War of Freedom, began. For the Afrikaners, the war was fought to defend their independence. For the British, it was fought to control the gold and diamond mines and impose colonial rule. The war ultimately involved people of various races, including Africans and regions. A combination of imperialist war and civil war, it divided South African society for a long time. Thousands of people lost their lives, thousands of farmsteads were destroyed, about 14,000 Africans were killed, and over 100,000 were detained in camps. Africans were divided, with the majority supporting the British. The war ended in 1902, with the Afrikaners surrendering the independence of their republics but retaining the use of their language in the schools and courts. They were promised financial aid to repair places damaged by the war. The contributions of Africans did not bring them much gain as they were not given the franchise, received no significant compensation for damage, and also lost land to white farmers. Africans who returned to the mines found that their wages were reduced. To address a labor shortage in 200. The post-war years, South Africa recruited laborers from China and India, who were used to undermine the claims of African workers to better pay and treatment. Afrikaners were allowed to treat blacks as they wanted. European domination of the economy and politics was consolidated after the war. The interests of the black population would be ignored, and South Africa could be run like Australia or Canada, with linkages to Britain. The railways of South Africa were unified, and a common customs union established. English became the language of instruction in many areas, although Afrikaner nationalism became more intense. Blacks and whites were segregated. Native reserves were established for blacks in rural areas, while their counterparts in cities were confined to specific locations. In 1908, a national convention met to discuss a constitution for a united South Africa. Approved by the British Parliament in 1909, the constitution provided for a central government and 4 provinces with limited powers. Only whites could be members of the Union Parliament. The white minority population was given all the power, whereas the blacks, Indians, and coloreds were denied any major representation in government. The Afrikaans and English languages received equal status. In 1910, the Union of South Africa was established. It was nominally a British dominion, but British influence was not as strong as that of the Afrikaners, who gained political power in the united South Africa. Minority rule and black segregation. The history of South Africa after 1910 revolved around the use and abuse of power by the white minority government to create opportunities for a few at the expense of the majority. In 1910, the population of South Africa comprised 1.2 million whites, 150,000 Indians, 500,000 coloreds, and more than 4 million Africans. In terms of the privileges and rights of citizenship, only the whites counted. Now firmly in control, white minority governments passed many laws designed to create a racially divided society. The end result was the apartheid system. Meanwhile, the mining industry brought incredible prosperity, shared in the main by white English speakers. The Afrikaners remained essentially farmers, but as their prosperity diminished, thousands moved to the cities. As the Afrikaners were members of the white community and represented more than 50% of the electorate, their needs were met by the government, but only at the expense of Africans, Indians, and colored people. After 1910, the South African politics and economy were altered in many ways that hurt Africans. As South Africa was a dominion within the British Empire, its leaders and the white minority population enjoyed enormous control over their internal affairs. The Afrikaners continued to promote their own nationalism and resented the English speakers. The English speakers sought the means to consolidate their wealth and power. Both undermined the demands of 201. Africans. The role of blacks in the society was defined in strictly marginal ways. A racialized economy was created. Blacks would supply the needed labor force, mainly unskilled, and whites would take the best positions and privileged status. Access by whites to black labor was assured, and the interests of white landowners, miners, and investors were protected. Many laws were passed to ensure racial segregation. The major ones include the following: the Mines and Works Act, 1911, reserved jobs for whites in mines and on railroads. The Natives Land Act, 1913, restricted Africans to just 7% of the land of South Africa, in reserves of just 22 million acres. The Defense Act, 1920, set up a white active citizen force, with legal rights for its members to defend themselves. The Native Affairs Act, 1920, established separate managements and judicial systems for reserves. The Natives, Urban Areas, Act, 1923, restricted the access of blacks to white urban places. Blacks were required in the cities only for their labor. Black townships were to be created away from white areas. Pass laws were used to restrict the entry of blacks to the cities. The Native Administration Act, 1927, gave the government absolute authority in dealing with the Africans who lived outside the Cape Province. The British governor could appoint and dismiss African chiefs, define land boundaries, and relocate people. The segregation policies were further consolidated in the 1930s and 1940s. During the Second World War, the government sent 100,000 blacks to serve as military labor in North Africa, in support of the Allied powers. The South African economy expanded with the growth of the manufacturing sector. New gold deposits were also discovered in the 1940s. Thousands of new jobs were created, and over 1 million blacks left their impoverished farms to come to the cities. Within a short time, the cities were unable to cope with the black influx. Wages were low, housing was difficult to find, and many unemployed young people took to crime and prostitution. Thousands took to squatting, building their own houses with poor materials. An example was the squatter township of Soweto in Johannesburg, founded in 1944. The Afrikaners gained in power in the 1940s. The black movement to the cities caused alarm among the whites, who feared competition for jobs and racial conflicts. The white-controlled National Party began to advocate an ideology of white purity and warned of an impending black peril that would diminish white power. So intense was Afrikaner nationalism that the National Party was able to win the election of 1948. A system of apartheid, separateness, was both the manifesto and the ideology of the Afrikaners, and the new government decided to pass many new laws to ensure the separateness. So successful were the Afrikaners and the National Party in mobilizing whites against blacks in support of apartheid that they retained power in the 1950s and 1960s. 202. Apartheid, Theory and Practice after 1948. In the view of the National Party, the survival of whites in South Africa was possible only if the races were separated. The party believed that since the population of whites was small, the 1948 figures were 2 million whites and 8 million blacks, the blacks could use their numerical strength to control economic and political power. Thus, the maintenance of white power and permanent white access to housing and jobs was only possible if the blacks were controlled. The apartheid policy would classify all South Africans by race, as whites and non-whites. The non-whites were subdivided into colored, native, later called Bantu, and Indian. The natives were further split by tribe in order to present them as tribal minorities. Each tribe was allocated a number of specific rural reserves, so-called homelands or Bantustans, comprising only about 13% of the entire country. The whites had control of 86% of the land. Africans could only legally live in the Bantustans, even if they were born in cities or on white farms and had never even been to the reserves. Africans could leave their reserves for white areas only because they were temporarily employed by whites. Even then, they must carry passes whenever they left their homelands. The passes indicated their identity, address, ethnic origins, and employer. An up-to-date pass was needed to move into white areas to work. It would expire with the loss of a job and must be renewed every month. The police checked for passes and even conducted pass raids in order to frighten blacks. Thousands of arrests were made every year for various pass offenses, treated as criminal offenses punishable by imprisonment or fine. Any open opposition to apartheid was labeled communism, a serious criminal offense. The Suppression of Communism Act, 1950, empowered the Minister of Justice to ban organizations and individuals defined as communist. When banned, a person was prevented from associating with others or even talking with two or more people at the same time. To be accused of promoting a communist organization was to risk imprisonment for up to 10 years. The law was designed to silence opposition to the apartheid government. Other notorious laws of this period include the following: the Population Registration Act, 1950, and the Group Areas Act, 1950, both classified South Africans by race and indicated where they could and could not live. The Prohibition of Mixed Marriages Act, 1949, and the Immorality Act, 1950, aimed at maintaining the purity of the white race by preventing marriage or sexual intercourse between them and non-whites. The Abolition of Passes Act, 1952, reformed the pass system by creating a single reference book used to award and check passes. The Native Resettlement, Western Areas, Act, 1954, sought to regulate squatter towns, deport blacks from white areas, and destroy so-called unsightly houses around Johannesburg. Many people were forced to move to Soweto. 203. The Promotion of Bantu Self-Government Act, 1959, denied political rights to blacks in white areas, thus limiting such rights to their homelands. The Bantu Education Act, 1953, denied blacks the opportunity to obtain the same education as whites. The Bantu Education Department created black syllabuses that limited education to what blacks needed in order to work for whites and promoted ethnic differences among the people. The Native Labor Settlement of Disputes Act, 1953, made strikes by black workers a criminal offense. The law ensured that workers received low pay or faced unemployment or were deported from white urban areas. As would be expected, the exploited and oppressed black population reacted to all these laws with protests. Thus, the defining characteristic of Africans during the 20th century was protest. They were joined by Indians, coloreds, and pro-black white elements. Eventually, the anti-apartheid struggles became international, a major cause that involved people of all races, religions, and ideologies. To start with the early protests, Mohandas Gandhi, later a famous Indian nationalist, lived in South Africa in the 1890s and organized a number of anti-discrimination protests in 1907 and 1914. The South African Indian Congress was established in 1923 to struggle for Indian rights. Although the majority of the coloreds identified with the whites, they, too, formed associations to demand better treatment. As was to be expected, the most sustained resistance was provided by the African majority population. Early nationalism was expressed through black media and churches. In 1912, an articulate elite group established the South African Native Congress, whose name was later changed to the African National Congress, ANC, which remains in existence till today. The early leaders of the ANC demanded a political voice and an end to the color bar. Their demands were ignored. A strike by the ANC in Transvaal in 1919 was brutally put down. Each new segregation law was met by criticisms. The minority government and the majority of the white population were united in their resolve to create a segregated society, using violence to achieve their goals. Many blacks lost their lives, many were wounded, and many went to prison. The General Laws Amendment Act, 1963, granted the police the power to arrest and detain people, without charge, for 3 months, extended to 6 months in 1965. Police brutality, indiscriminate arrests, suppression of political leaders, and characterization of trade union activities as deliberate acts of economic sabotage all consolidated the power of the South African government and its apartheid policy. It appeared in the mid-1960s that apartheid would last forever. This was not to be. 21. Africa drawn into the Second World War, 1940-45. British officer, away with Hitler. Down with him. African man, what's wrong with Hitler? British officer, he wants to rule the whole world. African man, what's wrong with that? British officer, he is German, you see. African man, what's wrong with his being German? British officer, you see, it is not good for one tribe to rule another. Each tribe must rule itself. That's only fair. A German must rule Germans, an Italian, Italians, and a Frenchman, French people. 1. Although Africans were not involved in the politics and crises that led to the Second World War, they were drawn into the war by their colonial masters. The Second World War was a unique event in colonial history, representing a watershed in politics. It helped to instigate a radical political awakening that ultimately led to independence. The African experience during the war years gave nationalism a tremendous boost. Anti-colonial sentiment intensified after the war. Mass political parties emerged, led by radical political leaders, and European powers were forced to reform the colonial system and begin a process of transfer of power. The Second World War began in September 1939, when Nazi Germany attacked Poland. Later, Nazi Germany attacked Belgium, Holland, France, Britain, and the USSR. Fascist Italy teamed up with Germany in June 1940 and completed the invasion of France. Japan joined Germany and Italy, attacking the American fleet at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii and also invading Southeast Asia. 206. Creating a short-lived Japanese empire. Germany, Italy, and Japan, the three Axis powers, won most of their battles from 1939 to late 1942. Thereafter, the Allies, Britain, the USSR, the United States, and other smaller partners began to record successes. Italy fell to the Allies in September 1943, but Germany withstood the Allied attacks till May 1945. The Allies occupied Germany and destroyed the Nazi system. Japan was subdued in August 1945, after atom bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Except for the Horn and North Africa, Africa avoided becoming a battlefield in this horrendous conflict. Africa's contributions to the war. Africa was affected by the Second World War. A few of the battles between the Axis and Allied powers took place in North Africa. As all the European powers, with the exception of Spain and Portugal, were at war, their colonies were inevitably drawn in. The British, French, and Belgian colonies and the Dominion of South Africa joined the Allies, whereas the Italian colonies sided with the Axis. When France fell to the Germans in 1940, and a neutral French state Vichy emerged, the African colonies that came under the Vichy government also became neutral. French Equatorial Africa came under the Free French government, as it declared for de Gaulle. In sub-Saharan Africa, there were campaigns to dislodge the Italians from Ethiopia and from British Somaliland. In both world wars, Europeans drafted thousands of Africans into their armies. For instance, in the Second World War, about 167,000 were recruited from the British colonies in West Africa. These were organized into 7 brigades, and all the brigades but one were sent to the battlefield. Almost 280,000 Africans were also conscripted by the British from their East African colonies and from Somalia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. African soldiers found themselves in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and some parts of Africa. Many African soldiers were involved in the North African campaigns where they were used in Egypt to resist the Italians and Germans. The Italian and German forces were also driven out of Libya and Tunisia. Africans were part of the British Army that successfully attacked the Italians and drove them out of Somalia. They also engaged in bitter wars with the Italians in Ethiopia and Eritrea, where they destroyed the last of the Italian armies in Africa. Thereafter, the Africans were sent to attack the Japanese in Burma. Not all African soldiers survived the war. To illustrate the losses, of the 80,000 African soldiers in the French army based in France in 1940, almost 20,000 were killed during the German invasion. Many were killed in other battles. And others, even when the war was over, were murdered for supporting the Allies. Thousands were thrown into prison camps, where they suffered a great deal and experienced not just deprivations but also racism. Those who served in the British Army also experienced casualties. About 2,358 Africans from Tanganyika were lost. There were other major African contributions as well. When the war extended to North Africa, the Allies had to use airports in West Africa to land there. 207. Second World War in North Africa. 208. Airplanes en route to Cairo. West Africa became a major staging post in the funneling of troops and supplies to the Eastern War Zone. As the use of Mediterranean ports was difficult, the Allies turned to the ports of Lagos, Freetown, Accra, Libreville, Cape Town, and Dar es Salaam. Africans were also called upon to contribute money, with many paying levies and donating part of their wages. When British Malaya and the Dutch East Indies fell to the Japanese, the Allies turned to Africa to obtain rubber, tin, palm products, and other valuable raw materials. Cocoa and copper were also demanded in greater quantities, thus bringing prosperity to such colonies as the Gold Coast, the Belgian Congo, and northern Rhodesia. The impact of the war, politics and nationalism. The war was presented to Africans by the French and the British as being fought for justice, democracy, self-determination, and freedom. The Germans were criticized for their dictatorship and the Japanese for their aggression. This sounded like a contradiction. How could Africans, denied justice and freedom by the Europeans, be asked to fight for justice and freedom against Germany? The contradiction was apparent to many African soldiers and those who stayed at home. Africans had to fight for the same ideals. The war raised the political consciousness of Africans just as they understood Hitler, Nazi Germany, and the war. They were also able to understand the European powers and what it would take to fight them. The presentation of the colonial mission as a means to spread civilization was challenged. Here was Europe claiming to civilize others, but it was itself in serious trouble, as its people were killed in the war, its cities were destroyed, and thousands of people languished in death camps. Here was yet another contradiction that was not lost on educated Africans. By interacting with European soldiers and serving abroad, many Africans broadened their knowledge and vision. A better understanding of Europeans now enabled them to question their long-held belief about white superiority. Like Africans, many Europeans were ordinary and poor. Africans fought side by side with Europeans and realized that all men were vulnerable. Africans saw the Japanese defeat of the Europeans as evidence that non-Europeans were not as powerless as they were often portrayed. And the Europeans defeated the Japanese partly by using African soldiers, a fact not lost on a number of people. In various ways, the experiences of soldiers aided a greater understanding of the colonial systems. Experiencing a higher standard of living as soldiers, Africans who served in the war tended to expect a continuation of this. When this did not happen, they came to believe that Africans must fight for better conditions or join nationalist forces to demand independence. Many soldiers and anti-colonial critics believed that if Nazi domination could be ended by war, the colonial system could be ended in a similar way. Many soldiers acquired 209 valuable skills, including the ability to read and write. Many were to use these skills to demand more freedom for their people. A document frequently cited during the war was the Atlantic Charter, issued by President Franklin D. Roosevelt of the United States and Winston Churchill of Britain. The Atlantic Charter included a provision stating that after the war independence would be granted to non-self-governing territories. Although Africans expected this to happen, Winston Churchill refused to abide by the provision, saying in 1942 that he would not liquidate the British Empire. Radical Europeans began to question the wisdom of maintaining an African empire, having challenged the ambition of Hitler to create his own empire. Africans regarded the war as one for freedom and believed in the Atlantic Charter. By saying that the Atlantic Charter would not apply to them, Churchill was forcing the African elite to reconsider their strategy of cooperation. For instance, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who would become prominent in Nigerian politics, responded by saying that there could be no hope for a more prosperous and contented Nigeria under the present colonial status. 2 African Americans joined Africans in demanding a commitment to the Atlantic Charter. The power of Europe declined with the war. The involvement of the United States was crucial in the victory of the Allied powers. France was defeated by Germany in 1940 and was occupied for 4 years. It was liberated from Germany in part because of the U.S. involvement. Britain's power and economy were undermined by the war. The balance of power now shifted to the United States, which was also expected to meet possible challenges from the Soviet Union. But the United States had no colonies in Africa and was interested in seeing an end to European rule in Africa in order to gain the opportunity to expand its own trade and political influence there. The changes in the global economy and politics shaped the position of the United States in its attitude toward Africa. Africans also realized that they could use the weakness of Europe to advantage by calling on the United States for help. A number of Asian countries were seeking independence, and the success of India, Burma, and Ceylon, Sri Lanka, gave encouragement to Africans. The formation of the United Nations Organization, UNO, after the war was also of benefit in the pursuit of anti-colonial struggles. The United Nations replaced the discredited League of Nations in 1945, and the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, were founding members. From its very beginning, the United Nations supported the concept of self-determination, the belief that individual nations should achieve autonomy and the government they desired. Africans read this to mean that the Europeans should leave them alone to establish their own countries and govern themselves. The United Nations took a further step, creating a decolonization committee to monitor and report on the transfer of power in areas under colonial rule. The European powers were now asked to render reports on their colonies, putting them in an uncomfortable situation in which they had to clarify their objectives. A number of African politicians and leaders traveled to the UN headquarters in New York to make a case for independence and to mobilize international opinion against colonial rule. 210. Political changes followed. In the years immediately after the war, the belief among a number of European officers was that Africans should be rewarded for their contributions to victory in the war. Constitutional reforms were undertaken in some places in French colonies. The worst aspects of the administration, notably the use of forced labor and arbitrary arrest and imprisonment, were ended, and French citizenship was granted to the majority of the population. In British colonies, constitutional changes allowed the participation of more Africans in government. Economic and other impacts. African colonies produced more raw materials during the war years in order to meet the demands in Europe created by the pressure of war and to supply goods required by the armies. As the raw materials were required quickly, peasants were called upon to work harder, produce more, and show patriotic concern for the Allied powers. To colonies that supplied valuable raw materials, the war years brought economic prosperity. The war stimulated greater production. Small-scale industries were established to produce goods that the war prevented Europe from supplying to the colonies and to process some raw materials for export. Thus, import substituting companies were established, with many later expanding and becoming the core of the pioneer industries in the colonies. The changes in production affected society. Those who were able to produce and sell or found themselves in wage employment had access to more money. Factory workers and skilled people had access to new business practices and technology. Africans wanted more knowledge, more skills, and better opportunities. Thus, they demanded more reforms, and millions supported new political parties because they expected such parties to bring rapid changes. Trade unions began to proliferate in cities, in mining centers, and among teachers and railway workers. The unions enabled the political parties to reach thousands of people through the workplace and to spread anti-colonial literature among those who could read and write. In many cases, trade union leaders also became political leaders, as in the case of Rashid Kawawa of Tanzania and Sekou Toure of Guinea. African labor was exploited, in programs officially known as war efforts, to boost production. Labor was conscripted on a large scale to produce a variety of goods in a way that damaged some villages. Farmers in British and Belgian colonies were asked to increase production for export. In some areas, they were organized to produce a list of specific products. In French West Africa, which the British blockaded because a French faction there supported the Nazis, the colonial authorities compelled the farmers to produce goods that had previously been imported. The war efforts to increase production forced many people to relocate to the cities, just to escape farm work or deepening rural poverty. For those who stayed, their family life and farming practices were changed in ways that many did not like or enjoy. 211. The colonial economic structure established in the pre-war years was consolidated during the Second World War. Africans were expected to use their labor in the service of European interests. Farmers and rural areas were useful only to the extent that they could produce, even if family life was undermined and rural society became unstable. An excessive reliance on the production of raw materials consolidated a dependent economy based on exports. Trade enabled a massive transfer of wealth out of the continent. In East Africa and other areas with large European settler populations, the need to produce to meet the war demands was used by settlers to acquire more land and gain power at the expense of Africans. When the war was over, the tension between the settlers and Africans degenerated into violence. When the war demands ended, some areas experienced a serious economic downturn. The combined social and economic changes of the war years ultimately weakened the colonial systems and spurred anti-colonial movements. Trade union leaders seized the opportunity to energize their members and to organize strikes in some countries. Nationalist politicians exploited the changes of the war years to recruit members for political parties and mobilized a larger number of people for anti-colonial protests. 22. The end of European rule, 1951–90. The gaining of independence by African countries was one of the major events in world history during the 20th century. Independence was gained in three major waves in the course of 3 decades. The first wave occurred in the 1950s, with the independence of Libya, Morocco, Tunisia, Sudan, Guinea, and Ghana. The second wave in the 1960s saw 31 countries obtaining independence. The third wave came in the 1970s, when the 5 Lusophone countries, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, and São Tomé and Príncipe, finally became free. Liberia had been independent since 1847, Egypt since 1922, and Ethiopia all through its history except for the short period of imperial control by Italy from 1935 to 1941. After the third major wave, Zimbabwe became free in 1980. And Namibia in 1990. Independence was the culmination of long struggles by Africans against colonial domination. Africans were joined by blacks in the United States and other parts of the world in criticizing the European powers. It became increasingly difficult to justify colonial rule, while Europe began to think of other means to retain economic control without direct colonial rule. Foundations of nationalism. European officers in Africa and pro-colonial writers often believed that Africans had accepted European rule without a fight and were happy with all the benefits that came with it. In reality, Africans resisted the imposition of colonial. 213. Rule. Leaders such as Samora Touré resorted to warfare, whereas some, such as Haja of Pabo, opted for diplomatic approaches, see Chapter 18. When colonial rule had become established, protests changed to demands for reforms and later on to demands for the termination of European rule. African nationalism was strengthened by the experience of European domination. Until the 1930s, the attacks on the colonial systems appeared mild. The initial aims of nationalism in Africa were to seek accommodation with the colonial system, make it beneficial to Africans, minimize exploitation and oppression, and deal with assumptions of racial inferiority. The protests by Africans were aimed at ending the use of forced labor, the payment of excessive taxes, land acquisition by European settlers and companies, and racial discrimination. Africans wanted good prices for their agricultural products and more hospitals, schools, and other facilities. If the traditional political class of kings, chiefs, and warriors led the wars against the imposition of colonial rule, it fell to the new educated elite products of Western schools to lead the anti-colonial protests. Many of them worked in the very system that they criticized. They used European languages to attack European officers. Many lived in the cities, where they interacted with one another. Various associations were formed to give expression to nationalist aspirations. These associations included those formed by students, such as the West African Students' Union in Britain, religious leaders, alumni of particular schools, people from the same ethnic or regional areas, and people united by occupations. Thus, there were political associations, trade unions, civil servants' clubs, and ethnic clubs. These associations and leaders adopted a variety of tactics to express themselves: petitions to colonial officers in Africa and abroad, strikes, boycotts, and delegations to the government. They used the media, establishing newspapers where they openly attacked the colonial governments. Pan-Africanism. The call to end European domination was heard in the Pan-African Congresses of the first half of the 20th century. Pan-Africanism was a movement to unite black people in Africa and other parts of the world to enable them to fight against all forms of domination and exploitation and to use their united strength to develop their economy and politics. Pan-Africanists in the United States during the 19th century promoted schemes of black emigration to Africa. In the 20th century, they continued to advocate emigration, while some organizations sponsored evangelical missions to Africa to convert people to Christianity. Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican, has become one of the heroes of Pan-Africanism. In 1914, he established the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, UNIACL, to improve the conditions of black people. Within a short time, Garvey's movement attracted a membership of about 6 million people. Garvey believed in the emigration of black people to 214. Africa, the establishment of a united government in Africa, and the promotion of entrepreneurship. Pan-Africanists were quick to criticize the imposition of colonial rule and to demand an end to it. They convened many conferences to criticize the European control of Africa. W.E.B. Du Bois, a famous African-American intellectual and political leader, convened many of the Pan-Africanist meetings meant to promote solidarity and liberate black people. In these meetings, African anti-colonial leaders had the opportunity to join other blacks in voicing their opinions and considering strategies of gaining power. The resolutions were consistent in their attacks against imperialism, demanding an end to European rule, protecting the independence of Liberia and Ethiopia, and preserving ancient traditions and cultures. The Ethiopian Crisis, 1935–41. In spite of the activities of the nationalists, Europeans maintained strong control in the first 30 years of the 20th century. Stronger opposition to European rule began in the mid-1930s, instigated by the Ethiopian Crisis and then by the Second World War, see Chapter 21. In 1935, Italy, under the fascist government of Mussolini, attacked Ethiopia. This was the second war between Italy and Ethiopia. In the 1890s, Italy had attempted to establish control of Ethiopia, but without success. King Menelik II of Ethiopia was able to withstand the military attack, which ended at the Battle of Adwa in 1896. Ethiopia won and was thereafter a free country until Italy decided on a second attempt in the 1930s. Using the opportunity caused by political troubles in Europe, Italy launched an attack in 1935. Italy ignored the fact that Ethiopia was a member of the League of Nations and an independent country. To appease Italy and avoid a conflict in Europe, other European nations decided not to defend the sovereignty of Ethiopia. This incident radicalized the nationalist movement in Africa. Other African countries had looked upon Ethiopia as a source of hope. Its long history and culture were impressive. Its independence was used to prove the ability of Africans to conduct their own affairs. In the attack on Ethiopia, the message was sent that colonial rule would last forever. It was clear that the European countries would sacrifice an African country in the pursuit of their own interests. African nationalists and Pan-Africanists everywhere were now united in their condemnation of colonialism and their resolve to seek all possible means to end it. Ethiopian support groups were established in many countries to raise funds, buy food and medicine, engage in anti-Italian propaganda, pressure the League of Nations, and campaign for a boycott of Italian goods. In addition, prayer sessions were held, while violent demonstrations occurred in a number of places. The radical phase. The Second World War further radicalized Africans who now began to demand nothing less than an end to European rule. Nationalists and freedom. 215. Fighters became bolder than ever before. New, better organized political parties were created, such as the Convention People's Party established in Ghana in 1949 and the National Council for Nigeria and the Cameroons created in Nigeria in 1944. In Francophone Africa, political activities intensified, and vigorous demands led to the abolition of forced labor and some discriminatory practices in 1949. Demonstrations, mass strikes, boycotts, and armed conflicts became part of the radical strategies used to bring down European rule. A number of internal and external developments contributed to the success of the struggles for independence. Internal to Africa were the roles of politicians, labor, and the general populace. Politicians seeking an end to European rule and power resorted to the formation of political parties. The new political parties tried to involve as many people as possible. The strategy was to open party membership to all in order to mobilize millions of people in a country against the colonial overlord. Workers in both public and private agencies established trade union organizations that demanded not only improved working conditions but also political freedom. Students in higher institutions, regarding themselves as future leaders, joined in the political process by playing active roles in nationalist struggles. Economic problems such as low prices for products, control of the import-export sector by foreign companies, and lack of industries all fueled demands for rapid economic development. Africans in the civil service wanted promotion, and many also wanted the power to be able to determine their own fate and the fate of their countries. The spread of Western education had also produced a sizable number of literate and articulate people. Those who received higher education abroad were further radicalized by the experience of racism abroad. Knowledge and skills originally monopolized by the colonizers were now available to the colonized. The media were used to attack the Europeans. As the cities grew, newspapers could circulate among a large number of literate people who also had access to a European language with which to communicate with one another. Externally, Pan-Africanists continued to demand an end to European rule in Africa. Perhaps the most notable Pan-Africanist Congress was held in 1945 in Manchester, England. Africans attended in large numbers, trade unions were represented, and a socialist ideology was espoused as the best for Africa. The resolutions were radical, including support for the use of force to dislodge Europeans. The Manchester Congress condemned the continuation of European rule in Africa, demanded freedom for the continent, and believed that rapid economic development would accompany the end of colonial rule. Among the radical generation of Africans who attended the conference was Kwame Nkrumah, who later became the first president of Ghana. World opinion was changing, becoming far more critical of the colonial powers than in the era before the Second World War. Even in Europe, there were a growing number of anti-colonialists. The Labour Party, which came to power in Britain at the end of the Second World War, was interested in colonial disengagement. 216. Yet another external factor was the role of the independence struggles in India, a British colony. From early in the 20th century, the Indian nationalists had engaged in anti-colonial struggles. Through peaceful means, India was able to resist British rule. Mohandas Gandhi promoted a concept of peaceful civil disobedience. India's independence in 1947 served as an example for African countries to follow, and a number of African politicians advocated aspects of Gandhi's civil disobedience. Case studies. To illustrate some of the major points mentioned above, a few examples of events in some areas are provided. West Africa, Ghana and Nigeria. The educated elite were at the forefront of nationalist demands. A number of political associations had emerged in the early years of colonial rule. The earliest was the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, established in 1897 in Ghana, which successfully protested against government confiscation of unused land. Another protest party, the People's Union, was formed in Lagos in 1908 to oppose the imposition of a water rate. The most broad-based party emerged in 1919. This was the National Council of British West Africa, NSPWE, which held its first Congress in Ghana in 1920. The NSPWE demanded the creation of a university, the inclusion of more Africans in the legislative councils, and the appointment of senior Africans into the civil service. In Nigeria, Herbert Macaulay and his associates established the first major political party, the Nigerian National Democratic Party. These early parties were dominated by members of the educated elite who focused on reforms. They did not seek the abolition of colonialism. Events after the Second World War were rapid, marked by constitutional changes and the transfer of power. Ghana was the first West African country to become free. In the years immediately after the war, the strategy of the nationalists was confrontational. In 1947, the United Gold Coast Convention was established by J.B. Danquah and others. A year later, the party invited Kwame Nkrumah to serve as an organizer. Anti-colonial riots broke out in 1948, leading to the arrest and imprisonment of Nkrumah and others. The British made a number of constitutional amendments designed to involve more Africans in administration and politics. Nkrumah established his own party, the Convention People's Party, CPP, organized a series of positive action campaigns, and became a popular leader. His party won the 1951 election, and Nkrumah governed in cooperation with the British. Subsequent elections in 1954 and 1956 consolidated the CPP's position. Ghana became independent in 1957, and Nkrumah used his new power to advance the cause of Pan-Africanism and to call for the complete liberation of the continent. In Nigeria, the Nigerian Youth Movement was established in 1934, and it became the country's first major national party. It collapsed in 1941. A more 217. Modern party emerged in 1944. This was the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, led by Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nigeria attained independence through a series of constitutional reforms. The first was the Richards Constitution introduced in 1946, which gave Nigerians more say in the central government and introduced 3 regional governments. Radical Nigerian nationalists criticized the constitution for offering little by way of a transfer of power. A constitutional revision took place in 1951, with the introduction of the Macpherson Constitution. It retained the 3 regions, but the North had as much representation as the other regions combined. 2 years earlier, Northern politicians had established a regional party, the Northern People's Congress, which acquired tremendous influence. In 1951 the Yoruba in the Southwest established the Action Group, while the NCNC controlled the Eastern region. Thus, the Nigerian political parties acquired a regional orientation that shaped the nature of political competition and ultimately led to a civil war in the mid-1960s. In yet another constitutional revision in 1954, expressed in the Littleton Constitution, Nigeria became a federation. In 1957, the eastern and western regions attained internal self-government, followed by the north in 1959. Nigeria became independent in 1960. West Africa, French-speaking countries. The expression of nationalism before 1939 was mainly localized in the 4 communes of Senegal: Gorée, Rufisque, St. Louis, and Dakar. In other French territories, Africans could be sent to prison without trial, and they were prohibited from forming or joining political parties. The 4 communes were allowed to elect a deputy to represent them in Paris. In 1914, they chose Blaise Diagne to represent them. At first, he fought for the right of Africans to become French citizens. As he became active in recruiting Africans to serve in the French army during the First World War, he became more loyal to the colonial government. Educated Africans sought the privileges of assimilation. Other early forms of nationalist expression were similar to those in other parts of the continent. Some people chose to work as teachers, regarding education as a tool of liberation. There were riots, as in Porto Novo in 1923 and Upper Volta in 1934. Although strikes were illegal, a few did occur among railway workers. Religious leaders turned to Islam and Christianity to express protest. Africans had contributed to the liberation of the French during the Second World War, and many began to make radical statements regarding equality and freedom. Some changes followed after 1946, notably the end of the use of forced labor and the extension of the policy of assimilation, the spread of French culture and citizenship, in the colonies. The most influential party was the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, RDA, led by Félix Houphouët-Boigny. Other notable politicians were Lamine Gueye and Léopold Senghor. The nationalists were torn between the creation of a federation of French colonies and decentralization. In the end, the countries attained independence as separate nations. 218. In 1956, the French colonies acquired internal self-government, except that they did not control foreign policy, defense, and economic development. This was a sort of halfway house on the way to full independence. General Charles de Gaulle came to power in France in 1958 and sought the means to grant independence to African countries while at the same time retaining French influence. He proposed the independence of African colonies within a French community. In a 1958 referendum, Africans were to choose whether they wanted to become independent or become members of a French union. All the colonies except Guinea voted to stay in the French Union. Thus, Guinea became independent in 1958 and was immediately ostracized by France. However, the mood changed thereafter, and demands for independence by the other countries became vigorous. By 1960, most had become independent, although France continued for a long time to retain close ties with its former colonies and influence over them. Central Africa, the Belgian Congo. Although rapid changes were taking place in West Africa in the 1950s, the Belgian authorities in the economically rich Congo did not think of granting it independence. The first minor concession did not come until 1957 when municipal government was reformed to allow for the election of councillors and mayors. The first political parties emerged to contest city elections. Rising African politicians began to reject the evolutionary policy of the Belgian government and opted for total independence. In January 1959, riots broke out in the capital city of Leopoldville, resulting in many people being killed or injured. The Belgian authorities promised that independence would be granted very soon. New political parties emerged, and the unprepared Africans began to think about the transfer of power at very short notice. The Congo became independent in 1960, only 3 years after the first political change. Unlike West Africa, it had only a small number of educated people, and only a handful of Africans had been exposed to important aspects of the bureaucracy. In a country as large as Europe and containing diverse ethnic groups divided by colonial policies, the challenge of building a national party and understanding the management of government was enormous. The country immediately degenerated into anarchy from which it is yet to fully recover. North Africa, Morocco. The independence of Morocco revolved around the activities of the Moroccan League, the Istiqlal Party, and Sultan Mohammed V in negotiating and fighting for freedom from the French. A Moroccan nationalist elite emerged in the 1920s and founded political movements. In 1926, the Moroccan League, ML, was established to work for freedom. In December 1943, the ML and other smaller groups became the Istiqlal Party, IP, which cooperated with the Sultan, the King of Morocco, to work for independence. Sultan Mohammed V, who came. 219. Independent Africa, 1968. 220. To the throne in 1927, was cautious enough to support the IP and the French at the same time. Mohammed V continued to promote Islam and indigenous culture without alienating the French. While recognizing the need for Western education, he believed that this should not be at the expense of Islamic education. He supported the Free French and de Gaulle during the Second World War and was disappointed with the limited political concessions that followed. The friendly relations between the Sultan and the French were ruined between 1947 and 1952 when the French attempted to discredit the king for supporting the nationalists. The Sultan refused to denounce members of the IP, punish those opposed to the French, or accept the candidates sponsored by the French for important local positions. In 1952, the Sultan demanded that he be allowed to form his own government, establish a parliament for Morocco, and end martial law. The French decided to depose the Sultan in 1953 and to replace him with a puppet ruler. The decision was met with widespread protests both in the cities and in the countryside. The Moroccans now believed in the use of violence to win their independence. With the experience of violence in Indochina and Algeria in their minds, the French decided to compromise. Mohammed V was allowed to return home, independence was granted, the IP was allowed to form a government, and Morocco became free in March 1956. Conclusion. When it was all over, Africa's map remained unchanged except in a few areas. Cameroon, the British and French Cameroons became one country, Tanzania, Zanzibar and Tanganyika were merged, Ethiopia, Eritrea was originally integrated with it in 1962 but later became independent, and Morocco, which occupied the Spanish Sahara. Some names of countries or cities were changed. The Gold Coast became Ghana, and Bathurst became Banjul. Africans now controlled the states the Europeans had created, not the indigenous nations the Europeans had overthrown. Africans now assumed control of politics and governmental agencies. They inherited the institutions and structures created by the Europeans. The challenge of independence is to manage the new states. 23. Violence to gain national liberation, 1952–62. Where the European powers were unwilling to leave or where large numbers of European settlers rejected the idea of self-determination and independence, Africans resorted to violence to attain their goals. Most colonies attained independence through peaceful means, see Chapter 22, but there were notable exceptions, Kenya and Algeria, discussed in this chapter, South Africa, see Chapter 20, and the Portuguese colonies, see Chapter 29. The use of violence to gain freedom was a key event in the modern history of Africa. The violence in Algeria also provided much evidence to be analyzed in the scholarship of Frantz Fanon, who became one of the foremost theoreticians of decolonization and colonial legacies. Nationalist politics in Kenya. Between about 1952 and 1958, the Mau Mau uprising took place in Kenya, the participants aiming to regain their lost land and freedom. The Mau Mau forced the British to introduce reforms and changes that ultimately led to Kenya's independence. As in other parts of the continent, the background to this event was colonial rule and African resistance. Nationalist politics in Kenya was more intense than in most other parts of East Africa. As early as the 1920s, the Kikuyu Central Association, KCA, had been active in politics, and in later years it received support from other nationalist organizations. Grievances against the British government were also expressed by 222 educational and religious associations, and the membership of the KCA continued to grow. Land shortage was the cause of anger among many Kenyans. In some areas, the land was inadequate for an expanding population. In some other cases, soil erosion in densely populated areas diminished the amount of fertile land. Overcropping and cattle herding also damaged land and destroyed pastures. The large number of European settlers requiring access to land created more competition. From the 1930s onward, the European settlers began to complicate the land crisis by displacing Africans from their ancestral land, turning away Africans from rented farms, and regarding Kenya as a permanent home. Rather than use Africans as tenant farmers, the settlers wanted Africans to work as laborers. Kenyans who had looked to the colonial authorities for help and salvation were greatly disappointed. The government was careful not to alienate European settlers or reduce crop and livestock production. An official commission in the 1930s demarcated the boundaries between the land belonging to the settlers and the land belonging to the Kenyans, thus further antagonizing Kenyans who regarded the settlers' land as theirs. The efforts by the government to promote the cattle industry created additional problems. By destroying some herds, the government alienated many Kenyan farmers who protested in the 1930s and 1940s and organized a number of riots. Policies of soil conservation also created problems. By 1945, the atmosphere had become tense. Many demobilized soldiers had no jobs, local entrepreneurs complained of limited access to capital, and farmers were unhappy with the European settlers who had taken their land. Jomo Kenyatta emerged on the scene in 1946 to play a leadership role that would unite many anti-colonial associations. He was an educated man, with connections to local traditions and Kikuyu customs. In the 1920s, he served as the General Secretary of the KCA, as well as the editor of its newspaper. He traveled to Britain and Russia to explain the grievances of his people, and he wrote Facing Mount Kenya, a book that popularized the culture of his Kikuyu people. In 1947, he was appointed the president of the Kenya African Union, KAU, and he began to mobilize various segments of the population for nationalist struggles. What would energize the population was the Mau Mau Rising. The Mau Mau Rebellion. The Mau Mau was independent of the KAU and was organized in secret. Members of the Mau Mau had to swear an oath to support the organization and its members and fight till independence was attained. The Mau Mau engaged in underground activities directed at paralyzing the economy and frightening the European settlers. The Mau Mau was regarded by the government as dangerous, and it was proscribed in 1951. By October 1952, the Mau Mau's activities were causing so much havoc that the government had to declare a state of emergency. British troops were mobilized to look for members of the Mau Mau, arrest its leaders, and destroy the organization. 223. The Mau Mau in Kenya. 224. The Mau Mau grew into a very powerful organization among the Kikuyu. Its members believed in the use of violence to attain their objectives. Thousands of people lost their lives, some in retaliation for helping the government to destroy the Mau Mau. The organization received widespread support among the people, especially the poor. The Mau Mau created many war camps in the forest and mountains where it was difficult for government forces to find them. Sympathizers in the villages and cities sent food, arms, and ammunition. In the capital city, Nairobi, a number of small local arms factories manufactured weapons to supply the Mau Mau, while some people even stole guns from security forces to give to the protesters. The Mau Mau were not easily defeated or cowed as the government had expected. Many people joined the organization, swearing the oath of violence and liberation. When the government closed the independent African schools, many more youths were drawn to the Mau Mau. Unemployed city dwellers, including criminals, went to the bush to join the Mau Mau, some among them motivated by the sheer adventure of underground warfare. The government became more vengeful, using armored vehicles and artillery to destroy and kill. War camps in the mountains were bombed. Villages on the way to the camps were relocated, just to ensure that food and arms supply lines to the Mau Mau were cut off. While the government forces lost about 500 men, they were able to kill almost 8,000 Mau Mau. In spite of the heavy-handed approach of the government, the Mau Mau kept to one strategy: defensive battles. They attacked only to obtain arms, they spared many settler farms, and only 30 European civilians were killed. The mobilization of a large number of people was an achievement. The oath-swearing ceremonies that rejected colonial domination provided psychological liberation. It took the powerful government forces 3 years to dislodge most of the Mau Mau from the mountains, but guerrilla warfare continued till 1960, when the state of emergency was lifted. The impact of the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau struggles brought independence closer. Kenyans had discovered the power of protest. The Mau Mau revealed the vulnerability of the European settlers, who had been planning never to leave Kenya. They were forced to depend on the government to protect their land and privileges. The use of British troops was costly for the government. The anti-Mau Mau campaigns cost almost £50 million at a time when the British economy was still recovering from the devastation caused by the Second World War. The British were forced to concentrate their troops in a single area for a long time, and they could not risk an uprising in another African country. A political approach of negotiation with African nationalists became the preferred option. The Mau Mau struggles divided Kenyan society. The colonial authorities arrested about 200 Kenyan political leaders, including Kenyatta, who was accused 225 of collaborating with the Mau Mau and then tried and imprisoned. Political parties were banned, and political activities were paralyzed from 1953 to 1955. The colonial government announced a multiracial constitution that did not give political dominance to any one group. The European settlers were warned by the government to abandon their idea of imposing their control on Kenya. The settlers were divided between a faction that wanted some power given to Africans and a faction that did not. The Africans, too, were divided. Those associated with the Mau Mau were removed from power, while Kenyans who helped the colonial government were rewarded with promotion. The Kikuyu ethnic group was isolated as punishment for causing the Mau Mau rebellion, a deliberate way of creating ethnic antagonism, and efforts were made to limit the Kikuyus' participation in politics and their rise to senior positions in the army, police, and civil service. Despite the divisions, Kenyan political leaders recognized the need to unite and demand independence. The Kenya Federation of Labor organized strikes and demanded improvements in living standards. Many Kenyans called for the release of Kenyatta from prison. By the time he was freed in August 1961, he had become a national hero. Kenya moved rapidly to independence in the early 1960s. The Kenya African National Union, KANU, was established in 1960 as a successor to the KAU. The settlers began to send their assets out of Kenya, realizing that Africans would come to power. Kenyatta was able to bring many rival political associations together and to establish a coalition of two major political parties. In the general election of May 1963, KANU won, and Kenyatta became the country's first prime minister. Ministerial appointments were shared, and the remnants of the Mau Mau in the mountains were invited to accept peace. By the end of 1963, Kenya had become independent of British rule. Algeria, background to violence. Morocco in North Africa, see Chapter 22, won its independence through negotiations. In Algeria, however, a prolonged guerrilla war was fought against the French from 1952 to 1962. In Morocco, the French relied on the Sultan and other traditional rulers to govern. Once the traditional rulers and educated nationalists became united, it was difficult for the French to halt the progress toward independence. In the case of Algeria, the power of the traditional rulers had been destroyed by a violent conquest and the presence of large numbers of European settlers, known as the colons. For nationalism to be effective in Algeria, the leaders had to mobilize the people against the French colonial authorities and the colons. In 1954, the liberal French Prime Minister, Pierre Mendès France, declared that Algeria is France, a statement intended to mean that Algerian independence was out of the question. France regarded Algeria as an integral part of itself. The colons maintained strong family and friendship ties with France. The close proximity between Algeria and France also meant that the colons and the 226. The War for Independence in Algeria. 227. French people living in France could travel with ease and maintain their relationships. The struggle for independence took place against the background of France's reluctance to relinquish control. The French had attempted to delay the growth of Algerian nationalism by a policy of gradual reforms and the extension of French citizenship to a number of people. About 300,000 Algerians assisted the French during the First World War as soldiers and workers. After the war, minor reforms were introduced, notably the abolition of taxes on Arabs, the extension of French citizenship to many Muslims, and greater representation of Muslims in local assemblies. The Algerians who wanted to enjoy the privileges of French citizenship, notably the westernized elite, tended to want reforms that would allow more people to become assimilated. Known as the Yesmen, they were large landowners, educated in French, and serving in the local assemblies. The French believed that promoting the interests of assimilated Africans would prevent them from seeking total independence. A number of radical Algerian nationalists began to emerge after 1914, and they called for more changes or even independence. An early figure was Amir Khalid, who established the Federation of Elected Muslim Officials but was deported in 1924. By the 1940s, many were beginning to doubt the need for a policy of assimilation. Instead, they demanded a new constitution, land reform, equal political rights with the colons and other French citizens, the right to form trade unions and political parties, the use of Arabic as the official language, freedom of the press, and a policy of free, compulsory education. Realizing the popularity of these demands, the French attempted some reforms in March 1944. An ordinance allowed Muslims to vote, while they could become French citizens without renouncing their religion. The indigenat, a system of arbitrary arrest and summary trial, was ended. In a new assembly to be established, half of its members would be appointed by Muslims and the other half by the colons and assimilated Algerians. The colons were unhappy with the changes. Shortly before they came into effect, violence broke out in 1945. In an unorganized uprising, about 100 colons lost their lives. The French army retaliated, killing almost 20,000 Algerians. Some Algerian leaders were arrested, many fled into exile, and others went underground. A secret movement, the Special Organization, OS, was established by Algerian nationalists. This organization procured arms and ammunition and prepared for war. The Algerian War, 1954–62. The war broke out in November 1954, and it became Africa's bloodiest war of independence since the beginning of the anti-colonial struggles. By the time it was over, 2 million people had suffered relocation, over 250,000 Algerians had lost their lives, and over 250,000 Algerians had become refugees. The war divided the country. The colons, numbering almost a million, did not want to leave Algeria and were very bitter toward the Muslims. The war, 228, acquired a racist dimension, with the colons displaying arrogance and a superiority complex. While many nationalists supported the war, a small number remained aloof. The Algerians were able to gather about 20,000 guerrilla fighters to face a French army of 1 million people bent on destroying them. The French army was brutal and destructive. The leaders of the Algerian Nationalist Army were former soldiers trained by the French. They were not well educated and were of peasant backgrounds. The majority of their followers were peasants. Unlike the earlier generation of Algerian nationalists, those of the 1950s were not impressed by France, whose glory they did not see. Rather, they were aware of the politics of division in France and France's failure to withstand the military might of Germany in the early 1940s. They were committed to the independence of Algeria, and they believed that war could bring this about. Although they have been characterized as Islamic fundamentalists, they did not see themselves as such. They identified with Muslim concerns and respected Islamic scholars, ulama, but they did not present the war as a religious one. Notable among the Algerian leaders was Ahmed Ben Bella, who later became the first president of Algeria. He had served in the French army during the Second World War and received a decoration for bravery. He returned to Algeria in 1946 and won election to a municipal council. His nationalist concerns led to problems with the French authorities, and he was driven underground as a member of the OS. In 1949, he fled to Egypt when the OS was thrown into disorder by the police and its leaders hunted down. In the early 1950s, Gamal Abdel Nasser, an Egyptian officer, seized power in Egypt. Nasser gave immediate support to the Algerian exiles who established the Revolutionary Committee for Unity and Action, later called the Front de Libération Nationale. Support also came from Morocco, Tunisia, and the Arab League. A number of countries trained Algerian soldiers, notably Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Yugoslavia, and East Germany. The FLN was well organized, and in 1958 it established an Algerian provisional government in exile. It also became a socialist party. The FLN leaders regarded the war as a revolution. They were interested not merely in acquiring power but also in creating social, cultural, and economic changes that would redistribute land and empower the masses. In Algeria, the FLN was able to call for a boycott of tobacco and alcohol, to deny the government revenue from taxes. Although the FLN was overwhelmed by French equipment and soldiers, the tactics it employed caused great losses to the French in both men and resources. Bombs were planted in public places, schools were damaged, and colon farms were raided and destroyed. The war had a significant political impact. The French parliamentary government was discredited. The army and the colons organized to overthrow the Fourth Republic in May 1958, and General de Gaulle came to power. The colons had hoped that de Gaulle would support them in creating an Algérie française, but he was to disappoint them. The emergence of de Gaulle as the leader of the 229 Fifth Republic eventually led to the end of the violence. In May 1958, de Gaulle made known his plan to accelerate political changes in Algeria. In the following year, he promised that Algeria would have political self-determination and made three competing offers: integration with France, diluted independence with cooperation with France, or complete independence. Only full independence would satisfy the FLN. The colons wanted no such thing. In 1960, the colons collaborated with a number of French generals in an attempt to overthrow de Gaulle, and they established the Secret Army Organization, OAS. Enjoying enormous prestige at home, de Gaulle ignored the colons and their armed opposition. In December 1960, de Gaulle visited Algeria and realized that the FLN represented the majority of the Algerian people and was well organized for guerrilla warfare and opposition to the government. In 1961, de Gaulle began a dialogue with the Algerian Provisional Government, a move that angered the colons and the OAS. A ceasefire agreement was signed in March 1962. A referendum on Algerian independence was held in France in April, with 90% of the population voting in favor of independence. In Algeria itself, almost 6 million voters wanted independence, as against only 16,531 who did not. Algeria became independent on July 3, 1962, ending a long period of bitter struggles. Frantz Fanon and the Algerian Revolution. Frantz Fanon was a notable scholar who publicized the Algerian Revolution and wrote influential books on power, racism, and the African-educated elite. His writings brought international attention to the atrocities of the French army in Algeria. Fanon was born in Martinique, in the West Indies, in 1925. He went to school in the West Indies and France and served in the French army during the Second World War. He later took degrees in psychiatry and medicine and was an activist for black causes while in college at Lyons. In 1953, he published his first book, Black Skin, White Masks, about race relations in Martinique. In 1953, he became the head of the psychiatric department in an Algerian hospital. He witnessed the Algerian War of Independence and decided to support the Algerians' cause with enthusiasm. He resigned his position in 1956 and became the editor of the FLN's newspaper, El Mujahid, based in Tunis. A mine injured him at the Algerian-Moroccan frontier, but he continued to write. In 1959, he published his second book, A Dying Colonialism, about the Algerian Revolution. In 1960, the Algerian government in exile appointed Fanon as its ambassador to Ghana. A year later, he was diagnosed with leukemia, just at the time when his intellectual fame reached its peak with the publication of a bestseller, The Wretched of the Earth. He died at the age of 36, and his last book, The African Revolution, was published posthumously in 1964. Since the 1950s, Fanon's works have attracted considerable international attention. He combines knowledge from medicine, psychiatry, and personal observations of war to reflect on race, colonialism, and elitism. From his observations. 230. Of colonial society in Martinique, he shows in Black Skin, White Masks how blacks have been made to feel inferior to whites and even guilty for being blacks. From his medical training and experiences, he shows how colonialism generated a psychology of alienation, to the extent that colonial subjects are robbed of their humanity. To regain this humanity and connection to society, Fanon argues that they must liberate themselves from their masters. In A Dying Colonialism he praises the wars in Algeria as a way to overcome alienation and create the opportunities to build a new society. He calls on all societies under colonial rule to struggle for independence if they want to become human. The Wretched of the Earth became the Bible of the liberation movement and a powerful statement on the need to resort to a socialist ideology to construct a better future. Fanon anticipated the post-colonial crises in Africa. He warned that Africans who easily inherited power from Europeans would abuse the opportunity, oppress the poor, and look after their own interests only. He was opposed to authoritarianism, corruption, and excesses. 24. Confrontation with the Gains and Pains of Independence, 1958-70. A rapid shift from the euphoria of independence to the pains of freedom marks the history of Africa in the mid-20th century. The change from an optimistic mood to a cautious one was so rapid that many people even began to question whether the independence struggles were worth all the trouble. To illustrate this point, Kwame Nkrumah was in power in Ghana in 1957, but by 1966 he had been driven into exile in Guinea, where he later died. Nigeria obtained its independence in October 1960, but in 1967 it began a civil war that lasted 3 years. The Belgians hurriedly left the Congo in 1960. 2 years later, the country was torn apart by war and an authoritarian government that lasted till the 1990s came to power. By the mid-1960s, the democratic experiment was failing, and the military were taking over power in many countries. This chapter will present the major gains and hopes of independence, as well as its pains and troubles. The gains of independence. The year 1960 marked yet another watershed in the modern history of Africa, as 17 countries obtained their independence in that year. It was a glorious era in Africa, marked by the hope and optimism that political liberation would bring rapid economic changes. The leaders exaggerated what independence would accomplish, but outsiders, too, expected that the resources of the African countries would bring development to their people. The late 1950s and early 1960s were years of great excitement. Seek first the political kingdom, Kwame Nkrumah told all Africans in the 1950s, and all other good things would follow. 232. The gains of independence were varied. To the nationalists and other Africans who now inherited power, it was a dream come true. The politicians, civil servants, and scholars now had the opportunity to establish new political parties, formulate national policies and development plans for their country's future, review constitutions and political systems, and consider the means to minimize foreign control over their people. True, the leaders made many mistakes, but the opportunity to make mistakes was itself an achievement made possible by political freedom. While the colonial boundaries were retained in most cases, some countries and capital cities were renamed. 7 countries were renamed at independence. Rhodesia became Zimbabwe. Bechuanaland is now Botswana. Northern Rhodesia has been changed to Zambia. Nyasaland to Malawi. Basutoland to Lesotho. The Gold Coast to Ghana. And French Somaliland to Djibouti. In later years, some countries also changed their names, Dahomey to Benin, Upper Volta to Burkina Faso, Malagasy Republic to Madagascar, Congo-Kinshasa to Zaire, and Tanganyika and Zanzibar to Tanzania. The names of 5 capital cities were changed. Bathurst, Gambia, became Banjul. Salisbury, Zimbabwe, was changed to Harare. Leopoldville, Zaire, was renamed Kinshasa. Fort Lamy, Chad, became N'Djamena. And Lourenço Marques, Mozambique, became Maputo. In later years, 4 countries created new capital cities. Yamoussoukro in Côte d'Ivoire replaced Abidjan. Lilongwe in Malawi replaced Zamba. Abuja in Nigeria replaced Lagos. And Dodoma in Tanzania replaced Dar es Salaam. One area where the newly acquired power was put to good use was in the formation of a continental organization, the Organization of African Unity, see Chapter 25. Relations between African countries on a regional and continental level were minimal during the colonial era. The new power holders could also think about forging unity among their various peoples, who were divided by religion, ethnicity, and levels of modernization. As far as the majority of the citizens were concerned, independence was less about power and more about the enhancement of living standards. The advantage of independence was the power given to Africans to reshape the economy in the interests of their own people. The politicians could formulate national plans that would use resources to meet the needs of their people. It was important for them to take command of their national resources, especially their valuable raw materials, and manage them to minimize dependence on Western countries. A great optimism was expressed about the possibility of reducing the transfer of wealth abroad in the form of profits made by multinational companies, exports of principal products, and payments of wages and benefits to expatriates. African entrepreneurs could create new businesses and compete with foreigners. Africans could now operate banks, insurance companies, manufacturing industries, and many businesses in which their participation was either barred or restricted during the colonial period. The universities created new courses in economics, public administration, and business management. Many people were content to serve as agents of foreign companies, rising to positions of power and 233. Modern city of Dakar, Senegal. Influence. Others did more by establishing new businesses, seeking profits in sectors previously dominated by foreign companies. The governments were able to release capital for the entrepreneurs to invest. Where the capital required was extensive, the governments established government-controlled businesses. In rich countries, the groundwork was laid to transfer business control to Africans. There were many social and welfare needs, notably in terms of schools, health services, and water supplies. Among the majority of Africans who lived in rural areas, expectations were high that improvements would come with independence. The new leaders began to build more schools, dispensaries, roads, and hospitals, although these were never enough. Africans dreamed of increasing access to social facilities in order to create equality. Many people gained access to modern items such as Western attire, shoes, bicycles, trucks, cars, wristwatches, radios, and televisions. In the sphere of culture, independence was mentally liberating. White racism was demolished in many countries. The use of indigenous languages received a boost, especially in schools where they were taught as autonomous subjects. Consideration was also given to the use of some African languages as official languages, either to replace or to complement European languages. Arabic became widely used in North Africa and some other Islamic areas. The Somali language, ignored by the colonial powers, became prominent among the Somali people. After 1972, the Somali language acquired a popular written form and the status of a national language. Swahili was also adopted as a national language in some East African countries. Cultural creativity was expressed in various ways, using multiple media. The skills of carving, painting, drawing, and other forms of artistic expression were 234. Revived and their products sold to other parts of the world. New forms of cultural expression in drama, music, and dance were created, some to express the feelings associated with independence. A pioneer generation began to write poems, plays, and novels in European languages. Some achieved fame, including writers such as Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Wole Soyinka, and Chinua Achebe. Singers, writers, musicians, and others sought to blend elements of the past with the present and to present their works to diverse audiences of Africans and non-Africans. Education received the utmost priority. Before independence, the number of schools was small, and the colonial education system assumed that Africans were inferior. Independence created the need for a revolution in education, in the numbers of schools, in the content of the subjects, values taught, and in the giving of special attention to girls, who had long been denied opportunities. School attendance was doubled in many African countries within a decade of independence. Facilities to educate girls were greatly expanded in comparison with those that existed under colonial rule when women were treated as inferior. The establishment of new universities was regarded as a major achievement, while the ambition was to make elementary schools free, universal, and compulsory. Engineering, the sciences, nursing, and medicine were treated as important new fields, all associated with the need to develop the continent and reduce reliance on foreigners. Literacy campaigns also enabled a large number of adults to read and write. The content of education was changed from the previous concern with European ideas and values to a concern with making Africa the center of knowledge and producing learned graduates with the ideas and visions needed to liberate the continent. Subjects such as African literature, philosophy, religion, music, languages, drama, and sociology were given emphasis in the new universities. New examination bodies set up to test students in the elementary and secondary schools responded creatively by requiring new Africabist materials and subjects. Africans could now express themselves in creative ways without the need to apologize for basing their knowledge on their own people. Their scholars could use new methodologies to investigate various issues. Teachers and students sought to use the school system to promote national unity and relate education to the primary concerns of their countries. Within their own countries, they could now act and behave as citizens rather than as colonial subjects. They believed that persecution was over, and there was no need for political violence, as in the Algerian Wars or the Mau Mau Rebellion, see Chapter 23. They would no longer regard themselves as a people meant to occupy the lower rungs of the ladder while Europeans stayed at the top. Some changes appeared small, but they had a major impact on self-esteem. For instance, in Kenya, Africans could now grow coffee and drink it. In the Belgian Congo, Africans could now travel from one city to another without police permission, which they had needed to obtain when Europeans were in power. The educated among them were now able to occupy the most important positions in the civil service and initiate policies for their own people. Confidence, optimism. 235. And euphoria. All these followed the new freedom, the demolition of colonial racism, and the acquisition of self-respect. Africa acquired recognition in world affairs. Membership of the United Nations was expanded in the 1960s by the addition of a large number of independent African countries. More and more Africans began to travel to other parts of the world for meetings, business affairs, and negotiations. The pains of independence. Sustaining the gains of independence was not easy, but no one in 1960 anticipated the human and natural disasters that followed in later years. The population increased faster than economic growth. The execution of all the good programs called for a committed leadership, enduring political institutions, a stable political system, a united country, and hard-working citizens. Some of these conditions were lacking. In addition, as both leaders and people realized, Africa was part of the world system existing at the time of the Cold War. Foreign countries wanted to sell goods and ideologies, even when this was not in the best interest of Africa. The various problems are discussed below, and the continuance of the challenges in the following decades is discussed in Chapter 32. Unfulfilled promises. The nationalists had raised the hope of their people that political freedom would bring with it major changes in all the important aspects of society. The politicians promised to create jobs for the majority of the population, educate the children, and provide shelter, health services, and the other good things of life. In Algeria and Kenya, where Africans had to struggle with European settlers, many had hoped that the settlers' departure would bring Africans greater access to land and even access to the settlers' former houses. Popular expectation itself became a problem everywhere. The politicians had exaggerated what they could accomplish with power. Houses and schools could not be constructed as rapidly as expected, and wage employment could not be made available to all. Although the expectations were based on a utopian ideology of equitable distribution, Africans in power regarded themselves as part of an upper class separate from the poor. The politicians, professionals, and business people used their privileges to acquire more wealth and to consolidate their positions. Rather than redistribute land to all, they took the best land for themselves. Well-planned areas vacated by the Europeans were occupied by the privileged elite. By the mid-1960s, the people had realized that the politicians had merely manipulated them in order to attain power by replacing the Europeans. Political crises. The problem was, however, far greater than simply the disappointment of the masses by those in power. There was no sufficiency of wealth to be distributed in 236. The first instance, and competition for power was intense among the political actors who wanted to benefit from what little existed or to take control of the most important sectors of the economy. Politics became unstable right from the very beginning. Without the mechanisms with which to build a united country out of an agglomeration of different ethnic groups, each with its own language, culture, and history, society and politics became prone to conflicts. Military coups became endemic, see Chapter 26, and the transfer of power posed a problem, as whoever was able to gain power refused to relinquish it. Among the causes of political instability in the 1960s were the following: the fear of domination by one ethnic group. The use of power to make money, which made it rewarding to hang on to power. The bitter rivalries among competing members of the political class. And the failure to give an opportunity to opposition groups to express themselves. The independence constitutions of the new nations were democratic, based on the European multi-party system. Elections were held in many places before the Europeans departed and in some cases shortly after independence. However, the multi-party political system collapsed in most countries soon after independence. This collapse is one of the tragedies of Africa's political history, with consequences lasting until today. Why did the multi-party system collapse so soon, at a time when Africans were jubilant that the European colonial authorities had left? The stage had been set for ethnic divisions to consume the new nations. Ethnic tensions were rife, as in the case of the bitter regional and ethnic rivalries in Nigeria that led to its civil war. During colonial rule, the various ethnic groups were not only disunited. They were set against one another by colonial governments that deliberately promoted the differences that separated them. The nationalists and politicians had also mobilized their ethnic constituencies to build support and to compete with one another. It was difficult to build the national unity needed to sustain nationalism and political stability. Creating a culture of political opposition was very hard in the 1960s. As the party in power pursued a policy of winner takes all, members of opposition parties left to join the party in power in order to benefit from government patronage and corruption. In other cases, the party in power destroyed the opposition by using violence and state power to arrest, detain, and jail opposition leaders. The first set of members of the political class, as well as their successors, turned politics into a lucrative business. Many of them were corrupt. When inefficiency and mismanagement were added, it became obvious to their people that their leaders were unworthy. Unfortunately, the beneficiaries of the problems were military officers who used all this as the excuse to take over power. Where military coups did not occur, one-party rule became common, as in the case of Kenya, Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Guinea. Advocates of the one-party state argued that it would provide strong leadership, continuity in policy, and unity among diverse ethnic groups. In reality, the one-party state destroyed the growth of opposition forces, promoted the idea that force and violence were 237. Needed to change leadership, put particular ethnic groups in power at the expense of others, marginalized non-members of the party in power in the distribution of resources, and promoted a culture of corruption and inefficiency. Economic and social issues. Economic underdevelopment was a bigger problem than exaggerated expectations. To start with, the colonial economy was dependent on exports. African countries were unable to diversify their economies, and they continued to rely on the export of raw materials. To complicate this dependence, the numbers of products were few, and some countries relied on just one or two, as in the case of Ghana, which was dependent on cocoa. The links between former colonial masters and African countries were strong. The lucrative trade sector was controlled by large foreign companies. The railway and road networks were largely designed to facilitate the export of goods to Europe. Trade between African countries was on a small scale. Industrial development was minimal, and attempts were not made to modernize indigenous craft industries. In the early years, a move toward a socialized economy was believed to be one of the best options to overcome the economic crisis. The number of Africans with the formal education needed to manage the modern economy and politics was rather limited. A bright future? In spite of the worsening conditions, many Africans living in the 1960s were still expecting a better future. Africans now realized that progress and problems could go together. How could liberation from colonial rule be made valuable? Could the setbacks of the early years become lessons? Ideas were generated by a broad spectrum of the population and various social classes about what to do. Africans understood themselves and their continent better than ever before. Would the solutions be derived solely within the continent, or would foreign ideas become necessary? In a sense, the frantic search for answers positively reconnected to the optimism of the early years of independence to give hope to Africans in the 1960s that progress would come in a not-too-distant future and that a lost continent would rediscover itself. 25. The formation of the Organization of African Unity, 1963. In 1963, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, was established, an event that marked the victory of the protracted Pan-Africanist efforts, see Chapter 22, to unite Africans in order for them to speak with a common voice. Whereas the early Pan-Africanist congresses had been held outside Africa because the colonial powers would not allow such meetings in Africa, the independence of Ghana in 1957 and Kwame Nkrumah's Pan-Africanist vision shifted the center of Pan-Africanism to Africa. Pan-Africanist conferences were held in Africa in 1958, 1960, 1961, and 1963. The formation of the OAU was one of the achievements of Pan-Africanism, and its survival, in spite of differences among its members, attests to the continued relevance of this continental body. It gave African countries an organization that could bring their leaders together, resolve disputes between nations, enable members to discuss political, cultural, and economic policies, examine the options available to deal with various problems, and in the 1960s and 1970s, find the means to assist countries still under colonial rule to fight for their freedom. Mission of the OAU. The charter of the OAU was signed by 31 independent African countries on May 25, 1963 in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. The objectives were arrived at as a compromise between two competing groups. On the one hand were members known as the Casablanca Group, a name derived from their conference held in Morocco in 1961, comprising Morocco, Mali, Ghana, 240, Guinea, Algeria, and Libya. The Casablanca Group wanted the immediate unification of Africa. On the other hand were members who wanted a gradual approach to continental unification and who preferred stronger regional associations. Known as the Monrovia Group, named after their conference held in May 1961 in Monrovia, Liberia, this group comprised Somalia, Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Congo-Brazzaville, Ethiopia, Tunisia, and many French-speaking countries. Although the representatives of these two groups had previously disagreed on how to unite Africa, they were all passionately committed to a continental organization. All the speeches by the leaders at the 1963 meeting were inspiring in calling for consensus and for creating a means by which they could all contribute ideas and resources to end imperialism in Africa, control their destiny, and prevent wars among themselves. According to the Compromise Charter, the OAU would promote unity and solidarity of the African states, coordinate and intensify their cooperation and efforts to achieve a better life for the peoples of Africa, defend their sovereignty, their territorial integrity, and independence, eradicate all forms of colonialism from Africa, and promote international cooperation having due regard to the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 1. The Charter provided a number of important principles to guide the member states. Equality of all the member states with each other. 2. Non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. 3. Respect for the existing frontiers of member states. And 4. Peaceful settlement of all disputes between member states. 2. In addition, the OAU Charter was opposed to the subverting of African leadership and the assassination of its leaders by external and internal forces. Members were enjoined not to identify with either the Eastern Socialist Bloc or the Western Capitalist Bloc but to promote instead a policy of non-alignment. Members were also enjoined to work to end the apartheid system in South Africa and liberate the entire continent from European rule. To prevent conflicts among the member countries, they agreed to promote equal rights and not to give advantages to the big, rich countries that would enable them to dominate the smaller, poorer ones. Agencies and functions. To fulfill its mission, the OAU established an administration and various guidelines on management and finances. Addis Ababa was made its headquarters, with the Secretary General as its head. As with the United Nations, the money to run the 241 organization would come from the member states, each paying according to its resources. The OAU started out with 4 major agencies designed to run its affairs and ensure that its objectives were fulfilled. These were the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, the Council of Ministers, the General Secretariat, and the Commission of Mediation, Arbitration, and Conciliation. The Assembly of Heads of State and Government comprises all the heads of state and their representatives. The Assembly meets once a year, although it can call an emergency meeting at any time as long as 2/3 of the member states want one. The Assembly is empowered to act as the supreme organ of the OAU, coordinates the general policy of the OAU, appoints important officers, such as the chairman and the secretary general, considers reports from the general secretariat, and discusses all matters of importance to the continent. The second most powerful agency is the Council of Ministers, composed of all the foreign ministers of the member states and any other minister selected for that purpose. The Council meets twice a year, but it can also meet on an emergency basis. It approves the budget of the OAU and coordinates inter-African affairs. It prepares the agenda of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, implements the decisions of the Assembly, and deals with all matters referred to it by the Assembly. The General Secretariat is headed by a Secretary General appointed by the Assembly on the recommendation of the Council of Ministers. The Secretariat is responsible for day-to-day administration, budget preparation and management, the organization of meetings, and the implementation of decisions made by the heads of state and ministers. Finally, there are special commissions designed to carry out specific tasks. In the 1960s, the most active and important was the Liberation Committee, with its headquarters in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. It was to seek the means to end all forms of colonialism in Africa and give financial and material assistance to liberation movements. By and large, all the agencies of the OAU have functioned well. Contributions. The OAU contributed to liberation struggles in South Africa, Namibia, and the Portuguese colonies to ensure that Africa became free. It was consistent in attacking the apartheid policy in South Africa as cruel and unjust. Its fight against apartheid was vigorous and consistent. A policy of boycotting South Africa was imposed on its members. When some members raised the possibility of maintaining dialogue with South Africa, they were defeated by those who advocated a strategy of opposition. The OAU was also at the forefront of the struggle to end Portuguese rule in Africa. The organization established a special liberation committee to mobilize resources to support independence movements with money and arms. A special liberation fund was created to assist freedom fighters. All areas under colonial rule received assurances that their volunteers would be trained in the art of war. 242. Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and South Africa were among the countries whose freedom fighters received generous assistance. In cases where African countries have gone to war both within countries, as in the case of the Nigerian Civil War, and between countries, as in the case of the Congo, the OAU has intervened to bring about peace. Although the OAU does not have an army of its own, there have been occasions when it has been able to ask members to send soldiers to represent it in keeping peace. Conflict management has also been extended to issues dealing with complicated rivalries for power. The OAU intervened in the Somali-Ethiopian War in 1977–78, in the crisis in Chad in 1981, in the Western Sahara in the 1980s, and in many other cases. Frontier conflicts also attracted the attention of the OAU, and its mediation was successful in some cases. The earliest was in October 1963 when a war broke out between Morocco and Algeria over a territory claimed by the latter. The OAU arranged a ceasefire, and the two countries signed a peace agreement in February 1964. While Algeria and Morocco agreed on a number of items, Morocco remained unsatisfied, and the OAU had to continue to mediate until 1970. A number of other small disputes have been resolved by the organization. The liberation struggles, the interstate conflicts, and the apartheid policy in South Africa created refugees who had to live in countries other than their own. The number of refugees grew from a few thousands to about 1 million by 1976. In association with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, the OAU established a Commission on Refugee Problems in 1964. 4 years later, all the OAU members signed an important convention to assist with refugee problems and to prevent the settlement of refugees from creating wars between two or more countries. The OAU has assisted in the resettlement and support of refugees at different periods. Issues of economic development and regional cooperation have also occupied the attention of the OAU. In 1964, the OAU established the African Development Bank, ADB, to generate development funds and use them in major enterprises. The member states are aware of the underdeveloped nature of their economies and have used various meetings to discuss strategies. The consensus has always been that a bigger market in Africa will reduce dependence on developed countries. The OAU has contributed to successful negotiations on bilateral and multilateral groupings and agreements on the use of some rivers. The OAU has enabled the leaders, administrators, scholars, and representatives of the African countries to interact and get to know one another. In its early years, it represented the best forum for the meetings of leaders. The OAU has also sponsored and encouraged cooperation in fields such as education, culture, and sports. Collaborative research projects have been sponsored, such as the effort to find solutions to livestock diseases and the use of African herbs to cure illnesses. In the 1990s, the OAU established a committee to demand reparation for the transatlantic slave trade. It has become a reliable forum in which African leaders can discuss African and world affairs. The topics and solutions have been wide-ranging, even if there have also been many disagreements. 243. The OAU has enhanced the role of Africa in world affairs. There have been occasions when members have taken a common stand at the General Assembly of the United Nations. During the Cold War, the OAU was courted by the ideologically divided camps of the Eastern and Western powers. After the end of the Cold War, the OAU successfully worked toward the appointment of an African as the Secretary General of the United Nations. Efforts to direct international attention to the AIDS and HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, epidemics in some areas have been coordinated by OAU members. Limitations and problems. In the view of revolutionary Pan-Africanists, the OAU has not been active enough in mobilizing Africans to overcome Western domination and economic exploitation. It has also been accused of failing to create a united continent as envisioned by Pan-Africanist leaders such as Marcus Garvey, George Padmar, CLR. James, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Kwame Nkrumah. Those who wanted a more activist OAU remain disappointed. Perhaps they had expected too much from such a large organization without representatives of the grassroots, political parties, and elected leaders. The OAU is yet to establish a connection with the majority of Africans. It is not always easy for the OAU to arrive at a consensus or to implement its decisions and resolutions. The reasons for this include disagreements among member countries, personality conflicts among leaders, the failure of many leaders to attend meetings and pay their dues, ideological differences especially during the Cold War, the organization's lack of power and authority to enforce its decisions, and external intervention in African affairs, notably by France and the United States. The OAU's peacekeeping force has met with failure on several occasions, and the organization was unable to send a force to Northern Liberia in the 1990s. The OAU is yet to find solutions to many of the continent's problems or to play a more assertive and creative role. In large-scale disputes, the OAU has always found itself either in difficulties or unable to play a decisive role. The complicated fight between Morocco and Mauritania over the Western Sahara was difficult to resolve. The nationalists in the Western Sahara also established a liberation movement, called Polisario. Front Popular para la Liberación de Seguía el Hamra, Yrio de Oro, which demanded the formation of an autonomous country. Members of the OAU were divided, with the majority in support of Polisario. An even bigger conflict was in the Horn of Africa, where some areas regarded as provinces of Ethiopia struggled for independence. In 1976, the Somali of the Ogaden rebelled. The Eritreans, too, rebelled and fought until they became independent of Ethiopia in 1991. Also in Ethiopia, the Oromo people began a revolt in 1974. In all of these conflicts, the OAU was unable to stop the wars or persuade the parties to reach agreement on their future. As with most supranational organizations such as the United Nations, there is always a limit to what the OAU can accomplish. As an assembly representing 244 various governments, the OAU's mandate and authority cannot move beyond the wishes and interests of the leaders of the various member countries. The executive power enjoyed by the Secretariat is not strong enough. Thus, the OAU often behaves like a bullying dog that can bark but not bite. Without its own army and self-generated finances, it has limited power to enforce its own recommendations. It is important to stress the point about the competing loyalties and nationalisms of those who emphasize national identity and those who emphasize continental unity. Some see nationalism, commitment to the nation, state, as difficult to reconcile with Pan-Africanism, commitment to the OAU. The political leaders in each country want the survival of their sovereignty, the success of their independence, and a sense of autonomy. They want their citizens to show patriotism with regard to the nation, rather than to their ethnic group or religion. The belief is that strong central governments and leaders are necessary to attain this. As they seek the strategy to promote nationalism, they tend to exhibit particularistic tendencies, even threatening other African countries. Pan-Africanists want a strong OAU that will lead a united continent to a greater future. They argue that the problems facing all the African countries are similar, that the common experience of the slave trade and colonial domination are strong enough to strengthen their union, and that without a united continent, each country will be a victim of external exploitation. Although there is no African leader who has not expressed a desire for African unity, each has tended to be engrossed by the problems in his own country. The political instability of member nations has affected the OAU. In countries that are governed by insecure rulers, military leaders who use force to stay in power, and in which opposition is strong, the heads of state cannot travel to OAU meetings for fear of being toppled in their absence. The overthrow of governments creates its own problems, as new leaders are not necessarily committed to the agreements signed by their predecessors. In spite of its problems, the OAU has managed to meet some of the aspirations of the founding figures of Pan-Africanism. Its formation demonstrated a recognition of the need to unite to solve common problems. Conflicts between different countries can be minimized or resolved by a continental organization. While the OAU does not prevent nationalism built around a nation, state, it offers the possibility of a continental solidarity and nationalism in which Africans can see themselves as one. It contributed to anti-colonial struggles in Africa, and it continues to promote the ideas of African unity. The experience of its limitations has emboldened a number of Africans, including leaders, to call for a more activist continental union. It has now been agreed that a new organization, the Africa Union, should replace the OAU, in order to create a more effective supranational political organ that will be more involved in intervening in conflicts, promoting stability and fighting instability. The OAU had its last meeting in Lusaka, Zambia, where the Africa Union was formally inaugurated on May 26, 2001. It is too early to evaluate the impact of the new union. Perhaps, it will be less of a talking shop than the OAU. 245. 26. Coups, counter-coups, and military regimes, 1963 onward. The cars are the same, only the drivers are different. 1. Soon after many African countries had gained their independence, that is, between 1960 and 1966, there were military coups and army mutinies in at least 14 countries. In 1963, the military took power by force in Togo, Dahomey, now the Republic of Benin, Burundi, and Congo-Brazzaville. In 1964, army mutinies occurred in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, and there was a coup in Gabon. In the following years, military coups became rampant in the continent. For example, in 1965, the military overthrew the governments in Dahomey and Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Dahomey witnessed further coups in 1967 and 1972. In 1966, Nigeria, the Central African Republic, Ghana, and Upper Volta, now Burkina Faso, experienced military takeovers. Coups became a fashion, and by 1975, 21 countries were under military rule. Between 1960 and 1992, Africa recorded 70 cases of successful military coups in 31 countries. Unsuccessful coups and counter-coups were equally frequent, all involving the killing of many people. The military may overthrow a civilian regime or more commonly another military government. When the military are in power, disgruntled officers may strike in a counter-coup to seize power. When a coup is successful, a legitimate government is constituted. When it is not, the officers are treated as rebels and summarily executed. By the 1980s, the military had become an integral part of 247. Military rule in independent Africa. 248. The political problem of Africa. Military coups follow a pattern. Soldiers take over the radio, television, and major telephone stations. They kill or arrest the important political figures in the national capital. They base their claims on the failure of the previous government and ask for public support. The reasons they give for their action are a combination of the following: the failure of the preceding government to bring about development, disagreement over policies, corruption, financial mismanagement, the extravagance of political leaders, ethnic rivalries, political schism, the failure to relinquish power, reduction in military budgets, lack of promotion in the army, and the possible disintegration of the country. They promise a return to civilian government as soon as possible, although they almost never mean this. Causes of military intervention. Military coups and regimes in different African countries have been justified on similar grounds. Military officers use civilian politicians' failure, ethnicity, and general instability to assume power. Where corruption and economic mismanagement are endemic, a further opportunity is provided for the military to intervene. In cases of rivalries among competing ethnic groups and members of the political class, the military will base its intervention on the need to protect the country's unity and prevent anarchy. Military officers claim to have acted to preserve political unity and stability in almost all cases of intervention, although in actuality they tend to add to existing problems. To give an example, all the aforementioned reasons were used in the overthrow of the first government in Nigeria after independence. The first federal government after independence in 1960 was described by the military as incompetent, corrupt, and inefficient. In a major radio address, one of the coup leaders, Major Chukwuma Nzogwu, remarked, "Our enemies are the political profiteers, the swindlers, the men in high and low places that seek bribes and demand 10%, those that seek to keep the country divided permanently so that they can remain in office as ministers and VIPs of waste, the tribalists, the nepotists, those that make the country look big for nothing before the international circle, those that have corrupted our society and put the Nigerian political calendar backwards. We promise that you will no more be ashamed to say that you are a Nigerian. Point 2. The pioneer Nigerian civilian politicians disagreed over many issues. They raised ethnic differences to the level of protracted conflicts, they could not conduct a satisfactory census, and they rigged elections in order to retain power. However, Nzogwu's promise remained unfulfilled. Nzogwu himself did not come to power, other coups occurred in the years that followed, the military left a legacy of ruin, and the country's situation went from bad to worse. All the various manifestations of political instability or failure of democratic regimes have been used by the military as a reason to seize political control. 249. Rather than as a contributor to the search for enduring solutions. In the 1960s, and up to the present, most African governments have been unresponsive to the needs and aspirations of their people. The transition from colonial rule to independence did not create conditions conducive to political stability. During the colonial era, in the first half of the 20th century, there were no democratic institutions that Africans could participate in and learn from, and the majority of people had no knowledge of the workings of the European-derived political systems that were set up before independence. When the Europeans were leaving, they chose to hand over power to their allies in many countries to preserve the links that were beneficial to them. The Africans in power wanted to deny trade unions, students, and political rivals the opportunity to express themselves. Many leaders portrayed themselves as the political saviors needed by their countries. The unity among Africans created by anti-colonial struggles began to disappear soon after independence. Profound differences and divisions began to develop along religious, regional, and ethnic lines. All these political problems and the failure to develop a strong culture of political opposition have enabled the military to seize power in many countries. Examples of military intervention based on the preceding reasons are common, and the case of Ghana is sufficient to serve as an illustration. A coup occurred on February 24, 1966. According to General Joseph Ankara, the soldiers wanted to banish privilege, overlordism, political opportunism, wasteful pompousness, and incompetence. He promised that the military would restore liberty, justice, and human dignity. 3. As in the case of Nigeria, this turned out to be an empty promise, and other coups followed. An inept and corrupt civilian government needs the military to keep it in power. To curb the opposition and prevent popular uprisings, the army and the police are used to threaten the people and to stop anti-government activities. This involvement of the army may lead to coups, either as officers become reluctant to carry out the wishes of the civilians in government, or as they come to believe that they can do a better job of political management. The officers often believe that the army is better organized than a political party and should be able to intervene in politics. According to this line of thinking, some officers actually regard themselves as messiahs who deserve to be worshipped. Another common reason for coups is economic underdevelopment. Africans expected independence to bring rapid changes. Instead, what followed was a scarcity of housing, food, and health facilities, inflation, and high unemployment. When the people protested, governments reacted with excessive use of police power to suppress them. That the majority of countries are poor and struggling there can be no doubt, See Chapter 32, and the military capitalizes on this by promising to bring rapid progress. Such a promise is hollow, but it buys immediate public support. In addition, the military adds reform and efficiency to its reasons for intervention. The assumption is that the military officers will be fast, decisive, and reformist, in contrast to the rather slow pace of activities carried out by their predecessors. On coming to power, they make some sweeping changes in the first few weeks, then relax into the routine that they previously criticized. 250. The sheer control of firepower is enough to instigate coups and counter-coups, with other reasons given merely to rationalize greed and personal ambition for power. Creating important functions and daily routines for the African army has never been easy. African armies were initially established by colonial governments to maintain law and order among colonial subjects and to prevent external aggression. Since independence, the aim has been to create national armies that will attract the confidence of the people and contribute to stability and development. However, the leading officers in the army believe that they can use their control of weapons to take over political positions, thereby changing the major role of the army from the maintenance of security to the exercise of political power. There have also been situations where the need to protect established privileges enjoyed by officers and soldiers has caused coups or mutinies that ended in changes of government. For instance, in the coups in Ghana in 1966 and 1972, the officers added the poor treatment of soldiers to their list of reasons. They complained of lack of adequate funds to support them, the possible retirement of some officers, the interference by civilians in military affairs, the loss of some allowances, a reduction in the military budget, the erosion in purchasing power because of inflation, and the slow pace of promotion. When soldiers use their conditions of service to justify their intervention, they tend to forget that people in other sectors of society experience similar problems. Ideas supporting military coups may come from abroad. The influence can be indirect, as in the case of officers in one country trying to imitate their colleagues in other countries. In a few cases during the Cold War, external powers indirectly encouraged some officers to overthrow a government that was promoting a policy the external powers did not like. Finally, there are cases in which a military takeover has been justified on ideological reasons. Whereas most military leaders avoid ideologies, the coups in Libya in 1969 and Morocco in 1971 were based on ideological reasons. When Colonel Muammar al-Gaddafi came to power in Libya, he announced that he would create an Arab socialism, one that would combine Islam with Marxism. He later published a socialist manifesto, called the Green Book, to specify what he meant. In the case of Morocco, the unsuccessful coup was based on opposition to the rule of a king in a modern world and the desire to introduce a socialist ideology. The impact. Not many military regimes are either benevolent or successful. Some have provided stable governments, but usually for only a few years, as in the case of Nigeria in the 1970s. Using force and a centralized administration, a few military leaders in Nigeria temporarily prevented secession and the collapse of the country. In two cases, the Nigerian military handed over power to civilian governments. There are also some cases in which military regimes use the control of arms and the abolition of the constitution to remove unpopular leaders and end. 251. One-party regimes or take some decisions that the previous politicians have found difficult. However, the record of most military regimes is negative. Rather than solve the problems of political instability, military regimes have complicated them. In the majority of cases, they lead to oppressive and tyrannical rule. As the military becomes involved in politics, the officers see their major role in political participation rather than in security and defense. They tend to be disrespectful of civilian politicians, thereby ignoring the constitutional provision that the army is merely one agency of the government, subordinate to law and constituted order. A small number of officers assume a monopoly of power and of ideas on how to govern complex societies. Yet it is always clear that military officers lack the knowledge, intelligence, and temperament for governance. Where they have political skills, they do not possess the ability to manage the modern economy. Almost invariably, military regimes incorporate civilian members, drawing precisely from members of the group they have criticized or replaced in power. In other cases, they rely on established bureaucracies that are not necessarily development-oriented. In areas where wars and conflicts have occurred, as in Nigeria and Sudan, the armies have grown larger, far larger than the countries need or can maintain. A large army drains the country's resources in salaries, benefits, and procurement of arms. Significant expenditures on the military mean that key areas of development are ignored. It is not unusual for defense expenditure to be higher than expenditure on education and health. The military can rarely create political stability. There are occasions when temporary stability has been created, as in the cases of Nigeria, Zaire, and Togo in the 1970s. However, in many cases, the military actually creates more instability, as in Congo-Brazzaville, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Burundi in the 1970s. When military leaders stay too long, they create the conditions to mobilize opposition against them, which can degenerate into warfare, anarchy, or underground activities. Some leaders set one ethnic group against another, thereby unleashing brutal rivalries and conflicts. By and large, military regimes are corrupt. Their policies and behavior reflect abuse of power, nepotism, and reckless theft of public money. As they are accountable to no one but themselves, they are able to steal more than the civilians they criticize. Government contracts and favors are distributed to relations and loyalists. The government agencies and their staff usually remain the same, which makes it even more difficult to reform society. As in the case of Nigeria and some other countries, corrupt military leaders do not desire to relinquish power. When they are forced to leave power, and civilian regimes are installed, the former military officers use stolen money to buy their way into power. This explains the prominence of former military officers in the Nigerian civilian government after 1998. The military has damaged democratic institutions. On coming to power, military regimes suspend constitutions, disregard the rule of law, and ignore regulations. 252. On accountability. Military leaders are dictators, and many of them unleash a rule of terrorism, killing those who oppose them. Military regimes discourage opposition to the government and do not allow alternative policy options to be discussed or tried. Violence and counter-coups become the only ways to change the group in power. Discontented army officers may create a temporary alliance with civilians to overthrow the government. The promise to bring about change is hardly ever fulfilled. The military men are not revolutionaries with the capacity and commitment to do what they promise. Many promise revolutionary changes, but they make only a few modifications and, in most cases, actually cause additional economic problems. The changes they make, some in hurried manner just to impress the public, are hardly lasting. While many officers think about how to obtain power through force, they rarely engage in serious consideration of what to do with the power they gain. Once they possess the power, they are consumed by the need for survival in order to retain their power. Many realize that the qualities required by an army commander are far different from those required to manage a nation. Economic development cannot be realized overnight, and the palliatives supplied by the military usually end in disaster. The style, personality, and degree of dictatorship of military officers do vary. Some military dictators have been benevolent, like General Yakubu Gowon of Nigeria, and some excessive, like General Sani Abacha, also of Nigeria. Some have ruled for long periods, like Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire, Jerry Rawlings of Ghana, and Gnassingbé Eyadema of Togo. A few have been notorious to an extreme, as in the case of General Idi Amin of Uganda, whose power was based on terror and violence. Idi Amin came to power in 1971. He appointed himself president for life and governed like a king possessed by a demon. He killed thousands of people, from the ordinary to the powerful, while thousands of others were forced to flee from Uganda. In 1972, he expelled about 50,000 Asians living in Uganda. Over time, the basis of his support weakened, the economy collapsed, and an external attack by the Ugandan National Liberation Front and the Tanzanian government toppled his repressive government on April 11, 1979. Conclusion: whether benevolent or cruel, military regimes are abnormal. All over Africa, it is now realized that military regimes cannot solve problems, and they actually create new ones. While in power, the ranks of military officers are divided, as each officer struggles for more power and more money. A few officers centralize power in themselves, virtually destroy opposition forces, and marginalize local communities. They create dozens of advisory committees to make all sorts of recommendations that are implemented in a haphazard manner. They use force to implement their policies, even the most mundane ones. Although they promise, on assuming power, to cleanse society of its ills and generate development, it is clear that they do the opposite. In general, there is 253. Very little distinction between the civilians and the military when it comes to development, political stability, and corruption. Opposition to military rule has become common, not just among the civilian politicians who seek power but among students, workers, and other members of the civil society who strongly believe that the future of Africa lies in the creation and maintenance of democratic institutions and governments accountable to the people. Although the mood and aspiration are for democracy, coups will continue to take place as long as there are officers with ambitions for wealth and power. The conditions to justify the coups will remain a slow pace of development and political crises among the civilian politicians, although the military in power will not be able to solve these problems. 27. Ujamaa and Policy Choices, 1967 onward. Independence did not bring as many changes as had been anticipated, see Chapter 24, and the mood of many Africans by the mid-1960s was beginning to change to one of doubt and despair. A number of politicians, administrators, scholars, and policy experts began to review history and past failures, in order to come up with new ideas. These ideas involved economy and politics. Many were about ideological choices: should African countries retain the capitalist model created by the colonial powers, or should they experiment with socialism? Among the leading African initiators of new ideas were Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Sékou Touré of Guinea, Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau, and Leopold Senghor of Senegal, all of whom leaned towards socialism. The belief was that socialism would enable farmers and workers to earn good incomes and that society should promote principles of equality, justice, and fairness. Not all countries and leaders believed in socialism, and many continued with the capitalist economic practices inherited from colonial rule. The search for and implementation of economic models, ideas, and ideologies to transform the continent constitutes one of the major events of the post-independence era. Irrespective of the choice of ideologies, all African countries had to deal with similar problems of development and had to confront competing options. For centuries, African economies had revolved around agriculture. Rural areas were self-sufficient, and they survived without an industrial revolution, massive importation of food, or reliance on heavy machines. After independence, Africa had to face the challenge of modernizing its economy. It could no longer return 255 to the past. However, to move forward, African governments in the 1960s and beyond had to deal with some of the following complicated issues. Should they reject or retain the colonial legacies? In colonial Africa, the European powers had used various strategies to drain Africa of its resources. Through international trade, involvement in the world economy, and the use of imported technologies, dependence on Western countries continued after independence. Africa supplied raw materials without the power to determine the prices and the quantity of goods to sell. How could they break their dependence on Western countries? This would involve finding alternative domestic uses for items that they were exporting to obtain hard currency. Should they promote the cultivation of export crops or food crops? Their governments relied on export crops for money to pay for the administration and to fund development projects. However, focusing on exports meant that they began to experience food shortages. By the mid-1960s, many countries were finding it difficult to feed their growing population. Should they concentrate development in cities or rural areas? The majority of the population were farmers, but the members of the political class, the bureaucrats, and the educated elite preferred to live in cities. Concentrating development in cities meant that most of the nation's resources were absorbed by the minority of the population. In trying to resolve these and other issues, the leaders had to consider the ideologies of economic development that would work for the majority of the population. The governments had to seek the means to generate wealth and use it for the majority. The search for and disbursement of wealth were issues of development. How could they overcome the colonial legacies? How could they use their national resources, even when these were few, to enhance living standards? How could they build an infrastructure to support the desired changes, and how could they develop such vital sectors as banking and foreign trade, sectors that were necessary for development? They had to choose a strategy. Should it be that of socialism and central planning or that of capitalism? They tried various approaches, but the results were not always as positive as they had expected. Ujamaa in Tanzania. Between 1967 and 1973, Julius Nyerere implemented his ideology of Ujamaa, which means familyhood in the Swahili language. In the colonial period, before Africans came to power, some thinkers had been discussing the economic and political ideology of African socialism. As Nyerere understood it, Ujamaa was the adoption of the African principle of the extended family in a modern economic model. According to him, before the coming of the Europeans, Africans belonged to large extended families whose members collectively owned land, worked together to produce and share, promoted the interests of all members, and developed the ethic of cooperation. To Nyerere, the principle of the extended family meant that there were no exploited members, as all had to work, and there was no class division as was promoted by capitalism. Only the 256 elderly and the infirm were excused from contributing their labor, and idlers were few and constituted a disgrace to themselves. According to Nyerere, those who had more than enough shared it with others and freely gave away what they had in times of disaster or famine. In Nyerere's view, the penetration of colonial rule threatened the ideology of the extended family. However, he argued in 1962 that the conditions existed to revive it and turn it into modern socialist principles. The people were still rural, dependent on farming, and pre-industrial. Kinship groups were still important. Class interests were undeveloped. And land and labor were abundant. Tanzanians should return to the ideology of the past. They should believe in human brotherhood and in the unity of Africa. They must not divide their society into classes of rich and poor, and they should promote true African socialism. Ujamaa would be opposed to capitalism and the exploitation of one person by another. At the same time, it would be opposed to the type of socialism that is based on class conflict. Ujamaa would draw the best from the social institutions and ethics of old and blend them with the modernization quest of the new Tanzania. In the Arusha Declaration of 1967, the objectives that Ujamaa would attain were clearly stated: I. Complete human equality and the absence of economic classes with wide disparities in income and benefits. 2. Political democracy in which individuals would be allowed to vote in open elections for candidates of their choice, and in which anyone, within certain rules, could run for elective office at the local, regional, or national level. 3. Just and fair wages for work performed. 4. The eradication of all forms of exploitation and the prevention of accumulation of wealth incompatible with the nature of a classless society. V. Public ownership of the economy, i.e., all firms, factories, industries were to be owned by the state in order to advance economic justice for everyone. 6. Respect for a certain amount of private property such as personal belongings and household goods, so long as the amount was not enough to give the owner undue influence or the ability to exploit other people. 7. Basic political freedoms of speech, association, movement, and worship, within the context of Law. 1. The implementation of Ujamaa gave a large role to the government in restructuring the society. Tanzania established a one-party state. The selection of candidates for parliamentary seats was open and competitive, although the candidates all belonged to the same party, the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, later renamed the Chama cha Mapinduzi, CCM, the Revolutionary Party. The members of the executive organ of the party were drawn from various associations and interest groups, such as the National Women's Organization and the Cooperative Union of Tanzania. 257. The party discouraged accumulative tendencies among its leading members. Leading party members and government officials were prevented from becoming landlords, holding stock in any private company, serving as members of the board of directors of any private company, and having more than one source of income. The development of the rural areas, the villagization policy, constituted the core program in the implementation of Ujamaa. The premise was that Tanzania had a shortage of capital but an abundance of land and labor. Its people were mainly rural, and they would profit from the development of agriculture. Ujamaa villages would be created by peasant families who would form cooperative societies to produce and sell as collectives and take decisions affecting their economies and lives. In the early years, the role of the government was limited to supporting the establishment of the villages, providing the guidelines for their establishment, and monitoring performance. Government and party officials also regulated the production and sales of the principal products, sisal, tea, and coffee. Tanzania received financial and technical assistance from other countries, notably the Scandinavian countries. The assistance was wisely used for the improvement of social services, especially in the rural areas. Clean water supplies and free medical centers were made available in the development villages. The education system was reformed in 1967, and a massive expansion in enrollment followed. By 1980, over 90% of children of school age were enrolled, a truly impressive achievement. Adult literacy was also promoted, to the extent that about 80% of the population learned to read and write, making Tanzania one of the most literate countries in Africa. An attempt was also made to close the gap between rich and poor. In official wages that the government could control, the gap between the best paid and the minimum income earners stood at a ratio of 6:1. In the 1970s, more and more bureaucrats became central planners and interfered in the management of Ujamaa. From 1974 onward, the government supervised the establishment of new villages, moving hundreds of people from their ajaled land to new development villages. A new Ujamaa village was connected by roads to other villages and had some modern amenities. The massive relocation of farmers to new villages met with opposition from the very people that the policy was supposed to help. First, the majority of people were attached to their ancestral land, which had been passed down for hundreds of years from one generation to another. Second, the new villages created for them were in areas that were not necessarily productive. Third, they resented the educated bureaucrats who were seen as treating them like children to be ordered around and instructed about what to do. Many of the bureaucrats were perceived as arrogant, further alienating the farmers. More bureaucrats became involved in marketing and transportation, as state agencies replaced member-owned cooperatives. This further alienated local producers who felt that the government was exercising too much power over them and that state officials were corrupt. 258. The farmers failed to cooperate or behave as expected, and productivity declined in the 1970s. Falling productivity meant a significant loss in national income, with resultant difficulties in maintaining social services. By 1980, the economy had slowed down, recording a downward growth trend. The currency lost its value, the rate of inflation increased, and public morale began to wane, with many beginning to question the relevance of Ujamaa. Interest on foreign loans went unpaid, and the country found it hard to acquire new loans. By the 1980s, the economy was in serious trouble, development began to stagnate, and many existing projects were abandoned. The country found it difficult to pay for its invasion of Uganda in 1979, which was embarked upon to end the brutal regime of Idi Amin, see Chapter 26, and to pay for expensive petroleum products. The farmers and other rural residents grew extremely resentful of government officials. They believed that their hard work brought them little gain, that the officials had taken away from them the power to control their lives and farms, and that the officials were living well and earning a good income based on the farmers' sweat. Nyerere resigned as president in 1985, leaving a legacy of bankruptcy. Other socialist thinkers. Ujamaa was not the only idea that was discussed and tried in Africa in the post-independence years. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana was another socialist, but he did not believe that there were no classes in pre-colonial Africa or that there was indeed such a thing as African socialism. Colonialism deserves to be blamed for many evils in Africa, Nkrumah concluded, but surely it was not preceded by an African golden age or paradise. A return to the pre-colonial African society is evidently not worthy of the ingenuity and efforts of our people. 2. He believed, however, that colonialism had increased social inequalities in Africa. Nkrumah wrote, as a revolutionary Marxist, Africa should seek the means to disengage from Western dependency and capitalism, and violence should be used to impose the socialist ideology. Nkrumah was unable to develop an ideology as coherent as that of Ujamaa. He believed in charismatic leadership, and he took pains to make himself both respected and feared. He wanted to turn his political party into a mass-based party, but he did not succeed. In the Ghanaian economy, public enterprises were allowed to collaborate with foreign ones. By using state agencies to buy and market cocoa, the leading export commodity, the government was able to make a profit by underpaying the farmers. Angry and disappointed by the excessive government control, many farmers cut down on cocoa production. In the early 1960s, cocoa prices declined on the world market, the economy of Ghana began to suffer a decline, and the country resorted to external borrowing. By 1966, when Nkrumah was overthrown, the price of cocoa was low and the economy was in serious trouble. Léopold Senghor, the president of Senegal from 1960 to 1980, advocated a socialist ideology based on the idea of negritude, blackness. The idea of negritude, 259, was developed in reaction to the European characterization of Africans as inferior, having no history, and contributing nothing to civilization. Senghor celebrated the contributions of Africans to civilization, their humanity, and their spirituality. He regarded negritude as a foundation for the development of African socialism. To Senghor, Africa before the imposition of colonial rule was based on spiritual freedom and economic equality and was community-oriented. Policies in modern Africa must prevent exploitation and emphasize community sharing. The capitalist option. Many countries and leaders did not opt for the socialist approach. Instead, they adopted the capitalist options of mixed economies or the free market system or variations of both. Côte d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Kenya, and Senegal were among the countries that stayed with the capitalist approach. A number of weak or poor countries, for example, Niger, which could not risk offending external powers, accepted foreign control and ran their economies as dictated by Western countries. The countries formerly under French rule, with the exception of Guinea, also accepted the advice and leadership of France, which tied their currencies to the franc. A number of countries were able to decide on their own options. For instance, Nigeria opted for a mixed economy in which the government would spend money on the infrastructure and create some businesses, while allowing private enterprises to flourish. In the case of Côte d'Ivoire, which also opted for capitalism, the country allowed considerable opportunities to foreign companies and relied on migrant labor from Burkina Faso to work on farms. Some countries, such as Kenya, presented their capitalist approach as an example of African socialism. At about the time that Nyerere was putting together the idea of Ujamaa, Kenya under President Jomo Kenyatta issued in 1965 a policy paper, African Socialism and its Application to Planning in Kenya. According to this policy, Kenya would choose a policy of positive non-alignment based on a rejection of Eastern communism and Western capitalism and the adoption of what it called a philosophy of democratic African socialism. However, in practice, Kenya pursued a capitalist ideology. Throughout the first half of the 20th century, Kenya was integrated with the European capitalist economy, its land was farmed by European settlers and Africans, and participation in trade involved Asians, Europeans, and others. If Kenya rejected capitalism, it would have to embark on a policy of nationalizing foreign companies, reclaiming land from foreign holders, and attacking Asian merchants. Kenya actually sought foreign investments, facilitated the means for European and Asian businesses in the country to send their profits abroad, and passed laws to encourage foreign companies to stay in the country. At the same time, the country would encourage the participation of Kenyans in the economy in various ways. Africans would replace the departing British and other foreigners in management positions. Capital would be provided to Kenyans to acquire businesses. 260. While the government would establish some businesses. The government acquired some land from Europeans and redistributed it, while allowing those Europeans who wanted to retain their mechanized farms to do so. Kenya solicited Western aid and assistance in the form of money, skilled personnel, loans at low interest, grants, and technicians and engineers, many of whom were paid with funds raised from external sources. The government used many of these resources as well as those it generated to establish public agencies in such areas as the manufacturing of coffee and the promotion of tourism. The government also formed business partnerships with foreign firms. Government participation created jobs, provided opportunities for Kenyans to acquire valuable business skills, and reduced foreign control of the economy. In addition, government participation provided support in areas avoided by investors because they were not too profitable, for example, in the provision of transportation, hospitals, and houses for the poor and for rural areas. As in most of Africa, the government also had to build roads and provide social services for its people. In many African countries, including Kenya, government-run enterprises tend to be inefficient and wasteful. As they request additional funding to improve upon their performance, they drain the country's resources. Political leaders use them to create jobs for their followers and award contracts to favored businessmen. Due to the poor performance of these enterprises, it has often been suggested that they should be privatized. Conclusion. In the final analysis, the ideological options did not resolve the crises identified above. Growth was experienced in some countries such as Nigeria, Kenya, and Côte d'Ivoire, but this was not sustained in later years and did not necessarily lead to development. In most countries, the gap between the rich and the poor widened, the cities were developed at the expense of the rural areas, and social facilities never became adequate. Although great efforts were made to manage the economy, the continent entered the 1970s without having solved its major problems. 28. The creation of the Economic Community of West African States, 1975. The treaty that established the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, was signed in Lagos on May 28, 1975. In the following year, its 5 major protocols were signed in Lomé, the capital of Togo. While the Organization of African Unity, or OAU, see Chapter 25, is a continental union, ECOWAS is a regional union of West African countries. It is an economic union, based on the need to integrate West Africa into a big market and create better conditions for development. 16 West African countries, Republic of Benin, Cape Verde, Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Côte d'Ivoire, Liberia, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Togo, and Burkina Faso, formed the Union in order to promote greater economic interaction by integrating their markets and pooling their resources. The members pledged to use ECOWAS to create self-reliant regional economies, pursue cooperation in many areas, and trade with one another. ECOWAS is an example of what is generally described as the phenomenon of regional integration, the process of bringing together two or more countries in a union with the intention of pursuing specific objectives. In the mid-1960s, when Africans were pondering their future, the formation of regional organizations was at the top of their priority list. Among the reasons advanced by proponents of regional integration were that it would help Africa to secure full political independence, maintain economic growth and development, safeguard the region from external aggression and unnecessary external influence, and secure for the region a fair share of world resources. The belief was that West Africa should be 263. ECOWAS and ECOMIG, Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group. 264. Strong enough to become not just a major political actor on the international scene but an attractive market in the global economy. To attain successful integration, member states would have to remove many restrictions that separated them, trade freely among themselves while controlling trade with the outside world, create a customs union that would enable them to impose a common external tariff on outsiders, free the movement of capital and labor among the members, and harmonize the monetary, fiscal, and tax policies of the region. The formation of ECOWAS was a major move. Given the failures of economic management in the 1960s, see Chapter 24, regional cooperation became one of the new strategies to overcome underdevelopment. It was also realized that the OAU deserved to be complemented with smaller regional units that would have more focused and manageable objectives. It was feared that without these smaller regional units the continent would remain a victim of global domination and exploitation. Upon signing the ECOWAS Treaty, an excited head of state of Ghana, General Ignatius Akim-Pong, remarked, "By our signature and subsequent ratification of the treaty we have raised in our citizens the vision of a vast, homogeneous society linked together by a complicated network of roads, connected by a direct, efficient, and rational system of communications, enriched by a steady flow of commerce and sustained by common ventures in agriculture, industry, energy, mineral resources, and other fields of common activities." 1. Objectives. ECOWAS is an economic union, designed to promote cooperation among its members and sponsor development in various fields including transport, industry, energy, telecommunications, agriculture, natural resources, and monetary and financial areas. Members also agreed to seek areas of cooperation in cultural and social matters, all in order to increase the standards of living of their people, increase and maintain economic stability in the region, foster closer relations among members, and contribute to the progress and development of Africa. According to its treaty, ECOWAS is to ensure the following: the elimination of customs duties and other charges of equivalent effect in respect of the importation and exportation of goods, the abolition of quantitative and administrative restrictions on trade among the member states, the establishment of a common customs tariff and a common commercial policy toward third world countries, the abolition, as between member states, of the obstacles to the free movement of persons, services, and capital, the harmonization of the agricultural policies and the promotion of common projects in the member states, notably in the fields of marketing research and agro-industrial enterprises, the implementation of a scheme for the joint development of transport, communication, energy, and other infrastructural facilities, as well as the evolution of a common policy in these fields. 265. The harmonization of the economic and industrial policies of the member states and the elimination of disparities in the level of development of member states. The harmonization required for the proper functioning of the community of the monetary policies of member states. The establishment of funds for cooperation, compensation, and development. Such other activities calculated to further the aims of the community as the member states may from time to time undertake in common. A special office was created in Lomé for the funds for cooperation, compensation, and development, with the responsibility to finance projects in member states, provide compensation to member states that have suffered losses as a result of community enterprises, provide compensation and other forms of assistance to member states that have suffered losses arising from trade liberalization within the community. Guarantee foreign investments made by the member states in respect of enterprises established in pursuance of the harmonization of industrial policies. Provide appropriate means to facilitate the sustained mobilization of internal and external financial resources for the member states and the community. And promote development projects in the less developed member states of the community. Point 2. The funds have their own separate governing board, comprising the representatives of cabinet ministers from all the member states. The board appoints the managing director who sees to the daily administration of the office and funds. Initially, the funds were to operate with capital of $500 million, with a first capitalization of $50 million. The executive secretariat of ECOWAS is in Lagos, Nigeria, and its funds headquarters are in Lomé. The secretariat, headed by an executive secretary appointed by West African heads of state, is the principal administrative organ in charge of the implementation and monitoring of various programs. The secretariat can also initiate new ideas and seek the approval of the various member governments. ECOWAS represents a bold initiative to unite to develop the West African region. If its treaty can be followed to the letter, ECOWAS will protect the interests of the region and the continent. Countries that were previously divided by competing European powers now have a forum in which to interact. Thus, French, Portuguese, and English-speaking countries came together, although their former masters had separated them. This unity is a strength that can be used to protect regional interests against external powers and other competing groups. With a population close to 200 million, ECOWAS is a large grouping with tremendous potential. To realize the potential, gradual steps have to be taken to create a common market similar to that of the European Economic Community. This requires overcoming the obstacles posed by hundreds of languages and loyalties to individual countries. In 1984, the members agreed to coordinate many of their economic programs so that they can complement one another. They plan to create a 266 monetary zone as well as a customs union. The ECOWAS funds have made small efforts to finance some projects. Member states have allowed easy movement of labor and goods. They agree on many economic issues. They have prevented conflicts over the use of the river Niger, which passes through many countries. And they have encouraged the foundation of a regional bank. They even established a joint peacekeeping force that intervened to bring peace in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Problems. The integration of modern West Africa remains in its preliminary stages. It is not that the people do not want to travel or trade, but communication facilities are still underdeveloped. Telephone links are scarce, and air travel is expensive. It has not been easy to alter the traditional trade links between each country and its Western trading partners. The principal raw materials are not sold within the region, where there are no industries extensive enough to utilize them, but to Western countries. As all the West African countries also need the products of modern industries and machines, they rely on imports from outside of Africa. Thus, rather than minimizing dependence and the transfer of wealth abroad, the need for external trade has meant the marginalization of ECOWAS. The resources and wealth of the member nations are varied. There are wealthy countries, notably Nigeria, and poor ones such as Burkina Faso. This affects the funding of the community. Some members do not pay their dues on a regular basis. Migration and mobility of people have posed some problems, even leading to the expulsion of non-citizens from such countries as Ghana and Nigeria, contrary to the treaty and to the idea of the free flow of people. In the case of Nigeria, its declining economy since the 1980s makes it less receptive to migrants from the ECOWAS member states. The migrants have been criticized for taking jobs from citizens, disregarding the laws of the country, promoting immoral behavior, contributing to inflation, especially high prices of basic food items, and increasing crime, especially armed robbery and car theft, as the criminals and their stolen goods can easily cross the borders. The treaty providing for free movement without restrictions occasionally runs into trouble. There have been cases when a country has arrested migrants, as in the case of 46 Ghanaians who died in a prison in Côte d'Ivoire in 1981. Following this incident, diplomatic relations between the two countries broke down for some months. In Liberia, Sierra Leone, and other countries that have experienced civil war or prolonged political disorder, neighboring countries have been accused of sponsoring rebels and dissidents, harboring fugitives, and training soldiers. Interference in the internal political affairs of member states has been a source of problems. Nigeria, the regional power and the biggest country, tends to see some aspects of ECOWAS as a nuisance. Some Nigerians are inclined to argue that other ECOWAS members have exploited the country and threatened its economy. 267. Nigeria bears a large part of the burden of funding ECOWAS, and a number of its citizens think that the benefit is not worth the expense. As with all regional unions in other parts of the world, a country may worry about the economic and political consequences of losing part of its sovereignty. Some Nigerians think that through ECOWAS, their country may lose control over its destiny. However, ECOWAS has not been a hindrance to the development of Nigeria. Regional unity for development. What ECOWAS has demonstrated is the need for unity to enhance economic development and remove the obstacles in the way of realizing this goal. Building unity within each country is not enough, and such efforts have to be supplemented with the equally important effort to create cooperation among nations. Many countries are either small or poor, but they will be able to compete and survive if they organize powerful cooperation among themselves. Such regional groupings as ECOWAS will minimize conflicts among countries and provide a forum in which to resolve tensions. Africans realize that the colonial boundaries can weaken them, unless they find the means to come together. Pan-Africanism, the formation of the Organization of African Unity, and the foundation of ECOWAS demonstrate the advantages of unity, even if progress is slow. Other groupings have also emerged. In 1980, 9 countries in southern Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Swaziland, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, Tanzania, Angola, and Mozambique, established the Southern African Development Coordination Conference, SADC, with objectives similar to those of ECOWAS, in addition to struggling to end apartheid in South Africa. The much older Arab League, established in 1944, brings together North African countries and nations with large Muslim populations such as Sudan and Somalia. There are also smaller unions, such as the Mono River Union between Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, formed to discuss issues of common interest. To take the case of SADC, formed a few years after ECOWAS, this regional union was established with the signing, in 1980, of the Lusaka Declaration on Southern Africa, towards economic liberation. In its preamble, the declaration described the countries in southern Africa as fragmented, grossly exploited, and subject to economic manipulation by outsiders. As with ECOWAS, the members resolved to attain economic liberation, based on the pursuit of the following objectives: reduction of economic dependence, particularly, but not only, on the Republic of South Africa. Forging of links to create a genuine and equitable regional integration. Mobilization of resources to promote the implementation of national, interstate, and regional policies. Concerted action to secure international cooperation within the framework of a strategy for economic liberation. 268. The members agreed to prioritize on the development of communication and transportation in order to link their countries and promote trade. They recognized that trade among the members was small. Less than 10% of their external trade was conducted between them, while their trade with South Africa was far more important. As with ECOWAS, poor transport and communication linkages and weak national economies created obstacles to the realization of trade growth among the members. However, significant changes were recorded after 1980. Zimbabwe substantially improved its trade relations with other members, as it was able to export more goods to them and improve its industrial sector. After 1992, the members also agreed to work toward the creation of a regional common market, similar to that of ECOWAS. SADC was able to coordinate a number of development efforts and relate to external agencies. It established a number of smaller professional and cultural organizations to further unite the member countries. For external companies looking for investment opportunities, the emphasis on the improvement of transportation opened fresh avenues. In the 1980s, when sanctions were being imposed on South Africa, the external companies also hoped to be able to divert their business to other parts of the region. The members of SADC met regularly to discuss issues of importance and to coordinate some of their activities with external donors. One area where SADC recorded greater success than ECOWAS was the coordination of its activities with foreign donors and lenders. The members agreed among themselves as to the development projects they needed and then negotiated with donors to fund them. By 1990, SADC had received about $2.5 billion to fund almost 500 projects in communication, energy, transportation, food supply, training, and research in agriculture, and rehabilitation of railways and ports. The member states were also able to link some of their power grids. So that each country would benefit from the proposed projects, the offices were decentralized. The tourism office was located in Lesotho, energy in Angola, food security in Mozambique, and mining in Zambia. With the fall of apartheid in South Africa in the 1990s, SADC has had to face adjustments to a new political reality in which it has to promote friendship with a former enemy. South Africa may emerge as the regional powerhouse in the region, with the means to assist in the development of its neighbors. The relevance of regional integration. It is true that ECOWAS and SADC have yet to reduce the problems of underdevelopment and dependence on Western countries. Trade contacts with developed nations remain strong, while the commercial benefits of regional interaction are not fully reaped. Regional economic policies are yet to be fully harmonized. SADC has acquired substantial external debts in order to finance many projects, thereby consolidating its dependency relations. All these problems. 269. Notwithstanding, ECOWAS, SADC, and other regional groupings remain important and deserve to be strengthened, rather than abandoned, as some critics have suggested. The contributions of regional integration are many, including the following. Different countries, peoples, and leaders have an organization that can enable them to meet and cooperate. Over time, trust and productive interactions are generated. The creation of a regional identity is important, as it can serve various political purposes, such as speaking with a common voice in moments of crisis and preventing the outbreak and spread of conflicts. As the example of SADC has demonstrated, a larger regional union has improved the chances of obtaining external funding. The individual countries would have received far less had they negotiated separately. The debts, in the case of external loans, can be shared. Economic benefits can accrue, notably the expansion of the market, trade diversification, monetary stability, import saving, and increased savings. Regional integration offers the possibility of greater regional trade, if member states can exchange goods among themselves. For instance, South Africa can supply other countries in the region with industrial goods. Nigeria can supply oil products to other West African countries. When new industries are established, they can be protected by a common external tariff. 29. Portuguese colonies attain freedom, 1975. If the majority of African countries had long since attained independence and were struggling with its gains and pains by the early 1970s, see Chapter 24, the areas controlled by the Portuguese were still under an oppressive colonial system. Guinea-Bissau, the Cape Verde Islands, São Tomé and Príncipe, Angola, and Mozambique did not become independent until the mid-1970s, an event that closed a long chapter in Luso-African relations. The independence struggles in the Portuguese colonies were noted for the extensive use of violence in armed struggles that lasted for many years. Ideology was important, as the African leaders opted for a socialist option, which displeased the countries interested in the advancement of capitalism. The liberation of Portuguese colonies and the end of apartheid in South Africa became the principal goals of the foreign policy of the majority of African states during the 1970s. Portuguese rule reminded Africans of the brutality of the colonial system. Long retention. The Portuguese were the earliest Europeans to reach Africa, exploring the western and eastern coasts in the 15th and 16th centuries. They embarked upon trade and established control over some areas along the coast. When the scramble for Africa began in the 1880s, the Portuguese extended their claims in the hinterlands of the coastal areas they already controlled. Their largest colonies were Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, which, in most of the 271 wars of liberation in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. 272. Literature, is regarded as including the Cape Verde Islands. As it turned out, this earliest European power was also among the very last to leave Africa. The Portuguese African colonies were brutally exploited and for much longer than most other parts of Africa. Why were these colonies repressed for so long? To start with, Portugal derived many benefits from the exploitation of its African colonies. For over 300 years, beginning in the 16th century, the Portuguese treated their coastal possessions as lucrative sources of slaves to be sold across the Atlantic. The possession of African territories became a way for Portuguese kings to reward their families, friends, and associates, who were given large colonial estates. Military expeditions were raised to conquer these estates, and their owners regarded Africans as subjects and sources of free labor. Estate owners were brutal and repressive. When these areas became colonies during the 20th century, the older practices were only slightly modified. The Portuguese government continued to give large grants of colonial lands to foreign companies that exercised complete control over these lands and used them for whatever they wanted. The use of Africans as forced labor simply replaced their being shipped abroad as slaves. Yet another reason for treating the Africans so badly and for so long was that Portugal itself was badly governed for most of the 20th century. The unsavory politics and mismanagement at home were reflected abroad. In 1910, Portugal became a republic, but a mediocre record of achievement provided an excuse for the army to take over in 1926. 7 years later, Antonio de Oliveira Salazar became dictator. Promising to reform the society and improve the economy, Salazar concentrated all power in his hands and abolished civil liberties. Portugal became a police state, and the ruthlessness exhibited at home was extended to its colonies in Africa. As far as Salazar was concerned, the African colonies gave his country an image of greatness among other European nations. In addition, the wealth of Africa could be used to rebuild the economy of Portugal. In 1968, an aging Salazar was replaced by Marcelo Caetano, but Caetano merely continued with most of the policies of his predecessor until Portugal was forced by protests to change course in 1974. A third and final reason for the long and brutal exploitation of its colonies was that Portugal was a rather poor country, and it regarded its African colonies as a source of alleviating its own poverty. The colonies were rich, with fertile soils, rich forests, good climates, rivers to generate hydroelectric power, and minerals such as diamonds, gold, iron, mica, copper, phosphates, manganese, and petroleum. In spite of this, the colonies were poor because Portugal itself was poor and partly relied on them for survival. Portugal lacked the capital to invest in the colonies and had a limited range of manufactured goods to exchange for raw materials. In exploiting its colonies, Portugal had to invite foreign businesses and other European countries to invest in its colonies. These companies were given generous concessions over minerals, land, and labor. Before 1930, to build the ports in Angola and Mozambique and the railway in Angola, Portugal relied on external investors. After 1930, the colonies generated wealth, and their products, 273, were in high demand in the world market. The Salazar government regarded the colonies as provinces, so as to make it possible to unify their economies with those of Portugal and live on the colonies' wealth. Agriculture, forestry, and mining were the three principal sources of wealth in the colonies. Mozambique supplied crops such as cashew nuts, cane sugar, tea, cotton, copra, sisal, maize, peanuts, maize, canaf, and tobacco. Angola had coffee, sisal, maize, cane sugar, cotton, oil palm products, beans, manioc, rice, millet, tobacco, and sorghum. Guinea-Bissau produced rice, peanuts, and oil palm products. In Angola and Mozambique, cattle were raised. All of the colonies also supplied timber. External companies were granted large land concessions to produce many of these items for export. They had the power to recruit African labor, collect taxes from Africans, and make laws and regulations to control them. Angola became a supplier of diamonds from 1917 onward, with two mining companies formed by investors from the United States, Belgium, and Britain. 1/4 of the country to the northeast was given in concessions to these companies, and a third company received a concession to mine in the coastal areas. After 1955, petroleum exploration began in Angola, carried out by a Portuguese company in partnership with a Belgian one. Investors from Germany, Denmark, Austria, and the United States mined the iron in Angola. In Mozambique, foreign companies exploited iron, coal, and tantalite. Through concessions to foreign companies, hydroelectric works, ports, and railways were built in Mozambique. The Portuguese authorities forced Africans to work in order to reduce the cost of production, and they were interested in using any profitable resources at little cost. The use of forced labor was the most oppressive of all the Portuguese colonial measures. It started with the so-called Native Labor Regulations of 1899, which stated, "All natives of Portuguese overseas provinces are subject to the obligation, moral and legal, of attempting to obtain through work the means that they lack to subsist and to better their social condition. They have full liberty to choose the method of fulfilling this obligation, but if they do not fulfill it, public authority may force a fulfillment." What this meant in practice was that the Portuguese colonial authorities could force all Africans to work. Indeed, the use of force was presented as part of the responsibility of Portugal to civilize Africans. Forced labor was assumed to develop their moral and physical growth and to turn so-called lazy people into productive citizens. In a system known as corrective labor or contract labor, an African could be seized by a company or government official and forced to work for low wages. Contractors went about hunting labor, and chiefs were directed to send people to work. An African deemed to be jobless was forced to work. Portuguese officers defined what was meant by joblessness so that they could round up people whenever labor was needed by companies. Portugal also devised a way of sending its own citizens to Africa, again to solve its internal 274 economic problems. This strategy of exporting its people created additional problems. Portuguese migrants and race relations. The Salazar regime promoted a policy of large-scale emigration of Portuguese citizens to Africa, to add to those who had settled there since the 16th century. The Salazar government presented migration as exciting and rewarding and appealed to youth to see living in Africa as a great adventure. The main motive was to reduce the unemployment problems in Portugal. Between the 1930s and the 1960s, the number of Portuguese settlers in the African colonies increased substantially. To take a few examples, the number of settlers in Angola increased from about 30,000 in 1930 to over 172,000 by 1960. 10 years later, Angola had a settler population of almost 250,000, making it the country with the second largest European settler population on the continent. South Africa came first and Rhodesia third. By 1970, Mozambique had over 130,000 European settlers, the fourth largest concentration in Africa. Only a few, about 2,000, went to Guinea. From the 1950s onward, the settlers were encouraged to become large-scale farmers in Mozambique and Angola. Large farm colonies or settlements, known as colonados, were established to provide employment for Portuguese settlers. The Portuguese government provided money and selected families in Portugal who were transported to Africa to settle on the colonizados. They were provided with land, seeds, and livestock to establish farms. Roads, irrigation works, and electricity were provided in the colonizados to make them attractive and profitable. The creation of these settlements took away land from Africans and turned many of them into tenants of Portuguese settlers. The presence of Portuguese settlers in these colonies created problems in race relations. A new identity group was created, the mestizos, products of interracial marriages between Africans and Portuguese. The mestizos ran into thousands, and the Portuguese used this to deny evidence of racial discrimination in their colonies. While it is true that Portuguese colonies did not practice apartheid of the form found in South Africa, see Chapter 20, it is equally true that segregation and racial discrimination did exist. Racial issues are rooted in the history of Luso-African relations. During the era of the slave trade, see Chapter 11, the Portuguese were merciless in their raids for Africans, whom they regarded as animals. When they established their colonies in the 1890s, they passed a series of laws to define the legal status of colonial subjects. Up until the 1950s, Africans were officially known as indígenas, meaning uncivilized people who needed a series of measures to bring them up and control them. They were actually denied human and civil rights, a denial justified by the need to curtail the primitive people. The indígenas had to carry identification cards at all times, and they had to be able to produce the cards on demand by the colonial authorities. To fail to do so was to risk imprisonment or a term of correct. 275. TIV labor. The indígenas needed official permission to leave their area of abode in search of jobs. They were not allowed to leave their countries without permission, and even with permission they could visit only Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, and South Africa, where Africans were also badly treated. In some areas, a permanent curfew was imposed on the indígenas to restrict their movements. Their children were not allowed in public schools. Those who owned cattle were not always allowed to slaughter or give away their cattle without permission. Those who kept their money in banks could not withdraw it without permission. As many more Portuguese settlers arrived in the colonies, the indígenas suffered more problems and economic disabilities. Although many of the Portuguese immigrants were unskilled and uneducated, they took the jobs for which Africans were qualified. Even menial jobs were given to the settlers unless they did not want them. To escape the indignities of being indígenas, individuals had to seek assimilation into the legally and socially higher status of a privileged group, the assimilados. To become an assimilado, one must be able to write and read in Portuguese, make enough money to support a family, serve in the army when called upon to do so, demonstrate so-called qualities of human interaction and social graces, and persuade the colonial officials that they were of good character and dignified habits. There was a rite of passage. An indígena who sought to become an assimilado would submit a formal application to the government and be interviewed on a designated date, with probing questions about his public and private life. If deemed successful, he was issued a card reclassifying him as an assimilado, which meant that he was now regarded as a Portuguese citizen, with the right to freedom and privileges. He no longer required permission to move about, he could compete for many jobs, he was exempted from forced labor, and his children could attend government schools. The attempts to force Africans into accepting the imposed identity of the assimilado were not without their problems. Many who were qualified refused to apply, just to rebel against an oppressive system and to avoid a humiliating process. Applicants were also required to have gone to school. Up till the 1950s, the Portuguese did not invest in schools and other social services. While they believed that education was necessary to civilize Africans, they were afraid that educated Africans would endanger Portuguese interests. Even in Portugal itself, the government was not spending enough to educate its own citizens, with the result that the rate of illiteracy in 1960 was 40%, the highest in Europe. In Africa, progress was slow. In Angola, the most developed colony as far as education was concerned, in 1950, there were only about 13,000 children in elementary schools, about 3,000 in secondary schools, and less than 2,000 in technical schools, out of a population of close to 4 million. The Catholic Church dominated the school system, and it concentrated on a rudimentary education of 3 years to teach Portuguese culture and language. To those who became assimilados, it was clear that they were not necessarily treated as equals of the Portuguese, as they could not compete for all jobs or 276. Receive the same pay as the Portuguese. Moreover, they paid higher taxes on their incomes. They forfeited certain indigenous rights, such as inheriting family land or becoming chiefs. Not even 1% of Africans in all the Portuguese colonies became assimilados. Nationalism and wars. As with their counterparts in other parts of the continent, Africans in the Portuguese colonies were not happy with the features of the colonial system highlighted above. While it was clear that other European powers would grant independence to their colonies in the 1950s and 1960s, Portugal never intended to leave. Rather, it chose the politics of making concessions to Africans, in order to buy time. The brutalities of its colonial system were also becoming the subject of international attention, thus forcing Portugal to rethink, just to retain investors from the United States and Europe. In 1953, legislative reforms were introduced to set up a council with a majority of elected members. In practice, this was difficult to attain. Only a few educated Africans were allowed to vote, in addition to non-literate heads of households. To qualify as a member of the council, one had to be a Portuguese citizen born in the colony where he was seeking power, educated, and with a job. This favored the Portuguese settlers. Early in the 1960s, contract labor was abolished, and everybody was granted Portuguese citizenship, thereby eradicating the distinction between the indigena and the assimilado. The school system was also expanded. Nevertheless, the established social and racial distinctions remained in place. The harsh nature of Portuguese rule provoked an equally harsh form of nationalism among Africans in the Portuguese colonies. Resistance to the imposition of Portuguese rule lingered in Angola until 1915, in Mozambique until the 1920s, and in Guinea until the 1930s. As Portuguese rule became established, Africans took to violence in many places. Violent uprisings were common in all the colonies until the 1940s. Educated Africans began to organize modern nationalist politics in the 1950s. Compared to other parts of the continent, this was rather late, but the reason was again the repressive nature of Portuguese rule, which was hostile to any form of political expression. For a long time, the only associations they tolerated were the ones established by the government itself for the assimilados. These assimilado associations were mainly social and cultural, they were not allowed to discuss politics, and their activities were closely monitored by the government. In cases where an association indicated an interest in politics, the government would remove its leaders and choose new ones. The watchful eye of the government was such that educated Africans found it almost impossible to establish political associations. As far as the Portuguese authorities were concerned, the African colonies were mere provinces of Portugal, and there was no such thing as a movement for independence. Even after the Second World War, when most 277 of Africa moved into a radical nationalist phase, see Chapter 21, the Portuguese refused the freedom of press, association, and expression. Even the settlers were denied the privilege of establishing a political party. The emerging African nationalists were forced to go underground, mobilizing and meeting in secrecy. They founded cultural and religious associations but met in areas where they could not be seen to talk about politics. Members took great risks. When they were discovered, the penalty was severe. A secret police force was introduced in the colonies in the 1950s, and suspected people were severely repressed. In Angola in 1956, African leaders were arrested and deported. 3 years later, the secret police compiled names of hundreds of people involved in politics, and all were arrested and punished. Many were tried in secret and later sent to jail. In Mozambique, many were to suffer arrest, and in 1956, 49 protesting dock workers were shot to death. In 1960, about 600 Makonde people in northern Mozambique were killed for protesting. In Guinea-Bissau, the massacre of Pijiguiti in 1959, when the Portuguese authorities killed many striking workers, is now regarded as a landmark in nationalist history. Seeing the brutality of the Portuguese authorities, African nationalists resorted to a single strategy, the use of violence. Acting underground, and later on boldly in public, political parties began to emerge from the mid-1950s onward, with a commitment to use violence to dislodge the Portuguese. In Angola, the United African Party of Angola, abbreviated as the PLUA in Portuguese, called on the people to prepare for war. In 1956, the leaders of the PLUA and other underground associations merged to establish the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, abbreviated as the MPLA in Portuguese, with Agostinho Neto as their leader. In Mozambique, the nationalists in exile in Tanzania and elsewhere began to form nationalist organizations from 1960 onward. In 1962, many of these associations united to form the Mozambique Liberation Front, FRELIMO, and chose as its leader a former university professor, Dr. Eduardo Mondlane. In Guinea-Bissau, the most important of the nationalist associations was the Independence Party of Guinea and Cape Verde, PAIGC, led by Amilcar Cabral, a notable socialist thinker. The parties and leaders in all these colonies exchanged notes and ideas. The Portuguese had to face three major wars of liberation: in Angola from February 1961, in Guinea-Bissau from January 1963, and in Mozambique from September 1964. When the Congo, Kinshasa, obtained its independence in 1960, it generated excitement in neighboring Angola. The Bakongo people had been divided into two countries, some of them living in southern Congo and others in northern Angola. The Bakongo learned lessons from the independence of their kin in the Congo. In 1960, the MPLA sent a petition to Portugal, asking for dialogue and a peaceful transition to independence. The leaders of the MPLA were immediately arrested, and the police killed protesters who demanded their freedom. With the failure of other petitions to the United Nations and to Western countries, the MPLA began to prepare for war. Early in 1961, the Portuguese authorities killed thousands of people in the districts of Malonge and bombed many villages where 278 opposition was expected. In February 1961, the MPLA attacked the radio station, prison, and military barracks in Luanda, the capital, beginning a long and brutal liberation war. In March, a revolt broke out among the coffee planters in Primavera in northern Angola. The revolt spread to other parts of the north. The Portuguese responded with the use of maximum force, killing over 20,000 people and using bombs to destroy many villages. The liberation movement succeeded in driving out the Portuguese from the north in 1961. However, the Portuguese quest to reconquer the northern province led to more wars. In 1962, a new political group emerged, the National Front for the Liberation of Angola, the NFLA, based in northern Angola. The NFLA was able to operate from the Congo, where it trained its soldiers to conduct guerrilla activities in Angola. In 1962, Agostinho Neto escaped from prison, and the MPLA began its own guerrilla wars. A third movement also emerged, the National Union for the Total Independence of Angola, UNITA, which operated in the eastern parts of the country. The experience was similar in the other Portuguese colonies, where guerrilla activities were also carried out. In 1964, FRELIMO started its liberation wars in Mozambique, concentrating in areas close to Tanzania where it had its base. In Guinea-Bissau, the PAIGC started its own wars in 1963, with a great deal of determination and courage. Portugal's reactions. The Portuguese government did not regard the African nationalists as people fighting for the freedom of their countries but as terrorists who must be destroyed with all available means. Leading Portuguese officials believed that the loss of Portugal's African colonies would simply worsen its economy and lead to more poverty. Portugal was determined to use its army to crush the African liberation movements and to continue its dictatorial colonial rule. The Portuguese forces were enlarged to deal with the situation. As the guerrilla fighters relied on the people in the rural areas to hide them and help them survive, the Portuguese authorities forcibly relocated many people to so-called fortified villages. If a village was known to support the guerrillas, it was destroyed and its people killed. Portugal drew support from the United States and some European countries since it lacked the resources to sustain its wars. From France came military helicopters, West Germany and the United States gave bombs and bombers, while the United States also supplied naval vessels. To disguise their intention, the foreign countries maintained that the various supplies were provided to defend Portugal in Europe and not for use in Africa. Apartheid South Africa and racist Rhodesia also gave massive support to Portugal. Indeed, Portugal formed an alliance with South Africa and Rhodesia to coordinate their strategies against African resistance in the southern African region. To consolidate the support of its foreign allies, Portugal granted a series of additional concessions to America and European countries, who were allowed to 279. Make more profit and claim areas rich in minerals. The African liberation movements included a number of foreign companies as targets for destruction. To divide the Africans and deny popular support to the liberation movements, the Portuguese authorities made some changes. From the 1960s onward, they began to allow a certain level of political discussion in the hope that some assimilated Africans would support Portuguese rule. More Africans were allowed to vote after 1968, again with the idea that this would be interpreted as freedom. More schools were established, and economic and social councils were created to advise the government. A serious effort was made to fragment the liberation movements and to destroy their unity. In Angola, the Portuguese recruited Africans from the south to fight in the north in order to sow the seeds of ethnic discord. In Mozambique, the Portuguese planted the idea that the Maconde group controlled Frelimo because its members wanted to dominate other groups in the country. The intense struggles among the various liberation movements and the rivalry among their leaders were exploited to advantage by the Portuguese. Between 1969 and 1973, two principal leaders, Eduardo Mondlane of Frelimo and Amilcar Cabral of the PAIG, were assassinated. Successors emerged to carry the wars to a positive conclusion. The last days of Portuguese rule. The wars went on until the 1970s, but the Africans prevailed in the end. By 1970 in Guinea, the PAIG was already in control of about 2/3 of the country. In Mozambique, Frelimo controlled the northeast, almost 1/3 of the country. In 1972, they added parts of the northwest to the areas under their authority. In Angola, the Portuguese were forced to confine themselves to the cities, as the freedom fighters controlled many areas in the countryside. To draw more people to their side and to show that independence would bring progress, the liberation movements embarked upon changes in areas under their control. Although they had limited funding, they developed projects to improve education. They established schools and enrolled more students in elementary schools. Technical schools were also created. The ideologies of revolution and social change were taught. As the Portuguese had divided the African groups by categorizing them as competing tribes, the liberation movements had to unite the people as citizens of the same country. The movements also espoused an ideology and plan. Notably socialist to develop their countries and unite their people. They could not accept the society constructed by the Portuguese and had to create an alternative society based on freedom and equality. The liberation movements promised to give power to the people. The Portuguese had forced them not even to consider the option of losing the war, as the consequences would be grave for them and the people. In 1973, the PAIG declared the independence of Guinea-Bissau. Many African countries and a few countries outside the continent gave their support and 280. Recognition. The colonial wars took a toll on Portugal, dividing its leaders and people. A faction of the army that wanted the wars to end overthrew the government of Caetano in 1974. The new government stopped all the wars and promised to grant independence. Guinea and Cape Verde became independent in 1974, and Mozambique and Angola followed in 1975. Portugal itself became a parliamentary democracy, a change made possible by the Wars of Liberation in Africa. 30. Cultural Revival and Cultural Inventory, the Second World Black Festival of Arts and Culture, 1977. The Second World and African Festival of Arts and Culture will be a momentous event in the annals of our cultural crusade. Olusegun Obasanjo, 19,771. In 1977, Nigeria hosted the Second World Black Festival of Arts and Culture, FESTAC, an event that attracted participants from Africa and other countries with black populations. FESTAC also celebrated African culture and directed world attention to African music, fine art, dance, literature, performing art, religion, philosophy, and other aspects of culture. FESTAC was Africa's biggest cultural event during the 20th century, one that enabled black people to reassert their definition of the self, emphasize the role of Africa in the black world, and present the various elements of African culture to the world at large. FESTAC also made it possible to analyze the state of knowledge in the understanding of African culture. There was a political side to it. Black people wanted to use their culture to promote identity, draw on FESTAC to express their cultural freedom and demand respect from others, reject the domination of other cultures, and assert the possibility of development without rejecting tradition. 282. What is FESTAC? The first major post-independence cultural event organized by blacks, known as the World Festival of Negro Arts, later changed to the First World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, to avoid the negative connotation attached to the word Negro in the United States, was held in Dakar, Senegal, in 1966. Nigeria hosted the second and larger festival in 1977. The main objectives of FESTAC were to ensure the revival, resurgence, propagation, and promotion of Black and African cultural values and civilization. Present Black and African culture in its highest and broadest conception. Bring to light the diverse contributions of Black and African peoples to the universal currents of thought and the arts. Promote Black and African artists, performers, and writers and facilitate their world acceptance and their access to world outlets. Promote better international and interracial understanding. And facilitate a periodic return to origin in Africa by Black artists, writers, and performers uprooted and living in other continents. Lagos, then the capital city of Nigeria, was the main venue, although a major event, the parade of horses and their riders known as the Durbar, took place in the northern city of Kaduna. 75 countries were represented, with thousands of participants in various aspects of culture. The festival emblem was a 16th-century ivory mask from Benin, worn as a pectoral mask by Benin kings. In 1897, the original was seized by the British, following their invasion of the Benin Empire, and later deposited in the British Museum. The festival flag consisted of 3 rectangles. The 2 on the outside were black to represent the black people, and the one in the middle was gold to represent the wealth of culture and the non-black peoples associated with FESTAC. The major festival events included the following: exhibitions on African history, the black contribution to science, technology, and invention, books, costumes, domestic arts, handicrafts, animals, musical instruments, the influence of African art on European art, and many others. Dances, including traditional African dances, African American, Caribbean, and Australasian dances, ballet, modern dance, and contemporary dance theater. Music, including traditional African, African American, African Latin, Afro-Caribbean, and Australasian music, and modern music from all parts of Africa and the African diaspora. Drama, including tragedy, comedy, poetic recitals, presentations revolving around fables and legends, children's shows, and pantomime. Films, notably feature films, short-length films, children's films, cartoons, and documentaries. 283. Literature, including poetry, essays, novels, short stories, fables and legends, and texts for children. A colloquium on the theme of Black civilization and education covering such aspects as arts, philosophy, literature, languages, history, pedagogy, religion, arts and sciences, government, and the mass media. Blackness and culture. The events and lectures were meant to celebrate Black culture and its relevance in the modern world. The assumption was that people and culture cannot be separated and that following a period of European rule, see Chapter 19, Africans and Black people worldwide should invest in the rediscovery of their past and the ties that bind them, explore the contributions of Blacks to their societies and to civilization in general, encourage the coexistence of different cultures, and use culture to reduce global violence and ease world tensions. In the words of Olusegun Obasanjo, the patron of Festac, the festival will help obliterate erroneous ideas regarding the cultural values of the Black and African race. The occasion will surely lead to the abandonment of the museum approach to our culture by which men of other cultures consider our culture only in terms of prehistoric objects to be occasionally dusted, displayed, and studied instead as a living thing containing and portraying the ethos of our people's point too. The promotion of Black culture was also regarded as crucial in order to protect its destruction by other cultures. The belief was that external influences had had a damaging impact on Africans, creating a crisis in their social life, destroying behavior patterns and attitudes on marriage, education, family systems, and religion, and promoting private and public vices. Leopold Senghor, the leading exponent of the idea of blackness, negritude, and African personality and the convener of the first festival in 1966, was another leading voice in the campaign for Festac. In his view, Africans have deep values that Festac must celebrate. Senghor asserted that there was a Black culture and a Black civilization, original to Blacks, and expressed in their politics, arts, literature, language, tapestry, sculpture, and religion. In identifying what is typically Black culture, Senghor remarked that it includes fundamentally, the sense of communion between the visible and the invisible, man, nature and God, the sense of analogical images, which expresses this communion, and finally, the sense of rhythm. 3. What Festac focused attention on was the link between race and culture and the necessity of relying on culture in the development of Black people. Cultural heritage. The cultural heritage that was displayed covered the fine arts, songs, dances, drama, history, humanism, and religion, just to mention a few areas. Festac also enabled African scholars to review the state of knowledge in various disciplines. The focus here was on the documentation of culture by the scholars and 284 others in an attempt to identify the crucial components of African culture. Just a few of the ideas and issues that emerged from the works and papers presented during Festac are used as illustrations here. Cultural identity. Africans have always had their culture, defined as the totality of their experiences, including all social and political institutions, material items, habits, philosophy, religion, art, aesthetics, theater, dress, and agricultural practices. Society and its culture are integrated, all institutions are knitted together, and religion runs through all aspects. An individual is regarded as an integral part of a community, and a feeling of belonging within a kinship system is promoted. The principles of collective sharing, social justice, and the welfare of all members of the society are promoted. There is a social hierarchy based on age, while values emphasize wisdom, responsibility, and accomplishments. Religion is important, as the community engages in collective worship and encourages individuals to focus on the spiritual, and all seek the intervention of unseen forces in their lives. The impact of external influences is recognized as well as the rapid spread of cultural ideas from other places. Many people express the fear that the African continent was moving from a community culture to a culture of the market, that the old sanctions and sense of community were weakening, and that new classes and social tensions were emerging. In spite of the changes, many participants at Festac believed that there are peculiarly African cultural features, such as the values of generosity, brotherhood, affection to others, and spirituality. Aspects of African culture have been carried elsewhere, notably Latin America, the Caribbean, the United States, and Europe, by Africans who now constitute a black diaspora. Cosmology. The rich African view of the universe has suffered from limited written documentation but is well expressed in proverbs, idioms, wise sayings, legends, and myths, and in art, symbols, and dances. Africans believe that the universe was created by God, whose existence is generally taken for granted. As a created universe, it belongs to God, the Creator. It is a totir universe, in which God lives in heaven together with other beings. While human beings may die, there is no idea of an end to time or the universe. The universe is believed to be governed by laws of nature, by a religious order, a moral order among people, and the existence of evil can be conquered by the intervention of spiritual forces. Human beings occupy the center of the universe, but they have to worship God and respect nature in order to survive. Art. The feeling at Festac was that it was necessary to preserve objects that had not been lost and to promote new talents. In spite of the abundance of traditional 285 arts and the survival of many old skills, many aspects of the African heritage have been lost. More than 75% of African art and craft objects are made of wood, which cannot survive fire, termites, fungus, or woodworm. Many works, great and small, have perished as a result. The best preserved works are in metal, but not a few have also been lost due to the practice of melting down metal objects and recasting them. There is also the great impact of social change. As the traditional order based on indigenous religion, farming, and community cohesion disintegrates, this affects the quantity and quality of production. The need to produce artworks used in the worship of many gods has declined. The new religions of Islam and Christianity are hostile to these art objects. In many cases, converts are told to destroy them. Festac successfully presented African art as the creative aspect of culture and not as the fetish portrayed by missionaries and colonial officers. Art objects are connected with religion and rituals and with the representation of all aspects of life. Production skills can be passed down in families and can also be acquired through education. Many objects try to invoke the spirits of gods and the ancestors, to give form to them, so that they can be appreciated or worshipped by the living. Benin brass plaque. 286. African art has traveled to other places. The European artists at the turn of the 20th century borrowed ideas from what they regarded as exotic African pieces. European visitors took many artworks back with them and made them part of private and public collections. Not a few were stolen, including masterpieces from various parts of the continent. Participants at Festac called on their governments to demand the return of many of these pieces and buy those put up for auction. Traditional music. Traditional music, with its idiom and orientation, has survived into the modern world. New musical genres have arisen, while traditional music has been transformed in many ways. The ethnic idioms of various groups affect traditional music, although there are common themes and patterns. In general, there is no traditional musical notation. Music is an oral practice, and the apprentice has to be in close touch with the master. Music is performed from memory. Rhythm and tone are very important. Hand clapping, drums, and other percussive instruments are common. Instruments are used to convey signals and imitate human speech. Most music is a combination of instruments and voices. Traditional music uses the language, rhythm, and intonations of the people who created the songs. Vocal qualities vary, as well as instruments. Musical activities are commonly integrated with other activities and occupations, social events, political activities, and religion. The verbal text and the form are very much influenced by the context. Improvisation is the key, as the composer adjusts to the context. Thus, musical performance can be used for ritual, recreation, ceremonies, and a host of social functions. Music can be used for historical documentation, to keep important community records, and even to relay news and information. It is a key component in the socialization and education process, as it aids the acquisition and spread of knowledge on a variety of issues. Music can be generated privately for individual pleasure. In many cases, music production is socially controlled, and there are songs specific to contexts such as festivals and ceremonies, the coronation of kings, and burial rites. Musical instruments, too, may be tied to context, as in the use of special drums for the worship of gods or instruments played only for kings. For instance, in Ugandan circumcision rites, percussion sticks are used. Among the Tutsi of Central Africa, drums are reserved for the king and queen mother. Cult societies use bull roarers, diviners use bells, and trumpets are associated with kings. Performances are generally given outdoors, which explains the extensive use of drums and other percussion instruments that produce intense sounds rather than the soft sounds of indoor music. The musicians display great feeling and dramatic expression and expect the members of the audience to participate with them. Age and sex may affect musical organization. Some songs are associated with youth, women may specialize in recreational songs and dirges, and men's songs may be about labor and hunting. 287. Oral and written literature. Oral literature was dominant where no written script was used. Even after writing became fashionable, oral methods still document and narrate history, stories, parables, and all forms of knowledge. Creativity can be expressed in various ways. Oral literature provides an outlet for creativity, and many works become community property. Oral literature provides entertainment in the form of humor, descriptions of marvels, and riddles. The histories of people and nations are narrated in stories and myths. The stories mirror life, they show what people do, how they live and think, and which values they hold dear. African oral literature reveals many things about African religion, philosophy, and customs. Festac provided an opportunity to showcase various aspects of African literature. It was also an occasion to discuss the preservation of oral literature. The participants were worried that many forms of oral literature may be lost, as society changes and emphasizes written literature, as the habit telling stories by moonlight dies, and as radio and television take over the role of storytelling. The struggle for survival in the modern world can also undermine the interest in oral literature, while knowledgeable people will be reduced in number as old folk die. To remedy the situation, the leading suggestion has been that as many examples of oral literature as possible should be collected and recorded for posterity. Works of modern African literature, especially those written in European languages, have circulated widely and form the subject of studies in many university departments. Modern African literature grew in the colonial era as a protest literature criticizing the European cultural domination and economic exploitation of Africa. However, by the time of Festac, writers also had to direct their protest against African leaders who had failed to deliver on their promises. The writers are interested in culture, but they also want to draw attention to the plight of their people. They do not glorify or idealize the past, but they want to bring out elements in it that are useful to the present. The first generation of authors that acquired prominence, such as Camarole, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Leki Amadi, Okot P. Bitek, Mazisi Kunin, Lofia Wuner, Wola Sayinka, and Chinua Achebe, were among the elite created during colonial rule and exposed to European literature. They want to use the acquired foreign languages to popularize the cultural values of their people and express their desire for a great future. The African character, concluded the famous Kenyan writer Ngugi wa Thiong'o, must be restored to its history. Creative writers regard African survival of the slave trade and colonial rule as heroic. There are multiple visions of the presentation of the past and the strategies needed to reform the future. But the writers seem to agree that Africans have enormous capabilities to survive oppression, to resist bad leadership, and to dream of a better future. The writers capture changes. To Senghor, the Africa of empires is dying for, but what will replace the dying continent is unclear. As Abiose Nicole of Sierra Leone said in his poem, Africa is but an idea and its people still nurse separate fears while they dream. Separate dreams. 5. The dream at the time. 288. Of Festac was still about development and how culture would contribute to it. Is Africa, your Africa, growing again? Asked the Senegalese poet David Diop. 6. The assembly at Festac believed that it would grow, without losing its soul, its African personality, and its blackness. Conclusion. Africans and black people in the diaspora recognize the role of culture in the formation of their identity. Many look back on Festac as a turning point in the development of a global black consciousness and look forward to a time when there will be a repeat performance. The idea of cultural propagation and revival has taken hold, although large-scale festivals are hard and expensive to organize. Festac was an opportunity to talk about identity, to bring together blacks from different countries to discuss issues of cultural awakening and awareness, and to urge them to work hard and carefully for their collective survival. There was also a recognition of the role of Africa in the world, as it imports and exports ideas and culture. While Festac celebrated the past, it also looked forward by presenting the means to blend the cultures of the past with the cultures of the present. Africa will not reject other cultures but play host to them and accepts aspects that are useful to its peoples. Africa will not forsake development, and it will promote education and technology for its progress, but without destroying its traditions. 31. The Women's Decade, 1975–85. The United Nations declared a decade dedicated to women's issues to discuss issues of gender equality and peace. The 1975 International Women's Year opened the Women's Decade, WD, with many activities sponsored by different countries. The WD closed with the International Conference on Women in Nairobi in 1985. Africa was involved in many of the events. The aims were to enhance the visibility of women in the economy, in politics, and in society. Women's associations were formed in order to embark on a number of small-scale projects, notably handicraft production and small cooperative farms. Many governments promised to increase the level of funding for women's activities and improve their access to loans, land, training, and technology. In a few countries, some old laws were reformed in ways that favored women. Ethiopia, Kenya, and Côte d'Ivoire changed their laws to allow women to own and also inherit property. Polygyny, the marriage of 2 or more wives by one man, was disallowed in Tunisia and Côte d'Ivoire. In Senegal, where polygyny is still allowed, men were told to seek the consent of their wives before marrying another. The focus of international attention on women generated scholarly interest, most especially because women's and gender issues had previously been ignored in much of the literature, while governments have tended to assume that economic and political developments include everybody, irrespective of gender, even when the male bias has been glaring. Many women were able to raise their voices and to insist that their concerns not only should be taken seriously but should form the core of development programs. Above all, the contribution of women to development received recognition. There are areas of disagreement as yet unresolved. The most well-known is the desirability or otherwise of female. 290. Circumcision, popularized in the Western media as female genital mutilation. Opinions are divided between those who want the practice to end and those who want it to be modified. The WD also generated discussion of the right age for girls to marry, in view of the value of Western education. While some see nothing wrong in marriage before the age of 20, others argue that it prevents women from receiving higher education and competing with men. During the Women's Decade, various African governments established bureaus or ministries of women's affairs. Political positions were given to a number of leading women to demonstrate a commitment to involve women in formal political systems. There was a proliferation of non-governmental women's organizations, with national and international affiliations, that mobilized women, educated the public about all forms of discrimination against women, and informed women on how to achieve economic and political empowerment. The Association of African Women's Research and Documentation, AWARD, was established, based in Dakar, Senegal. It was made Africa-wide and bilingual in order to bring scholars and activists together to talk about a variety of women's issues. Scholars devoted considerable attention to the study of women's issues, including women and resistance in African history, women and liberation movements, and women's role in wars, leadership, religion, the economy, and politics. Other issues received attention, such as widowhood practices, marriage and family roles, and motherhood. The impact of the structural adjustment programs introduced in the 1980s and Africa's declining economies, see Chapter 32, on women was yet another main topic. Female circumcision became a major issue in politics, as feminists and radicals began to mobilize support to oppose this age-old practice. From the point of view of history, the Women's Decade provided an opportunity to review the role of women in Africa over a long historical period. The concern in this chapter is with this broad review, now a major theme in African history. Women's conditions. As in many other parts of the world, African women have lower status and fewer privileges and opportunities than men. Yet women work more hours than men. They carry multiple workloads in production and reproduction. Those with education and skills work in the formal sectors and also do virtually all the domestic work. Those without education are productive as farmers or craftswomen, rear children, and of course carry the burden of domestic activities. Women are active in the informal sector, as traders, food sellers, repairers of small crafts items, and so on. Many of these activities, especially child rearing and domestic work, go unrewarded. The activities connected with the Women's Decade highlighted the issues, pointing to the marginalization of women in politics, business, the professions, and other aspects of life. There were many women members of the elite in the 1970s and 1980s, indicating the progress that had been made in the education of 291 women and in their recruitment to many modern professions. In spite of these gains, however, men control power, both in the public and private domains. In poor economies, men and women suffer alike. Thus, some problems are related not to gender inequalities but to issues of underdevelopment. Peasants and poor women experience more problems than elite women. The incorporation of Africa into the world economy and the spread of Western influence also have their impact, in some cases actually providing better opportunities for men, thus widening the gender gap. The chapter traces the changing role of women in order to provide a broad historical context. Women in pre-colonial societies. Women's conditions were different in many ways before the imposition of European rule. In some societies, they were deeply involved in politics, both in formal and in informal institutions. They could become influential chiefs among some groups, as in the case of the Mende in Sierra Leone or the Tonga of Zambia. Where the institution of the Queen Mother existed, as in some West African communities, women held power as regents, advisors to kings, and kingmakers. Women warriors were found in Dahomey and Angola, where they distinguished themselves in wars. Women created their own powerful and influential organizations, which enabled them to be actively involved in politics and the management of affairs important to them, such as trade. Thus, there were women's secret societies, age-grade associations, and market clubs. In these associations as well as in community life, female titled chiefs were appointed as leaders. A number of title holders exercised considerable influence on issues that pertained to women, while they were involved in the overall management of cities and kingdoms. In the religious sphere, women priests and title holders played the crucial role of mediating between human beings and supernatural forces. A number of privileges enabled women to enjoy autonomy. Where they had access to land, livestock, and labor, they could create dynamic economic opportunities and empower themselves. In places where occupations were divided along sex lines, women controlled some areas. They could produce, control local trade, and serve as key participants in a variety of small industries and businesses. Above all, they had reproductive power, producing children in societies that cherished large families. Ultimately, women were protected by their adult children, who were also expected to take great care of them in their old age. In spite of the prominent roles that many women were able to play, and the autonomy that they enjoyed, male dominance was still common. More men were rulers and chiefs, and they controlled the majority of prestigious titles. In many cases, women had to rely on their acquired economic power and family connections to be able to attain a significant degree of success. Where the transatlantic slave trade created social dislocation and population loss, women were probably pressured to produce more children, thereby undermining some of their other roles. 292. Changes brought by colonialism. Some of the changes brought by European rule discussed in Chapter 19 affected gender relations in a way that favored men at the expense of women. Colonial institutions were male-dominated. Europeans brought with them the idea that men were more important than women, the Victorian belief that the place of women was in the home to cook and look after their children, the idea that economic and political changes were shaped and controlled by men, and that African men were the people they needed the most to achieve their aims. As the colonialists' policies unfolded, more and more women lost access to old resources and failed to gain access to new resources. While it is true that Africans were exploited by colonial rule, men had greater access than women to power, education, land, wage incomes, and new skills. The colonial economy was dependent on export crops such as cocoa and peanuts, which were cultivated by men. Women were mainly connected with food production, which generated a smaller income. While women were confined to households and rural economies, men worked for wages in various sectors and were often forced to leave their wives in the villages. The colonial authorities regarded men as the essential power holders. In recruitment of Africans to work in the civil service and in European companies, men were the chosen ones. Proceeds from the production of cash crops and wages were not evenly distributed within the household. Men regarded themselves as the legitimate creators of the wealth and took the lion's share. Many among them chose to use their excess wealth to marry additional wives to demonstrate their status. As land became commercialized for building and production, men struggled hard to claim far more than women. In some areas, traditional practices of sharing the inheritance were abandoned in favor of men. Access to labor was generally competitive. Men were lured or forced to work for companies and government, leaving their wives behind in rural areas to concentrate on raising children. Not all women located in the cities found legitimate employment, and many were forced to perform domestic duties or do menial and less rewarding jobs to sustain themselves. The contemporary reality. By the 1970s, gender relations in Africa had become unequal. Men had more access to many privileges and opportunities. The colonial political and economic structures continued to exist after independence, in conditions that put women in relations of dependency to men. Leadership, important occupations, jobs, land, wealth, prestige, and property were monopolized by men. Although women were involved in the liberation wars and political struggles that led to independence, they did not reap rewards equal to those enjoyed by men. The attention given to women in the women's decade exposed the reality of exploitation, their conditions in the 1970s and 1980s, the ways in which exploitative. 293. Gender relations are frequently justified, and the changes that are necessary to attain a better society. Each of these major issues is highlighted in turn. Conditions and gender differences. If women were able to share power in pre-colonial Africa and were able to exercise a considerable degree of informal influence, the situation in post-colonial Africa would be greatly different. Power has become excessively centralized and mainly male-dominated. Women have not been able to rise to become heads of state or to control the legislative assemblies or the judiciaries. As the informal institutions where women have traditionally exercised power have declined in their importance, so, too, has women's power been considerably eroded. Bureaucracies, rather than families and community organizations, control power in ways that do not necessarily involve dialogue with the people. Since the bureaucracies are dominated by men and are not democratic, women have been put at a serious disadvantage, being unable to influence many decisions. Where access to politicians and bureaucrats is crucial to obtain jobs and favors, the arrangement works in favor of men with patrons in the right places. In distributing national resources and creating opportunities, most policies tend to favor men. As the majority of the African population are farmers, it can be argued that the role of the government should not be exaggerated. Even then, the gender disparities in informal economic activities are clear. Women constitute more than 40% of the agricultural labor force and do more work than men but earn smaller incomes. In addition to farm work, they do most of the domestic chores. Farm earnings go mainly to men, who spend the lion's share on themselves and their own needs, while women spend the bulk of their incomes on their children and households. Women lack access to legal title to land, which means they cannot raise loans or claim land when they divorce or lose their husbands. Assistance in the supply of farm equipment and machines goes mainly to men. Where government and external agencies spend money on rural areas, the main beneficiaries tend to be men. African development policies are urban-oriented, which means that farmers, irrespective of gender, are marginalized. Consequently, the rate of rural-urban migration is high. Women also migrate, although in smaller numbers than men. However, because many women are less well educated than men, they face more obstacles in obtaining jobs. Although tremendous improvements have been made in the education of women, a number of trends suggest gender differences. In a number of countries, more boys than girls go to school. More women than men are nurses, secretaries, and teachers. These are important jobs but with incomes that are not comparable to those in fields dominated by men. Women do not have sufficient time, capital, or education to compete with men or even create successful women's organizations to promote their interests. 294. Rationalization of gender relations. Many of the established relations of inequality and dependency are regarded by men as part of the African tradition. Both old and new dependency relations are described as traditional by men who wish to retain their established privileges. Leading political offices and senior positions in the civil service and army are controlled by men. When women press for inclusion, they are told that men were kings and chiefs in traditional Africa or that the Islamic religion does not favor the appointment of a woman as the country's leader. Women are expected to be submissive and focus on raising good children. Daniel Arap Moi, Kenya's president, reminded women at the International Conference on Women, held in 1985 to close the Women's Decade, that God made man the head of the family. Feminists and radical scholars interpreted this to mean that the struggles for change had achieved little in 10 years. Traditionalists supported Moi for wanting Africa to progress without destroying its basic values. There is a perception that if women can rise to higher positions and earn good incomes, it will damage the status and power of men. Asking men to give up their privileges is bitterly resented as an effort to destroy society and unleash unnecessary gender competition. Those who advocate far-reaching changes can be accused of wanton disregard for culture or of being agents of Western cultural imperialism. Men are presented as agents of change. The theory may be that if the head of the household is happy and prosperous, everybody else is fine and doing well. Projects are supposed to be directed at those who will make the most gain and transform society. If men are not satisfied, so goes another rationalization, society would become disorderly and ungovernable. On the other hand, women are presented as easy to satisfy or control in moments of protest. Religious preachers present men as the legitimate and divinely sanctioned leaders of households and society. In some areas, men are entitled to take the earnings of their wives and to spend their own incomes without being questioned by their spouses. The school system, popular culture, and the media institutionalize gender relations. Men are presented as breadwinners, heads of households, strong, intelligent, and courageous. Women are presented as docile, gentle, subordinate, weak, and less adaptable to change. In large families with limited resources to spend on education, the boys are sent to school, while the girls may be asked to stay at home and to marry at an early age. Since they have been constructed as subordinate, it is believed that they need not pursue courses or aim for occupations that will lead to wealth and prestige. Thus, domesticity is presented as the main arena for women. So successful has been the popular conception of the subordinate female role that many women have actually come to accept it. Many elite women propagate the view that the role of women is to raise successful children and make their husbands happy. Married to men who can support them, they tend to accept the view that if men can provide adequate incomes, women should be contented with taking care of domestic issues. 295. Trends and changes. Many of the arguments in support of male domination are being questioned and challenged. Like men, women also seek status, prestige, and power, and all people seek survival. Even the basic skills of survival require competition and access to education, income, and the means to make a living. Thus, the demands made during the women's decade included access to the means to survival by women in different social classes and locations. Women also want changes within households that will bring them respect, authority, and security. In many areas, women are entitled to few or no privileges when they divorce or lose their husbands. Women seek legal rights to protect themselves, give them a share of the family's inheritance, and give them custody of their children. Women control local markets, especially in terms of the distribution of food and many small manufactured items. This is one area that the government can invest in to further empower women. Farmers demand access to land and capital so that they can become better farmers, produce more crops, and increase their earning power. Women in trade seek access to capital as well, so that they can expand their businesses. Without access to capital, many will continue to pursue the option of marrying men who can support them financially, a situation that will keep men in their dominant positions. A number of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, are raising various issues related to the empowerment of women. Foreign donors and the World Bank have been successfully pressured to consider the impact of their policies on women and to allocate resources in such a way that more women will benefit from them. Within the continent, millions of women's organizations, small and large, create opportunities to improve women's lives. They save and provide resources for self-help, contribute time and money to help members to expand their businesses, educate their children, minimize exploitation by men, and seek assistance from government agencies. The organizations of educated women seek improvements in the education of girls, assistance to working mothers, the creation of women-friendly work environments, and access to bank loans. Collaboration among women raises their levels of consciousness. Elite women fight for their own rights in seeking access to higher incomes and promotion in the workplace. In many countries, women are now represented in some cabinet positions. They demand changes in inheritance and divorce laws to give women access to higher income. In educating their children, they do not discriminate between boys and girls. For women's position to change, the struggles for economic and political equality will have to intensify. More women have to acquire power so that they can change existing policies in their favor. 32. A continent in deep crisis, 1980 onward. By the 1980s, the failure of the majority of African states had become glaring. Indeed, it was even expected that some states such as Sierra Leone, Liberia, Chad, Rwanda, and Zaire would collapse. Many countries acquired debts from external sources and were forced to implement a structural adjustment program, with stringent conditions imposed by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. The gains of independence had disappeared in many places, and many Africans became very distrustful of the government and even began to lose hope in their future. Those who had the opportunities and the credentials to do so, especially leading scholars and professionals such as medical doctors and nurses, migrated to more prosperous countries in Europe and to the United States. In 1989, the World Bank issued a document concluding that Africans had become poorer than ever before. The growing poverty and the possibility of total collapse became the major economic event of the 20th century. What are the conditions and causes of Africa's economic and political failure, a calamity that threatens to destroy a continent that started its history as a leader? The answers can be found not just in the 1980s but long before then, as well as in the cumulative failure of leadership since independence. Underdevelopment. Millions of Africans became poorer than ever before, and the World Bank warned in the 1980s that poverty would increase. The economy was in decline for many years, reaching an annual growth rate of only 0.8% by the 298 mid-1980s. The majority of African countries do not have the industrial capacity to produce large amounts of goods and generate income. Industries often lack the machinery or the spare parts to run at full capacity. African countries continue to produce raw materials for export, as they have done for years, but prices in the world market are unstable. Whenever prices fall, national incomes are reduced, and social and welfare services suffer. Since the countries are dependent on foreign reserves to pay for their imports, a reduction in world commodity prices immediately affects their ability to buy food, drugs, and technology. So high is the level of external debts, close to $200 billion, that the continent is the most indebted in the world if the amount is related to national income. If the debt was to be shared by the citizens, it would be higher than the annual per capita income. In the 1980s, most countries were forced to implement SAPs imposed by the lending agencies, notably the World Bank and the IMF. The conditions imposed by SAPs were stringent: devaluation of currencies, wage freeze, price determination of food and cash crops by market forces rather than prices imposed by the government, reduction in the labor force, reduction in the number admitted to colleges and universities, and so on. The SAP was a total failure in most countries. The level of external debts increased, more people became poor, the rate of unemployment increased to double digits, inflation became uncontrollable, the middle class was devastated, and social services and infrastructure collapsed. As the people took to violence to protest the economic failures, the government took to drastic dictatorial policies and used the army and police in very brutal ways. Notable among the declining sectors are the following: agriculture and food crisis. In a continent largely dependent on agriculture, the performance of this sector has become so appalling that almost 70% of the population lack adequate food to eat. The food crisis of the 1980s has continued ever since, as the level of agricultural productivity is too low to sustain an ever-increasing population. In a number of places, droughts devastated communities, forcing them to become refugees. During the 1980s, famine occurred in not less than 22 countries, and they had to depend on food charity to be able to survive. Chronic undernutrition occurs each year, as each region witnesses food deficits. Famine is not uncommon whenever food deficits become chronic due to war, crop failures, or natural disasters. Hunger afflicts many people, because they are too poor to buy or grow food. According to the World Bank, the African agricultural and food crisis includes at least 4 major aspects. To begin with, the rate of population growth is faster than the growth rate of agriculture in almost all African countries. Second, dependence on the imports of foods such as rice and wheat have changed the African preference from local foods to foreign ones. The importation of food grains has increased at a rate 3 times faster than that of population growth. Importation contributes to dependency on other continents, thus draining scarce resources that otherwise could be used for other development purposes. Third, the 299 health and environmental issues. 300 exports of agricultural products for foreign reserves have suffered, thus complicating the overall economy. For instance, while Nigeria had for many years sold cocoa, peanuts, rubber, and palm products, the country is now solely dependent on the export of oil, thus losing the opportunity to diversify its economy. Fourth, Food aid has also increased, especially during periods of famine and drought. Why is a continent so large and rich in land unable to feed itself? In some cases, the problems are due to ecological reasons such as drought and desertification. Soil and vegetation are deteriorating in some places, leading to drought. In some other cases, political instability and conflicts force farmers out of their lands and paralyze production. Where population grows at a rate faster than agricultural productivity, it also creates problems. There are a host of other reasons. Colonial rule turned Africa into a producer of export crops at the expense of food production. Post-colonial planning and development strategies have favored the non-agricultural sectors. Rural farmers are generally ignored and treated as lacking knowledge. Some cultivation practices tend to destroy trees and soil. And large-scale rural-urban migrations strip the farming areas of the youthful population who could produce. Environmental degradation has become another serious problem. The continent has been turned into a dumping ground for toxic waste from Europe. As fuel becomes expensive, trees and shrubs are cut down indiscriminately. Desertification threatens almost 85% of Africa's drylands. For instance, the Sahara Desert keeps expanding, diminishing the areas for farming and grazing in West Africa. Evidence of global warming can be seen in the drier and hotter climate in the semi-desert and savanna areas of Africa. It was not that efforts were not made to increase agricultural productivity. Indeed, many countries embarked upon irrigation schemes, committed huge public expenditure to agriculture, undertook land tenure reforms, encouraged the extensive use of fertilizers, and established new farming projects. In spite of these and other efforts, food scarcity and general decline in agricultural productivity recurred for the following reasons: erosion in a number of areas that destroyed the topsoil, drought, locust infestations, poor prices for raw materials in the world market, population increase, poor transportation to distribute crops, a lack of adequate storage facilities for harvested products, and the declining interest of the younger generation in agriculture. Health. Since the 1980s, it has been difficult to buy medicinal drugs, maintain existing health facilities, build new hospitals, and train personnel. Diseases, old and new, continue to spread as poor nutrition weakens people's immunity. Initially ignored, AIDS has affected a large number of people. Cholera and malaria fever have devastated millions of people. Expenditures on health services are grossly inadequate, and diseases that kill in large numbers, notably malaria, have not been effectively targeted for eradication. Expenditures on curative medicine are higher than those on preventative ones, such as the vaccination of children, the 301. Maintenance of friendly environments, and the provision of safe water. Health services have declined since the 1980s, due in part to the overall decline in the economy and the repayment of interest on external loans. In countries where AIDS has spread, it has been difficult to pay attention to this devastating disease because of limited resources. If Western medicine is proving difficult to acquire or facilities hard to manage, ethnomedicine is filling the gap in many areas. Spiritual healing by religious organizations and established herbal practices used by traditional diviners, midwives, bone setters, medicinemen, and others are gaining widespread currency. Alternative medicine is not just a rural phenomenon in areas where there are no Western medicinal facilities but even in cities and among the educated elite. Alternative medicine tends to be cheaper, more readily available, and more efficient in the cure of well-established diseases such as malaria. Although practices are unregulated and there are many fake practitioners, alternative medicine is no longer dismissed as primitive or unreliable, and efforts are being made to improve its delivery. Population growth. If development had occurred as expected, many of the questions regarding population growth would have been unnecessary. However, it is clear that the rate of economic growth lags behind that of population increase, and available resources are not being managed in such a way as to take care of the majority of the population. Africa has the highest rate of population growth in the world. From 1985 to 1990, the annual population growth was 3%, whereas that of South America was 2.1%. Asia, 1.6%. And Europe, 0.3%. The consequences of high growth rates include the inability to meet the social and educational needs of people, rural-urban migration, food scarcity, and high rates of unemployment. Growing at an annual rate of 3.1%, Africa's population may double every 23 years, in spite of a high death rate. Over 40% of the people are under the age of 15, and the expectation is that they will contribute further to population increase through reproduction. The high fertility rate is due primarily to the preference for large families. A woman can give birth to 6 or more children. A man can have 2 or more wives. The preference for large families is due to the social status attached to a household with many children, the security rendered to the elderly by their children, and the help that children render in the various occupations of their parents. The infant mortality rate in Africa is one of the highest in the world. Poor nutrition and sanitation, diseases, example malaria, polio, coughs, and measles, and widespread poverty lead to the death of many children. Life expectancies are lower than in many other parts of the world. In general, life expectancy is under 60 years. The high level of mortality is due to unhealthy environments, poverty, and diseases. The most deadly diseases are malaria, transmitted by the Anopheles mosquito, schistosomiasis, cholera, and measles. 302. Reasons for economic problems. Africa did not suddenly reach its sorry condition in the mid-1980s. The foundations were laid in previous years, but they were complicated by bad leadership and mismanagement. The resources of the continent have been used not to benefit the great majority of the population but to benefit a minority of privileged Africans in power and the external investors. The blame for Africa's problems has to be shared between external and internal forces. To start with the external forces, the contacts that foreign countries had established over hundreds of years were solely motivated by profit, a desire to drain the continent of its wealth. Millions of slaves were taken, thereby reducing the productive and consumption capacity of many places. During the 19th century, the emphasis shifted to agricultural products for export. Then colonial rule was established, and the level of exploitation was intensified. Important minerals and agricultural products were exported, with minimal benefits to the majority of the population, see Chapter 19. Although colonial rule in many areas was already over by the 1980s, the economic system in place was based on the long-established relations with the external world. Thus, Africa moved from a colonial to a neo-colonial phase, with similar economic conditions. The essentials of the economic system, devastating in its impact, included the following. The African economy was operated to the advantage of Western markets. African farmers planted coffee, cocoa, rubber, peanuts, and other products for processing in Western factories. Where European settlers went to Africa during colonial rule, and later, to grow these crops, they often took the best land. The minerals, too, were mined for external markets. During colonial rule, foreign companies extracted the minerals and kept most of the companies. After independence, foreign profits still dominated the sector, with their capital and technology. African countries received royalties and other forms of compensation. The producers responded to the external markets by supplying what they required, by abandoning food production in favor of the more lucrative cash crops, and by migrating from their original homelands to other areas where they could work in mines. African countries became dependent on the world market and external forces that they could not manipulate or shape. They could not determine the quantity and prices of goods they supplied, they lacked control over interest rates charged by foreign banks, and they had no means to check the impact of inflation in Western countries on their own economies. They paid high prices for manufactured imported items and received low prices for their own exports. There have been many internal problems as well. A major factor has always been that of bad government and leadership. The problems of political instability are identified below. but they impact the economy and society in many negative ways. State-run agencies are inefficient, and corruption is rampant. Excessive government intervention often constitutes a great barrier to economic development. 303. Governments have tried different economic models without success. Many started with the inherited capitalist ideology, but they were unable to expand the market or create the conditions to generate capital. Some turned to the Soviet Union and China to borrow the socialist or Marxist/Leninist economic model. The socialist model turned out to be a disaster as well, as it simply enabled political leaders to acquire excessive power and ruin many private initiatives. See Chapter 27. Political woes. Political instability was endemic in the 1980s and beyond. This was manifested in military regimes, with coups and counter-coups in many countries. See Chapter 26. Political problems could also include the excessive use of power by those in government. Yet another common feature was for those in power to refuse to relinquish it. Transition from one head of state to another in a peaceful manner became highly unusual. Power struggles among the representatives of different ethnic groups led to wars in a number of countries. In the 1970s and 1980s, about 2 million Africans died in various wars, including wars of liberation from European powers. By the mid-1980s, the following countries had experienced armed conflicts: Chad, Eritrea, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Uganda, Sudan, Somalia, Angola, Djibouti, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Rwanda. These conflicts destroyed the economy of these countries and created millions of refugees. There were more countries with undemocratic arrangements than countries with governments with leaders chosen by free and fair elections. Where elections were held, the results were manipulated by those in power. Even in countries with so-called multi-party systems, example Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco, Liberia, the elections were controlled by those already in power. In most places, opposition forces were intimidated, and their leaders were destroyed or jailed. The majority of countries were ruled either by single parties, 35 countries by 1989, or by military regimes. The reasons for political instability and related crises are many and varied. The majority of African countries were artificially created by Europeans, without the involvement of Africans in the process. Various pre-existing groups and governments were lumped together within the same country. There were even cases of pre-existing groups divided among 2 or more new countries. These countries have come to stay, but the divisions within them have not been resolved. One division is that of ethnicity. In the majority of African countries, people belong to a variety of ethnic groups, those of the nations that existed before the colonial conquest. The people could express nationalism both in support of their country and in support of their ethnic group. A problem arises when the commitment to the ethnic group is greater than that to the country. The management of an ethnically divided country, usually referred to as the politics of pluralism, is rather complicated. Divisions can also be along religious lines, in countries with both Christians and Muslims. In Nigeria, for instance, there were many cases of religious violence during the 1980s. 304. In managing the divisions, governments in many countries resorted to drastic measures. The army and the police were used to curb legitimate protest, even to kill innocent people. Such anti-democratic arrangements as the one-party state or military rule were promoted by using the divisions as an excuse to impose authoritarian rule and to disregard the principle of accountability and the rule of law. The government resembled a police unit. Indeed, throughout the 20th century, many countries in Africa were run as police states, with severe limits on self-determination and freedom of expression. Opposition forces were curtailed, elections were unknown, and the police and army kept a close eye on the people. During the Cold War, when the Western Bloc, the United States and Western Europe, and the Eastern Bloc, the Soviet Union and the socialist regimes, were competing with each other, Africa was drawn into the rivalry. External intervention during the Cold War added to Africa's political problems. To secure the loyalty of an African government, an external power could provide military and financial aid. Once it had a friend in power, an external power would help to retain that person in power, even when his people did not like him. For instance, as bad as Joseph Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire was, the United States and its Western allies were happy to retain him in power for a long period in order to maintain their vested economic interests. The Soviet Union also supported dictators, as long as they claimed to be implementing socialist policies, as in the case of Ethiopia, Burundi, and Guinea-Bissau. Economic underdevelopment had its impact on politics as well. Poverty was an excuse for corruption. To army officers seeking wealth, coups and political participation were lucrative options. In the case of poor people, the failure of governments could force them to take to crime and violence. The inability to provide jobs and basic human needs tended to undermine the political system. Many of the problems of the 1980s still remain, although many countries now have democratic governments and various interest groups are organizing to demand changes, as in Nigeria and Zambia. 33. Environmental challenges, 1980s onward. The concerns about environmental problems expressed in the 1970s began to be repeated with extra force in the 1980s. By the mid-1980s, a number of people were actually raising the alarm about many problems. By the 1990s, there was no longer any need to persuade Africans and the world that the environment had become a central issue in Africa's underdevelopment. Events and crises that were ignored in previous years have now come to the limelight. If the concerns in the United States are about the damaging impact of industrialization on the environment, example air pollution, the dumping of chemicals into rivers, the concerns in Africa are both about natural disasters and about the consequences of the exploitation of trees. The notable problems include soil erosion, desertification, drought, and global warming. The drought of the 1970s directed world attention to such issues as reduced soil fertility in many places, diminishing rainfall, and the overall decline in agricultural productivity. The most serious environmental problems in Africa include the following: soil degradation and erosion. Africa is an old continent, with soils of ancient origin, and a stable geology. Human activities have been intense for centuries, with the result that some areas have been overused. In some areas, the soils have lost their nutrients due to human activities and natural causes. Where rainfall is heavy or temperatures are too high, the soil loses its nutrients to leaching. About 75% of the continent is located in the tropics. Areas outside of the tropics are dry, notably the Kalahari. 306. Desert in southwestern Africa and the Sahara Desert in northwestern and northern Africa. Less than 10% of the continent falls outside of the tropical climate zone, and the rest experiences high annual temperatures, which may have an impact on the land. Over half of Africa's land is not arable, while large areas cannot support field crop cultivation for too long a time. There are extensive dryland areas, and the richest alluvial soils are limited to just 7% of the total land area. The problem of deforestation, discussed below, creates soil erosion in many areas. Once trees disappear, rain and wind damage the topsoil and overall soil fertility is greatly reduced. Leached soil becomes further exposed to high temperatures and can be baked into laterite. Lateritic soil is hard to penetrate, and such land can only support stunted trees or shrubs. Among the countries that have experienced problems of erosion are Tanzania, eastern Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Mozambique. Ethiopia suffers the most. It is a hilly country that suffers from floods when rainfall is heavy. Soil erosion, drought, famine, and population displacement have all been experienced in Ethiopia. One devastating report puts the annual loss of Ethiopia's topsoil at 1 billion tons, due to a lack of forest cover, which would protect the soil from heavy rains. With damaged topsoil, cultivation becomes a problem. A 3-year drought occurred in the early 1980s in highland Ethiopia. But when it rained in May 1984, the rains poured heavily for 4 days and caused erosion. Deforestation. If human beings must learn to adjust to problems of precipitation, wet and dry seasons, and natural phenomena that they cannot control, their activities and methods of survival can create environmental problems that are even harder to deal with. Deforestation is caused by human beings, because of failure to create a sustainable society, manage resources efficiently, and use only renewable energy sources. Reliance on the use of firewood for energy and of timber for building has led to massive felling of trees. This has exposed soils to greater erosion and damage. Excessive grazing by cattle as well as bush clearing for cultivation also destroy the forest and create more problems. Without an effective policy in place to coordinate human activities in terms of cultivation and energy use, many areas in Africa cannot sustain the relationship between society and environment. Since the middle of the 20th century, the areas covered by forest have been shrinking. The United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, has alerted the world to the shrinking forest in the Congo, to annual cases of forest destruction, and to the possibility that closed forests, rainforests with tight canopy, in areas with high annual rainfall, may disappear in Africa by the end of the current millennium. Madagascar has lost more than half of its rainforest, the Congo is losing its own at an annual rate of 0.2%, and Côte d'Ivoire loses as much as 7% a year. 307. Firewood is used extensively at great risk to the environment. Forest clearing is the factor primarily responsible for the destruction of the African forest and land. The majority of the population, as high as 90%, rely on firewood for domestic and commercial cooking. The rate at which trees are cut is faster than the rate of growth of new trees. The expansion of cities and population increase in turn lead to the use of more firewood in cooking for large numbers of people. In a number of cities, the surrounding countryside has been completely denuded of trees, as city dwellers demand wood and charcoal for cooking. Yet another human activity is crop cultivation, which entails extensive land clearing. The production of cash crops for export and food crops to feed an ever-growing population has led to the use of more land for agriculture. In many areas, farming is based on shifting cultivation. The farmer will clear and burn a plot, use it for a few years, and then move on to another plot to allow the older one to regenerate. When land was abundant in relation to population, land was allowed to lie fallow for many years, which enabled it to regain its forest growth and nutrients. As population expands and greater demands are placed on farmers, the fallow duration becomes too short to allow the land to regenerate. Farmers also penetrate new areas, burning more land in the process. The consequences of shifting cultivation based on a short fallow duration are devastating. Trees do not grow back in many areas, the soil loses its nutrients, and new crops do not grow well. The rate at which new areas are put under cultivation and ultimately destroyed is so high that it has now reached crisis level. 308. Desertification or wasteland. The destruction of the forest creates other problems for the environment. As more and more land loses its nutrients and fails to sustain agriculture and farming communities, the ecosystem becomes damaged. Deforestation promotes desertification. Wasteland replaces formerly productive land, due in part to overgrazing, destruction of the forest, and overcultivation of crops. The desert is expanding, and about 700 square kilometers, 270 square miles, of land have become wasteland in the last 50 years. A recent estimate puts the loss of good land at the staggering figure of 36,000 square kilometers, 13,900 square miles, a year. Countries that continue to be affected by the expansion of desert land include Egypt, Sudan, Nigeria, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, Ghana, Senegal, Gambia, and Chad. 6 countries, Nigeria, Angola, Uganda, Madagascar, Cameroon, and Benin, have less than 30% semi-arid and arid lands. Countries with more than 30% arid and semi-arid lands are Zimbabwe, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Zambia, Gambia, Mozambique, Senegal, Tanzania, and Sudan. Countries with close to 70% arid lands include Botswana, Cape Verde, Chad, Djibouti, Kenya, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, and Somalia. Arid areas cannot support large populations, and vast areas are empty. Dry areas are occupied, but they tend to support nomadic pastoralism or the production of limited quantities of grain crops. Drought and desertification are linked. Changes in climate and lack of adequate rainfall create drought, which in turn leads to desertification. The water in parts of Lake Chad has evaporated over the years, forcing settlers to move elsewhere. In the Western Sahel, comprising countries such as Mauritania and Senegal, rainfall has declined over the years, with devastating consequences for the land. Industrialization and urbanization. Although Africa is mainly rural and non-industrial, many areas are experiencing the problems of industrialization and uncontrollable growth of cities. In places with modern industries, both local and foreign companies ignore environmental regulations. In the rush to attract foreign investors in the early years of independence, there was a failure to formulate adequate laws to protect the environment. Where laws were established, the need for economic growth has prevented any rigorous implementation of them. Corrupt bureaucrats may also collude with business enterprises to ignore the laws. To give an example, the oil industry in Nigeria has created a host of environmental problems, notably pollution. Gas is flared into the environment, pipeline leakages have occurred, many farms have been damaged, and soil is degraded in areas near oil production sites. So widespread is the environmental damage in many parts of the Niger Delta region in southeastern Nigeria that a number of villages have been destroyed. The oil companies and the Nigerian government have collaborated to underplay the 309 complaints by many communities in the oil-producing areas, and when the Ogoni people radicalized their protest, the military government killed their leaders. The rate of urban growth after independence has been phenomenal. In the 1940s, less than 20% of Africans lived in cities. By the 1980s, about a quarter of the population lived in many cities. Cities such as Lagos in Nigeria and Kinshasa in the Congo keep growing. In 1960, Lagos contained less than 1 million people, but by 1980 it contained over 4 million people, and by 2000 close to 10 million. Nowhere is environmental degradation more noticeable than in the cities. Housing is usually so scarce that people sleep in any available space. Many people crowd into a room, and squatter settlements are common. Large areas are slums, and even the areas inhabited by the most privileged members of society are not always clean. Schools, hospitals, water supplies, sewage systems, transportation, and other facilities are grossly inadequate. The rate of unemployment is high. There are more workers than jobs in the formal economy, thus depressing wages, pushing a high majority into informal jobs, and lowering living standards. The policies pursued to solve urban problems are contradictory. On the one hand, policies are intended to reduce migration to the cities, mainly by making farming and rural areas attractive. On the other hand, there is a focus on improving conditions in the cities. Any small improvement in the cities makes them more attractive to migrants. When new migrants arrive, they worsen urban problems by congesting living spaces and adding to the slums. One of the greatest challenges is to supply safe drinking water and improve the sewers so that malaria-carrying mosquitoes will have limited breeding places. Environment and development. Until the 1980s, many African governments failed to make the connection between economic development and the environment. Not only were issues of environmental protection ignored, but some people believed that economic development could be retarded by paying too much attention to the management of the environment. For instance, to build more schools and hospitals, they had to cut timber from the forests. To expand the cities, they had to destroy the countryside. Western countries also divorced the interests of Africa from their concerns. Although scientists and various environmentalist pressure groups have pointed to the interconnectedness of the universe and the global environment, planners in the West have generally ignored Africa. In the 1990s, many more people began to realize that global warming, the ability of the dust in the Sahara Desert to travel as far as Austin in Texas and New Orleans in Louisiana, the sea waves from West Africa that create hurricanes in the United States, and the international spread of AIDS and other disease all mean that environmental problems in one part of the world can affect other places. It is now realized that the outbreak of mad cow disease in Britain can become a global phenomenon through the agency of human migration and trade. 310. The environmental problems will not only slow down the rate of national economic growth but also devastate Africa's rural population. Over 70% of Africa's population is dependent on forests, trees, and other plants for a number of basic necessities, such as shelter, food, and medicine. Women collect fruits and process all kinds of products to sell in the markets. Without wood and grazing land, many will become poorer. Fodder sustains cattle-rearing communities, and fuelwood is the main source of energy. The loss of the forest will translate into loss of income for millions of rural dwellers. Should they be pushed into cities to seek survival, more negative consequences will follow. Soil erosion and loss of nutrients have reduced crop yield and overall land capacity for production. Since the 1970s, the annual yields of important crops such as millet, wheat, peanuts, maize, and cotton have declined. This poses a problem of hunger and poverty for the majority of Africans. The preference for export production that was promoted during the colonial era and inherited after independence has posed its own dangers to the environment and the people. As most countries depend on export crops for foreign exchange, they have encouraged farmers to cultivate these crops at the expense of food crops. When the economy suffers a decline, and additional external revenues are required, more land is devoted to cash crops, again at the expense of food crops. The best lands are devoted to cotton, coffee, tea, sugar, and cocoa. Over time, the land is overused, and crop yields decline. Research is concentrated on export crops, and irrigated land is devoted to them. When drought strikes, as in Sudan in 1985, little or no contingency planning is in place to feed starving and displaced people. The poverty of some countries has been exploited by foreign companies looking for places to dump toxic products. Recipients of toxic waste see this as an easy means of access to foreign currencies, failing to consider the great health risk. By 1988, at least 10 countries had legally agreed to accept toxic waste, although regional and continental agencies pressured them not to conclude ongoing negotiations and to renege on signed agreements. As such contracts are concluded in secrecy, records of official transactions are not even available to members of the public. Wildlife is another aspect connected to the external market. Botswana, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Kenya earn hard currency from foreign tourists interested in wildlife. In the case of Kenya, tourism is extensive, attracting close to 1 million visitors each year and providing the best source of foreign exchange. However, the external market is also interested in animal products such as ivory, rhinoceros horn, and leopard skins. Poachers kill the desired animals in an indiscriminate manner. In Kenya in the 1980s, the elephant population faced extinction, until vigorous anti-poaching measures saved the animals. In Zimbabwe and Botswana, where the elephant population keeps increasing, the problem is to maintain a balance between the needs of the growing human and animal populations. In these two countries, the government wants to kill animals to raise money for conservation and to manage land and natural resources for the benefit. 311. Both of animals and of human beings. Many continue to argue that the needs of human beings and concerns for economic growth are more important than saving animals. In areas with drier land, the ability to sustain large populations will depend on the application of science and technology to agriculture. Extensive irrigation may minimize the damage caused by the encroachment of the Sahara Desert, while the use of fertilizers may solve the problem of poor soils. However, in seeking solutions in modern science, Africa experiences some contradictions. On the one hand, irrigation and fertilizers will lead to greater food production and an ability to meet the needs of the population. On the other hand, irrigation and fertilizer use can create a host of new problems due to the use of dangerous pesticides, the abuse of even good pesticides, and food and crop poisoning. Irrigation poses its own problems as well. The energy to power machines has to be paid for, and in dry climates, irrigation can increase the alkaline and salt levels of soil. Efforts have to be made to minimize damage to Africa's topsoil, halt the spread of the desert, minimize the hunger and displacement caused by occasional droughts, prohibit the dumping of toxic waste, and check the activities of industries that cause pollution. 34. African refugees, 1980 onward. During the 1980s and 1990s, Africa produced a net herd of the world's refugees. In the early 1990s, there were more than 5 million African refugees, enough to populate an entire country. As ethnic and other armed conflicts have become endemic, Africa has witnessed a massive increase in the number of refugees and other forced migrants. In addition, there were over 10 million displaced people who were not classified as refugees but who lived in refugee-like conditions during the 1980s and 1990s. The creation of this enormous population of refugees has become a phenomenon in global history, bringing into sharp focus Africa's economic and political problems and the suffering of its people. Millions of people have been displaced from their homelands by wars, political persecution, poverty, and famine. Authoritarian governments use violence to solve problems. They suppress the expression of political freedom, deny people's right to political participation, and fail to promote economic development, thereby providing the circumstances that force people to flee their country. Refugees seek shelter, food, justice, and security, and the majority hope to return to their original homelands when conditions change. Forced migrations raise issues of resettlement, tension with host societies, repatriation, and the need for economic development to overcome the poverty and famine that have led to some of the population movements. Causes and cases. Refugees are created by different circumstances, notably wars, leadership rivalries, inter-ethnic conflicts and hatreds, environmental crises, and poverty. 313. Refugee crisis in Africa, 1990s. 314. Countries that have produced refugees include South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Chad, Angola, Rwanda, Burundi, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Sudan. The last three countries have become known in the American media for the images they have provided of starving children and desperately ill adults. In the first decade following independence, the majority of refugees were created by wars of liberation and political conflicts. Conflicts between two or more African countries, clashes over boundaries, rivalry for territories, guerrilla warfare, and internal strife should be added to the political factors. Among the political crises that have caused forced migrations are the Algerian War of Independence in the 1950s, the civil wars in Nigeria, Chad, Sudan, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, the anti-apartheid struggles in South Africa, the territorial wars in the Horn of Africa, the ethnic conflicts between the Hutu and Tutsi in Rwanda and Burundi, and the competition for power in Somalia and Sierra Leone. The wars of liberation against the Portuguese in Angola and Mozambique also produced refugees. Wars of national liberation and internal conflicts influenced the definition of refugees by the Organization of African Unity, OAU, and other agencies. In order not to confuse refugees with other migrants, the OAU came up with a working definition in 1969. The term refugee shall mean every person who, owing to well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion, is outside the country of his nationality and is unable, or owing to such fear, is unwilling to avail himself of the protection of that country, or, who, not having a nationality and being outside the country of his former habitual residence as a result of such events is unable or, owing to such fear, is unwilling to return to it. The term refugee shall also apply to every person who, owing to external aggression, occupation, foreign domination, or events seriously disturbing public order in either part or whole of his country of origin or nationality, is compelled to leave his place of habitual residence in order to seek refuge in another place outside his country of origin or nationality. 1. As broad as this definition is, it was based on the assumption that many refugees will be driven by political considerations. Written in 1969, the OAU definition was concerned with Africans running away from South Africa and areas still under European control. However, by the 1980s, economic circumstances had also become important. Children, women, elderly people, and the disabled were among the refugees. Taking care of displaced people who were not classified as refugees by the OAU became a source of problems. If displaced people live within their own countries, it is difficult for international aid agencies to take care of them, for fear of offending the government. Drought, volcanic eruptions, famine, and resource depletion have pushed many people out of their homelands, as in the case of Tigray, Ethiopia. After all strategies have failed to cope with food shortage, migration can become the last available option. In areas affected by political conflicts, decline or failure of production leads to food shortage, which in turn will force the people to migrate. 315. Food distribution can be used as a weapon by a government in an unstable area to reward loyalists and drive away enemies. In the Horn of Africa, where relief agencies have distributed food to starving populations, some governments or warlords have prevented the distribution of food to so-called enemies, in order to punish them and force population displacement. The number of refugees has been on the increase since the 1950s. In 1964, when the first statistics were compiled by the OAU, there were 700,000 refugees. 5 years later, there were about 900,000. Over a million were reported in 1977. Between 1977 and 1979, the number doubled. In 1981, the number was over 3 million, and in 1987, well over 5 million. The crises in Liberia and Somalia in 1990 generated additional numbers of refugees. The refugee population in Africa by 1990 can be broken down by region: Southern region, 1.2 million, Eastern region, 2.6 million, Central region, 743,000, Western region, 734,000, and Northern region, 171,000. These figures are most likely to be grossly underestimated. Countless numbers of refugees do not register with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, which supplied the data. Neither do they necessarily even report to their host government, as many simply relocate to local communities, especially if they share the same culture and ethnicity with their hosts. The figures also exclude those who do not cross the borders of their own countries. A number of trends have emerged over the years. Some countries have become noted for producing or receiving refugees. In the 1980s, Ethiopia was the largest refugee-generating region, although it also received the highest number of refugees, from the Sudan. 10 countries dominate the list of those creating and receiving refugees, with Somalia and Rwanda having up to 10% of their population as refugees. Since 1980, more than half of the African continent has experienced a refugee problem, either losing or receiving people. In West Africa, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Mauritania top the list of countries that have created refugees. The greatest number of refugees has been produced in the Horn of Africa and in Central and Southern Africa. Sudan is a notable case, for the large number it has received and created and for the persistent nature of the problem. Southern Sudan has lost many of its people to its neighbors due to a prolonged war with the north. With religious conflict between the Christians in the south and the Muslims in the north, the war has become one for religious freedom and regional autonomy. On the other hand, Sudan itself has received millions of refugees from Chad, Ethiopia, Uganda, and the Congo, all victims of serious political conflicts. Sudan has created a number of government farms where the refugees can live semi-permanently. The refugee problem is not about statistics but about human tragedy involving great losses to communities and individuals. Care, concerns, and problems. How to shelter, feed, and protect refugees are all serious problems. Host countries show compassion and generosity to refugees, although there are cases of tension, mutual suspicion, and hostility. Local people and government agencies. 316. Respond to the situation in spite of limited resources. The United Nations Disaster Relief Organization, UNDRO, the OAU, and many non-governmental organizations are also involved in taking care of refugees. The resources available to assist refugees are not always sufficient for the large numbers. In the early stages of a crisis, thousands of refugees may show up, unannounced, in an area within a few days and deplete available water and food resources. Relief is generally inadequate for such large numbers. Aid agencies do not always find it easy to deliver materials and assistance to refugees scattered over vast areas. Among the issues that refugees confront are inadequate shelter, water, food, infrastructure, communication, and land to cultivate crops, plus a lack of self-esteem. The children of refugees have few or no educational or apprenticeship opportunities. Where refugees have stayed in an area for a long time, they have embarked upon self-help projects, creating semi-permanent farming communities. Creating self-sufficient refugee camps is always a problem, but where self-help and aid have been combined, this has tended to ease the pain of relocation. If international relief agencies give too much food, medicine, and other resources to refugees, they may attain a standard of living higher than that of their hosts and thus create some resentment among their hosts. When host communities are called upon to assist refugees who want to farm, there may not be sufficient land, or the land given may require the use of water, fertilizers, and equipment that are not available. When most refugees were driven out by apartheid, as in the case of South Africa, or wars of liberation, as in the case of 1 million Mozambicans in Zambia in the 1970s, the host societies tended to be sympathetic, regarding the care they gave as a contribution to the anti-colonial struggles. However, in the 1980s and 1990s, when refugees were created by power and ethnic rivalries among Africans, host communities tended to resent their guests. When food materials run out and aid is slow to come, hosts are critical of refugees, blaming a handful of people for creating the problems. There are many other problems. Political leaders in host societies can be fearful of refugees, thinking that they may become involved in politics and schemes to destabilize the host countries. Political relations between refugee-receiving and refugee-generating countries can also degenerate into tension and conflict, as in the conflicts between Uganda and Tanzania and Angola and the Congo. Thus, in locating refugee camps, issues of security and safety have to be considered. Refugees want to be close to their relations, which may mean that they do not want to be too far away from the borders of their home country. As far as aid agencies are concerned, the best location is a place where it is easy for them to distribute food, water, medicine, and other necessities. In some cases, aid workers may have to be accompanied by soldiers, as in Somalia in 1992 and 1993 when ethnic leaders competed for power. To host societies, refugees represent both an economic asset and a burden. Host communities want to take advantage of the situation in terms of providing people to serve as aid workers, selling some items, and using cheap refugee. 317. Labor. Thus, the refugees are denied the opportunity to participate in politics by the host government and denied the opportunity to engage in economic activities by competing host communities. This is often a source of trouble. The healthy and active among the refugees lead a life of inactivity. In cases where refugees flee due to political problems, they are not wanted back home. Thus, to deny them political and economic participation in their temporary home is to further alienate them by treating them as people that nobody wants or cares about. In response to this marginalization, refugees can become restless, fighting or criticizing their hosts. The desire to return to their homelands where they have self-worth and dignity may turn many into rebels, fighting just in order to return. Either for challenging their host or becoming armed warriors, they risk repatriation, and some refugees have been forcefully repatriated. The Tutsi of Rwanda who settled in Uganda in the 1980s decided to self-repatriate, even when this involved armed conflict with their Hutu rivals. Where refugees are restless, measures are taken to confine them to designated areas and to police their movements. Sometimes the management of refugee camps is authoritarian, and the refugees are denied freedom of political expression. Where refugees are created by ethnic and religious hostilities, the problem is complicated by their determination to take revenge and seek all possible means to return home. Notable examples include the refugees who fled from Idi Amin's regime in Uganda in the 1980s, the Hutu and Tutsi of Rwanda in the 1980s and 1990s, and the southern Sudanese since the 1970s. Refugees may turn themselves into armed militias to fight for their rights. When refugees form armies, fresh troubles are created, the nation that forced them out and the one that receives them become enemies. The environment and economy of host communities may be devastated by insecurity and conflict. Aid workers helping the refugees may be treated as mercenaries. Convoys taking food and medicine to the refugees may be attacked in order to divert these materials elsewhere or simply to deny the refugees the means to survive. In this kind of atmosphere, more people are displaced, humanitarian efforts are undermined, and local conflicts are internationalized. The future of refugees is always uncertain. They and their hosts prefer the option of repatriation and resettlement in their homeland. However, there are always obstacles to this. To start with, the political conditions that created their displacement may still exist. As long as the government that created the problems remains in power, it is difficult for refugees to return. This was the case with the South African exiles during the long apartheid regime. To take another example, the war in Sierra Leone in the 1980s and 1990s lasted so long that it was difficult to convince refugees to return home without fearing that they would lose their lives. Where armed conflicts are protracted, as in the warfare and ethnic hostilities in Rwanda and the Congo, it is always difficult to ask refugees to return. Indeed, the army of a refugee-generating country may even pursue those in flight, killing as many of them as possible in order to prevent them from forming a guerrilla movement. In some cases, repatriation has to be negotiated by various governments and interested parties, and arriving at a consensus can 318 prove impossible. One of the parties may anticipate future conflicts and not want the refugees to become armed warriors. Finally, the concerns of the refugees may cause anxiety among them and affect their decisions. How will they readapt? What jobs will be available for them? Will their children be happy? Permanent settlement in the host country is another option, where the chances of repatriation are minimal. This is not an easy undertaking, as both the refugees and the host communities may resist. Permanent settlement involves allocation of land, competition for jobs, and the sharing of scarce resources. Aid agencies have to provide resources both to the refugees and to their hosts in order to avert crises. The coexistence of two cultural identities within the same area also causes fear, especially among host communities, who may be resistant to the settlement of another group in their area. Host communities fear tension based on ethnic and cultural differences, an increase in crime, excessive overloading of limited social facilities and infrastructure, and intense competition for jobs. Obtaining citizenship in a new country is usually a complicated matter. Conclusion: refugees still exist in Africa, and conditions conducive to the creation of new ones are always present. In the final analysis, both the creation and the management of refugees are very much tied to the economic development and political stability of Africa. Cases instigated by drought and famine can be solved by the development of agriculture and other economic sectors that can create jobs for millions of people. Whether an area loses or receives refugees, its development witnesses a major setback. The people become poorer. If enduring solutions to political instability, ethnic rivalries, and religious conflicts are not found, many African countries will produce more refugees in the future. Authoritarian governments lay the foundation for the production of refugees. Even when people do not leave their countries, they may still be displaced internally. The care of refugees can be facilitated if host societies are sufficiently developed to cope with a sudden population influx. Host communities resent refugees in part because they reduce access to water supplies, land, housing, schools, and other amenities that are in short supply to start with. Repatriation, rather than integration into host societies, is the best option to resolve the refugee situation. While awaiting repatriation, many of the problems experienced by refugees can be minimized if hosts do not limit assistance to food, water, and medicine but encourage the acquisition of skills, the productive use of time, and the creation of self-help projects, provide opportunities for refugees to go to school and form cultural and religious associations, and offer citizenship to those who ask for it. Refugees should be involved in decisions relating to their existence and future options. Powerlessness is one of the conditions that has produced the refugees. Empowering them in the management of their lives will restore a sense of hope and optimism in their future. 319. 35. Africa in World Politics in Transition, 1980s onward. African relations with the outside world entered a period of transition in the late 1980s, from the politics of the Cold War to those of the post-Cold War period. From the 1960s to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Africa had to operate in a bipolar global environment, in addition to negotiating with former European colonial powers. The optimism in the early years of independence that the continent would be influential in world politics quickly gave way to despair as the politics of the Cold War unfolded. Africans were not allowed to have full control of their destinies. Foreign powers interfered to pursue their interests and maintain their spheres of influence. African countries were weak in relation to the Western powers. With the fall of the Soviet Union, however, the international environment was radically altered. The conflicts over ideological choices between capitalism and socialism changed to conflicts over the acceptance of the free market. The agony of choosing between satisfying the Soviet bloc or the Western bloc changed to that of coping with the hegemonic power of the United States in world politics. As Africa lost its place in the strategic interests of the Western powers, the need to keep some dictators in power disappeared and political reforms occurred in a number of countries. Economic underdevelopment and dependence on the West for imports and technology have weakened the role of Africa in world politics. The changes in African relations with the rest of the world constitute a major historical event with profound consequences for the economy and politics. 321. Political conflicts in the 1990s. 322. Euro-African relations. Africa's relations with Europe have a long history. There was the history of trade, dominated by the traffic in slaves from the 16th century to the 19th century. Slaves were replaced by raw materials during the 19th century, see Chapter 11. Trade gave way to colonial domination in the first half of the 20th century, see Chapter 19. The achievement of independence by African countries did not terminate these relations. A number of further developments occurred, notably the following. France maintained close, almost supervisory relations with its former colonies, far more so than any other European country. Britain, the second major European colonial power, did not pursue a policy as all-embracing as that of France. The United States, the Soviet Union, and to a lesser extent China involved Africa in their superpower rivalries. The United States wanted to spread its ideologies of democracy and capitalism, minimize the global role of the Soviet Union, and trade with Africa. The Soviet Union was interested in spreading socialism and reducing the number of countries in the Western orbit. There was a crisis in the Congo in 1960, in which the superpowers were involved, and socialist-leaning leader Patrice Lumumba was murdered and replaced by a friend of the West, Mobutu Sese Seko. In the 1970s, there were tensions in Ethiopia, Somalia, South Africa, Mozambique, and Angola, as the superpowers intervened to obtain political and economic advantages. In the mid-1980s, South Africa and Libya offered opportunities for superpower conflicts. As part of their response to the Cold War, African countries sought identification with other developing countries, notably the members of the non-aligned movement, in order to develop a collective diplomacy and strategy to deal with the developed countries. Since most countries were weak, they believed that alliances with other countries would enhance their ability to bargain. While external powers sought to intervene in Africa when it suited them, African countries wanted to defend their independence and improve trade relations. Africa and the superpowers. After the Second World War, two new powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, entered Africa as major actors, joining the established European colonial powers. The new actors brought with them their interests in trade, ideology, and military strength. More important, they brought their deep hatred of one another. Africa was important to them only as they calculated their Cold War rivalry and policy. African leaders in search of assistance or troubled by internal opposition sought to identify with one of these two powers or even to manipulate them when it was possible to do so. The Soviet Union's strategy was based on an anti-imperialist ideology and the promotion of a socialist economic system. The Soviets had no colonies in Africa, which enabled them to promote a philosophy of anti-imperialism that appealed to pioneer African nationalists and leaders. The initial contacts of the Soviets in post-World War II Africa were with Egypt under Nasser, who received arms. 323. Denied to him by Western Europe. Nasser was, however, unsympathetic to communist ideas. The next contact was with Guinea under Sékou Touré, an anti-French labor union leader. Neither early cooperation nor the Soviet supply of arms led to any close friendship. Mali under Modibo Keïta, Algeria under Ahmed Ben Bella, and Ghana under Kwame Nkrumah also befriended the Soviets. But socialism failed to take any real root in these places. Nevertheless, the Soviet Union continued to develop relations with many African countries, if only to demonstrate to them that it was a great power. Faced with competition from China, the Soviets declared their support for socialist-leaning African leaders and assisted the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. In the 1970s, the Soviets sold considerable quantities of arms to Angola and Ethiopia and supported the socialist regimes in Angola, Guinea-Bissau, and Mozambique. Socialist policies did not succeed as anticipated, and the contributions of the Soviets were limited to supplying arms and facilitating anti-colonial wars in a few places. The Soviet Union was able to use anti-imperialism to win friends in Africa and demonstrate its strength as a world power. For the United States, identifying with former colonial powers was important, and so was developing fresh trade and political relations. The United States also wanted to prevent the Soviets from selling socialism to Africans. To achieve its objectives, the United States established commercial and diplomatic relations with many countries. Although U.S. policy toward Africa has been very consistent, Africa has never been a major priority. However, people in the United States have been able to acquire considerable knowledge of Africa through college courses and research. In addition, the technical assistance provided through the Peace Corps program has enabled many Americans to live in African cities and villages and interact with African people. After the Second World War, the United States presented an anti-colonial image but without alienating its European allies. Where a European country was heavily involved in an African country, as in the case of France and its former colonies discussed below or Britain and Nigeria, the United States did not become deeply involved. When the United States intervened in Africa, it was to halt the spread of Soviet influence and benefit from trade. In 1960, the United States was involved in the killing of the first premier of the Congo, the left-leaning Patrice Lumumba. This inaugurated a policy of hostility to socialist movements and radical African leaders. Africa was regarded as part of the Cold War politics, with the energy of the United States focused on halting the spread of communism, even if it meant supporting repressive governments and corrupt leaders. The repressive and corrupt Mobutu of the Congo was treated as a valuable friend, and his country was the second largest market in Africa for U.S. arms. The United States was able to benefit from Congolese minerals. The United States was also involved in Ethiopia and Somalia, mainly to curtail Soviet influence. Similarly, the United States was opposed to the anti-Portuguese organizations in Angola and Mozambique because these were regarded as allies of the Soviet Union and Cuba. 324. In the case of South Africa, the United States failed to condemn apartheid for many years, regarding the minority government as insurance against the spread of communism. It was not until the Jimmy Carter administration that the policy was revised to condemn human rights abuses in South Africa and to pressure the apartheid regime to accept the independence of Namibia. U.S. policy was still cautious, largely because of the heavy capital investments of U.S. companies in South Africa. Trade with South Africa was also important, running to $4 billion a year in the 1980s. International protest and violence in South Africa led to a shift in U.S. policy after 1986. The United States now joined others in demanding the reform of the apartheid system and supporting the imposition of sanctions. The role of France. The French attitude to Africa was consistent for a long time. The conquest of large areas was regarded as a national achievement. The majority of the African leaders that inherited power from France also had a strong attachment to French culture and ideas. France regarded itself as Africa's metropole, with a policy of developing dependency relations labeled cooperation. From 1973 onward, there was an annual Franco-African Summit, a major international event to review affairs and decide on a common stand on a number of issues. Relations between French and African leaders were personalized. The African leaders were showered with praise and attention. Through technical and financial arrangements, France was able to maintain a considerable influence over its former colonies. France sent to Africa teachers, technicians, engineers, and others to offer basic services. France also contributed to the development of government agencies and supported the CFA, Coopération Financière Africaine, franc as the common currency. In addition, France trained the police and armed forces in Francophone Africa. Although its policy was presented as one of helping Africa, it was actually one of self-interest. French goods were sold to Africa, while French capital investment was supported and encouraged. The use of the common CFA franc enabled France to impose tight financial control. France maintained military bases to protect its interests and to assist other Western countries in the fight against the Soviet Union. France was the main supplier of arms to many African countries and led the Western countries as an arms merchant. France intervened in the internal affairs of the Francophone countries and even helped unpopular governments to stay in power. France supported such brutal dictators as Mobutu of the Congo, Omar Bongo of Gabon, and Jean Bédel Bokassa, self-appointed Emperor of the Central African Republic. The French military presence was a reminder to opposition forces and civil society that their campaigns for change could be repressed by African leaders in cooperation with their French sponsors. France established security agreements with Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, Gabon, Djibouti, and the Central African Republic. France's relations with its former colonies are a classic example of neocolonialism, the ability to retain dominance even when the colonies have 325 become independent. It was not the interests of the mass of the African people that were paramount but those of the political leaders and business community. Dictators and autocrats were supported as long as they cooperated with France, and issues of human rights were regarded as unimportant. France even sold arms to South Africa. France was very successful in its domination of its former colonies in Africa. To start with, other Western countries and even the Soviet Union all conceded that France had the most dominant influence in all its former colonies. Leaders of the poor and struggling African countries needed assistance from France, in spite of the dependency that would come from it. Presiding over weak economies based on the export of a few crops, these leaders regarded France as contributing to their search for development. Those in power and the elite already assimilated to French culture benefited from the French connection by way of access to jobs, travel abroad, and education of their children. France's military assistance enabled many leaders to stay in power. There were occasional profound tensions and disagreements, mainly with Libya and Algeria, which wanted to assert their political autonomy and negotiate better trade relations. Post-Cold War relations. While established relations of dependency have continued, some changes are noticeable. In the 1990s, European countries began to warn that financial and technical assistance would be linked to good governance and democratization. They began to demand that African leaders should be more accountable to their people. However, many of these wishes were expressed largely as mere political rhetoric. It was during this period that Nigeria suffered under its worst dictator, General Sani Abacha. France, Britain, Portugal, and Belgium, all former colonial powers in Africa, together with other European nations, are now members of the European Union, which enables them to coordinate their policies on economics, politics, and immigration. While each country continues to maintain its individual relations with African countries, the European Union also provides its members with an instrument to impose and facilitate their dominance over Africa. The East-West ideological rivalry has ended. The United States no longer has to pursue a policy of preventing African countries from adopting the socialist ideology. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union under Mikhail Gorbachev began a series of reforms perestroika that changed the country profoundly and the international environment as well. A period of détente followed, marked by international cooperation and also withdrawal. In 1988, the United States and the Soviet Union agreed on peaceful solutions to African conflicts, and they ended their rivalries over Angola and Namibia. The Soviet Union began to pressure the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa to pursue a strategy of dialogue with the government, instead of violence. By 1990, the Soviet Union and the United States were advocating the same policy in South Africa, that of dialogue and reform. Similarly, the 326 Soviet Union asked Ethiopia to solve its problems with Eritrea peacefully, and it scaled back its military and financial assistance. When African socialist regimes such as Mozambique wanted to seek assistance in the West or raise loans from Western institutions, the Soviet Union did not stand in their way or even criticize them. The Soviets were no longer expecting any socialist revolution in Africa. Now free of the Soviet challenge, the United States, too, began to change its policy. The Bush administration was now eager to see the end of apartheid. In addition, the administration began to talk about democratization and good governance in Africa. Authoritarian regimes and one-party states were worried about this development, fearing that the United States would no longer support them. Interference in African crises was also reduced, although this had terrible consequences in Rwanda, Liberia, Ethiopia, and Sierra Leone, where ethnic conflicts and wars led to the deaths of thousands of people. As the West searched for new markets in Asia and Latin America and the Europeans created a stronger economic union, Africa increasingly became marginalized in world politics. Obtaining concessions from Russia, the United States, and Europe has become far more difficult. It is clear that small, weak nations may have little or no major influence in world politics, but regional powers such as Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, and South Africa have tremendous opportunities to develop stronger continental and regional unions that will promote better trade among Africans. The determinants of foreign policy. A number of factors have shaped Africa's role in world politics, many of which underscore its weakness and dependency. The main determinants include the colonial impact, the economy, the Cold War, and Africa's non-alignment, political instability, and united front against the apartheid regime in South Africa. The former colonial masters have exerted the greatest influence on post-colonial Africa. The role of France has been discussed above, while the British continued to hold a leadership position in the Commonwealth, an association of former British colonies. Arguably the most important determinant of foreign policy as well as a major constraint on it has been economic underdevelopment. Africa has been incorporated into the world system to supply resources, labor, raw materials, minerals, and so on to Western countries. The interest of the West in Africa has never been in the development of Africans but in markets, investment, and access to important raw materials. Thus, Africa is exploited. At the same time, Africa has become dependent on the West for industrial products, technology, and even luxury items such as cigarettes and alcohol. The problems of economic dependency are too numerous to be listed here. African countries want to overcome their fragility, and they seek various forms of support and assistance from the international community. When aid is offered, it comes with many strings attached. France, for instance, has maintained almost permanent control over such countries as Côte d'Ivoire and Gabon. The expectation. 327. That some countries with valuable resources would use them to establish considerable influence has largely been unfulfilled. For instance, it was thought that Nigeria could use oil, Botswana diamonds, and South Africa gold to create effective diplomacy for power. But these countries have failed to establish a powerful influence because the buyers control the market, the terms of trade may deteriorate, and the suppliers are unable to use their minerals to diversify their economies and reduce dependency. External powers exploit political problems to intervene in Africa. Secession struggles, civil wars, annexation, wars of independence, and other problems were used during the Cold War to justify interference in the internal affairs of the Congo, Angola, Ethiopia, Somalia, Morocco, Chad, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, to mention just a few cases. Cases of interference during the Cold War also brought Africa onto the center stage of superpower rivalries. As Africa enters a new millennium, under the leadership of its own people, its role in world politics will be affected by its ability to democratize its key institutions, transform its economies, minimize dependence on the West, develop appropriate local technologies, and foster a spirit of patriotism and nationalism. Continental and regional organizations must be strengthened to play an active role in empowering Africans and creating a voice worthy of respect in foreign affairs. 36. The fall of apartheid and the advent of Nelson Mandela's government, 1994. 99. In 1994, Nelson Mandela became the first black president of South Africa, 4 years after leaving jail. That apartheid would end and Mandela would move from jail to power was an event no one could anticipate even in the preceding decade. It was also an event that closed the book on European colonial domination of Africa. The background to the event was marked by long resistance to the injustice and racial discrimination of the apartheid system, see Chapter 20. Black radicalism. Resistance to apartheid has a long history. In 1944, Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, and some other students expelled from Fort Hare College formed the Youth League of the African National Congress, ANC. The Youth Leaguers were radicals who demanded national and political freedom and an end to all segregationist laws and white leadership. By 1949, some of the members of the Youth League had become members of the executive of the ANC. In 1952 and 1953, the ANC organized a series of defiance campaigns. Blacks used facilities reserved for whites, about 8,000 of them were arrested, and black leaders were arrested or banned from political participation. In 1956, the Federation of South African Women organized a mass demonstration to protest the law that mandated black women to carry passes. Women were actively involved in anti-apartheid struggles. The resistance strategy was to organize mass defiance. 329. On March 21, 1960, the Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC, another radical black organization, embarked on a 10-day protest, burning passes and inciting the police to arrest thousands of protesters. About 4,000 blacks marched to the police station in the city of Sharpeville, thinking that they would be arrested. Instead, the police opened fire, killed 69, and wounded 180. The South African government was condemned for its excesses. But it responded with more force. A state of emergency was declared to give the government more power. The ANC and PAC were proscribed. And thousands of blacks were arrested. The United Nations condemned all the actions of the South African government, but both the United States and Britain blocked the imposition of sanctions. In 1961, the South African government declared South Africa a republic and withdrew from the Commonwealth, in order to break all constitutional links with Britain. Black political activities went underground, using sabotage and guerrilla tactics to make their points. Oliver Tambo went into exile to organize political struggles, and a number of blacks went to China and other countries for military training. In 1961, the ANC established Umkhonto we Sizwe, Spear of the Nation, a military wing that would sabotage economic, communication, and political targets such as government offices, railway lines, post offices, and electricity pylons. The POC also embarked upon guerrilla activities, but the police infiltrated the organization and arrested some 3,000 of its members. In 1962, Nelson Mandela was arrested and sent to prison for leaving the country without an approved passport. A year later, 8 other prominent members of the military wing of the ANC were arrested. Mandela and the others were tried from December 1963 to July 1964. At the trial, Mandela defended himself, showed how peaceful means had failed, and ended his closing speech to the judge with words that have become famous: "During my lifetime I have dedicated myself to the struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die." All but one of the defendants were sentenced to life imprisonment. Black radicalism intensified, as did the violence intended to destroy it. The government continued to pursue its Bantustan policy of confining Africans to self-governing homelands in order to control labor recruitment, monitor black entry into white areas, curb black nationalism, and weaken the ranks of black leaders and their followers by dividing them into various tribal minorities. Thousands were forced to relocate to Bantustans, generally in areas without sufficient land to support them. The ANC received support from the Soviet Union, Scandinavia, and Eastern European countries. It established a military camp in Tanzania. In the 1970s, trade unions became active and were able to organize a series of strikes. 330. South African black homelands. 331. Students, too, became active, with many joining the Black Consciousness movement headed by Steve Biko, who was banned from politics and later killed by the police in 1977. International attention was diverted to the plight of Africans with the Soweto Uprising of 1976–77. On June 16, 1976, the students in Soweto mounted a vigorous challenge to the system. They originally wanted to protest the use of the Afrikaans language to teach social studies and mathematics, a symbol of the inferior Bantu education, as well as the gross underfunding of their schools. A revolt started after the police tear-gassed about 15,000 students, killed 2, and injured many more. A mass revolt engulfed the township, later spreading to the rest of the Rand area, Natal, and Cape Town. By the time it ended in 1977, more than 3,000 had been wounded and 600 killed by the police. Thousands of students were dismissed from school, and many fled into exile to become active in the ANC. South Africa moved into the 1980s with its old problems. Guerrilla activities intensified, and various organizations demanded the release of Mandela, the unbanning of the ANC, and an end to apartheid. More and more whites and Afrikaners were joining blacks to demand reforms, to prevent a revolution. The society was becoming politically divided. While some Afrikaner organizations wanted the survival of apartheid, some began to call for the abolition of the system. The possibility of black majority rule was being discussed in the mid-1980s, if only to avoid a revolution that would destroy the economy. South Africa entered its decade of change in the 1990s as a deeply divided country. Reforms. A number of developments in the economy, politics, and international relations forced the minority regime in South Africa to undertake major reforms that led to the end of apartheid. The economic expansion and prosperity of the 1970s called for an increasing use of black labor in many sectors of the economy. Skilled black labor was needed in the industrial sector. The need for skilled, well-paid workers, living with their families in settled areas, contradicted many of the country's segregation laws. A number of businesses that needed black labor became critical of some of the policies of the government. Black trade unions became better organized at pressing their demands and organizing strikes, which became common after 1973. A climate of black radicalism engulfed the entire southern African region in the 1970s and 1980s. The cost of maintaining the apartheid system was becoming excessive. The Soweto uprising of 1976–77 showed how brutal the system had become, but also that it required violence to sustain it. Increasing black militancy forced the minority government to think about possible concessions. South Africa became more and more isolated in the 1980s. Within Africa, it had enemies far and wide. After 1974, rapid political changes were taking place in the southern African region, leading to the independence of Mozambique and 332. Angola in 1975. In Zimbabwe, a civil war led to the country's independence in 1980. Although the South African government did all it could to prevent these positive changes, the changes led to its further isolation. The racist policies in South Africa were highlighted by the struggles in other countries. In 1977, the United Nations imposed an arms embargo on South Africa. The United States, which had for many years been a partner of South Africa, called for a democratic government. As the economy declined, the privileges of the white population began to suffer. Investments declined and the rate of white emigration increased. Between 1978 and 1989, South Africa pursued a policy of total strategy to prevent the imagined potential overthrow of the minority government by black communists aided by other blacks. The government would make a number of friendly changes expected to win the trust of the black people. A government commission called for the creation of a black middle class to spread economic benefits to skilled black people, and yet another called for the liberalization of the trade union laws. A number of hotels, universities, and movie theaters previously limited to whites began to let in blacks. Many of these measures were no more than cosmetic changes designed to change the image of South Africa in Western countries. Peter Willem Botha came to power in 1978. He was in favor of reform, although many Afrikaners were still in favor of the retention of the apartheid laws. In 1983, a revised constitution allowed the Coloreds and Indians to elect representatives to their own legislative chambers, although this would not give them much power or remove the conditions leading to discrimination. Anti-apartheid organizations among the black population continued to grow stronger and more militant. Spontaneous protests became common, with attacks even directed against many blacks who supported the government or were regarded as supporters of the apartheid system. Young blacks took to violence, making many townships ungovernable. It became risky for any black to be associated with the government. The government, too, responded with violence both within South Africa and in the neighboring countries where the ANC had its military camps. Neither the government nor the ANC and other black organizations used only violence to resolve the crisis. The government had to negotiate. The ANC, too, was being pressured by the Soviet Union, which was experiencing internal problems, to make some compromises and negotiate. Frederick Willem de Klerk came to power in 1989. A conservative politician before then, he now realized that major changes were necessary if South Africa was to survive. On February 2, 1990, de Klerk announced the unbanning of the ANC and other major black organizations, the unconditional release of Nelson Mandela and other political prisoners, and the formulation of a new constitution that would allow blacks to vote. 9 days later, Mandela left prison, an event that has to be listed as one of the most important milestones of the 20th century. Mandela regarded his release as an opportunity to end apartheid. He refused to change his mind on armed struggles, remained committed to the ANC, and 333 called on foreign governments not to lift the sanctions on South Africa. The ANC created a political party with Mandela as its president. The new party operated as an opposition to the minority government in power, but its members were divided on the strategies to pursue in negotiations. Conservative members of the ruling National Party were not happy with the changes and possible loss of power. They found opportunities to sabotage the government and attack the ANC. Important changes continued. A number of apartheid laws were repealed, and by June 1994 apartheid was being proclaimed as dead. The ANC announced that it would end its armed struggles and would pursue dialogue. Political exiles were allowed to return home. In 1991, many foreign countries lifted their sanctions, and South Africa was allowed to participate in the Olympic Games held in 1992, thus ending a 30-year ban. White fears intensified, as many lost their jobs. Expectations of change by blacks went unfulfilled, as millions of them had no jobs either. The last major reform was political legislation to give the franchise to blacks. The majority of whites supported the reform measures and gave the mandate to de Klerk to complete the process. The ANC and the National Party agreed on a formula to share power. A date 27 April 1994 was fixed for the first democratic election. In spite of opposition by white conservatives and the black antagonists of the ANC, the election was held, and the ANC won 62.65% of the votes. On May 10, 1994, Mandela became the president. South Africa opened a new chapter in its long and complicated history. President Mandela in power. The ANC and Nelson Mandela came to power in 1994 with little or no experience in managing a country. They had to move from the politics of resistance to the art of state management. Unlike many other cases, when Europeans left after independence, South Africa had millions of whites in economic strongholds, the police, and the army. The task that the Mandela government had to face was to please the majority of the black people, meeting their demands without losing the support of the white minority. Mandela became a blessing to the country. He was not bitter and he did not govern as if revenge was necessary. Whites who were originally apprehensive of black rule calmed down, and the majority among them accepted Mandela and his government. South Africa projected stability. The long-held belief that blacks would introduce a communist ideology and engage in class warfare was proved wrong. State management was pursued with measured changes. In the international arena, South Africa became active. It joined the Organization of African Unity and the Non-Aligned Movement in 1994, rejoined the Commonwealth and UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, in the same year, and regained its seat in the United Nations General Assembly. After many years of isolation, the country is now treated as a partner in the international arena. 334. At the domestic level, there were three major issues that Mandela had to deal with: interracial relations, the setting up of a new constitution, and the economy, all in such a way as to correct the problems created by apartheid. To start with, poisoned race relations had to be improved upon. A large number of blacks expected revenge, or at least expected Mandela to be hostile to Afrikaners and other whites associated with their oppression. The Afrikaners were suspicious of Mandela. Among the blacks, the division into homelands had created some division, as seen in the case of Zulu nationalism. On the Zulu, see Chapter 17. The National Party was still represented in the new government, with 4 cabinet appointments. The army and police had to be reorganized to include many black officers. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, a South African peace activist and Nobel laureate, called for the creation of a rainbow nation that would unite all races and groups. Mandela governed with the spirit of unity and reconciliation in mind. He used the language of compassion and human brotherhood and was hopeful that blacks and Afrikaners would find a common ground to live together in peace. In 1995, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, was established for individuals to confess their sins and be granted amnesty. This covered the period from the Sharpeville massacre of 1960 to May 1994 when Mandela assumed power. The sins to be forgiven must be political in nature, and those who refused to appear could be punished. The TRC was to seek the means for South Africans to come to terms with the past, but many were offended that criminals were not punished. The TRC collected an enormous amount of data from over 20,000 people while over 7,000 applied for amnesty. Interracial relations and mutual suspicion also found expression in discussion of the new constitution to govern the country. First came an interim constitution and later a permanent one, both of them reflecting the need to correct the mistakes of the past and deal with issues that could divide the nation in the future. South Africa would be a sovereign state, with citizenship granted to all its members, and a democratic government that would promote the goal of equality among people of all races and both genders. The government would ensure civil liberties, freedom, and fundamental rights and prohibit all forms of discrimination. Local and provincial authorities received more power, the police and army were prohibited from excessive meddling in politics on behalf of any political party, and all races were to be represented in the civil service and security forces. A policy of affirmative action was put in place to prevent discrimination on the basis of gender, race, and color. The new constitution was signed on December 10, 1996, and it came into effect in February 1997. The president would be appointed for a 5-year term by the leading party in the parliament, which comprised 90 members of the Senate and 400 members of the National Assembly. The Mandela government had to face the challenges of the economy. Should it create a new economy or retain the old structure? Mandela and many ANC members were aware of the dangers of capitalism based on apartheid and needed to make changes without creating panic among investors. The government 335 pursued a policy of alleviating poverty and uplifting the black population. A Reconstruction and Development Program, RDP, was approved in 1994, with the aim of providing free education and making electricity and water available to the majority of the population. 1 million new homes would also be built. In spite of the changes designed to spread the benefits of economic growth, the rate of unemployment remained high, the gap between the rich and poor remained wide, and the number of skilled and experienced black managers remained low. The radical members of the ANC remained worried that the economic structure and privileges of the apartheid years were yet to be completely dismantled. In July 1997, Mandela, now 79, stepped aside as president of the ANC, which later chose Thabo Mbeki as its new leader. Mandela retired in June 1999, the ANC won the national election in the same month, and Thabo Mbeki was selected as the country's second black president. With Mbeki in power, South Africa continues to move away from the apartheid era and to face the problems of managing the economy and politics of a multiracial society.